In the land of Douluo, the strongest martial spirit wasn't Tang San's sky hammer. It was the Zhuge crossbow in my hands, a weapon rarely encountered even in a millennium. As the grandson of the light-feathered Douluo from the martial spirit hall, one might expect my awakened martial spirit to be the light feather ice bow. However, due to the inherited eye of calculation in my left eye, I could analyze the data of my awakening spirit in advance. My chances of a spirit mutation were a certain 100%, of course this was also a result of my relentless daily training. Unlike the esteemed Tang San, who could effortlessly awaken a twin martial spirit and even possess innate full spirit power, my probability of having full innate spirit power was only 70%. Even being the grandson of the light-feathered Douluo didn't guarantee favorable outcomes if my martial spirit mutated poorly. It certainly wouldn't be well regarded, not even by my grandfather, a titled Douluo himself. He might even become indifferent towards me. Not to mention the intriguing and indescribable events that might occur with Qin Rinxue in the future. On a royal road, 2 horse-drawn carriages slowly made their way forward. The mood among the occupants was not particularly high. One carriage was filled with students from Shrek Academy, while the other carried the academy's teachers, including Flender Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. In addition to them, Ningfengji and Sword Douluo Chen Xian were also present. Ningfengji, ever polite, bowed slightly to the teachers. "I am truly sorry for the troubles your academy has faced, my poor Xiao Wu." Lu Erlong's face still bore the traces of tears. Damn the spirit hall. Compared to Lu Erlong, Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang was more rational. He returned the bow to Ningfengji, saying, "We are grateful for your righteous assistance, Sect Master Ning. It is only the dark machinations of the spirit hall that have led to the assassination of Hao Tian Douluo and brought harm to Xiao San and Xiao Wu." Flender merely sighed at the side. "What plans does your academy have for the future?" Ningfengji continued to inquire. In the Golden Iron Triangle, even though Yu Xiaojiang had the lowest soul power level, he still seemed to hold the most sway in their discussions. Yu Xiaojiang spoke slowly. "Sect Master Ning, you are aware of the relationship between Shrek Academy and the Heaven Do royal family. Although we are innocent, we cannot prove our innocence, therefore we cannot go to the Heaven Do Empire. We plan to return to the Star Luo Empire for now to recuperate, especially since Mu Bai is about to be named Prince of the Star Luo Empire, so we are not without support there. If Xiao San is safe, he might also head to the Star Luo Empire to join us. Moreover, if Xiao San appears in the Heaven Do Empire, Sect Master Ning, if you encounter him, please hand him this letter and ask him to meet us in the Star Luo Empire." Saying this, Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang handed a letter to Ningfengji. Ningfengji accepted the letter with a solemn expression and carefully stored it in his soul guidance device. "Certainly. Additionally, teachers of Shrek Academy, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you, that is about my daughter Rongrong. This time I hope to take Rongrong back to the sect, as after all, she is the next heir of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan." Yu Xiaojiang and Flender both nodded slightly, and Flender then spoke. "Originally, after the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Competition, these young monsters were supposed to graduate from the academy, but given the circumstances, it's probably for the best. Rongrong's identity in the Star Luo Empire does bring its inconveniences. Taking Ning Rongrong back to the 7 treasure glazed tile clan is also a relief for Ningfengji. He can see that the Spirit Hall has intentions against Shrek Academy, therefore it is unavoidable to bring Ning Rongrong back to the sect, where it is after all the safest place. Mr. Fengji thanks everyone for the cultivation my daughter has received during this time." Ning Fengji's words were sincere. At least Shrek Academy had transformed Ning Rongrong from a spoiled and self-centered young lady into a more mature individual, a change that would have been difficult to achieve back at the 7 treasure glazed tile clan. Flender waved his hand dismissively. "Shrek Academy, being an institution, has a responsibility towards its students. We taught Rongrong because it was our duty, not because of her affiliation with the 7 treasure glazed tile clan." Ningfengji responded with a gentle smile. After Flender finished speaking, he continued, "You all will return to the Star Luo Empire while we will head back to the Heaven Do Empire. According to our travel plans, we will part ways in the next city, Master Yu." Xiaojiang and the others nodded in agreement. Although Ningfengji was aware of the delicate relationship between Shrek Academy and the Heaven Do Imperial family, he did not believe that anyone from Shrek Academy was responsible for the death of the 4th Prince Avalanche. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed to him, as if there was an undercurrent lurking in the shadows, and you never know what their next move might be. Finally, Ningfengji cordially invited teachers and students of Shrek Academy are always welcome to visit our 7 treasure glazed tile clan in the future. The masters nodded politely in response. At that moment Sword Douluo Chen Xian, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them, a sharp sword intent filling the carriage, drawing curious glances from the others. He turned his gaze towards the back of the carriage and whispered, "They are following us." A Flender's face tightened as he adjusted his glasses. Spirit Hall, the third and fifth priests, and that kid, that little rascal. I was just looking for an opportunity to settle scores with him. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong roared in anger, becoming even more irate. Master Yu Xiaojiang tried to calm him down. Erlong, stay calm, that young man is not simple, a lot of extraordinary things have happened to him. Besides, didn't you hear what Sword Douluo just said? Those two priests from Spirit Hall have also followed us. The carriage slowly came to a stop. Ma Hongjun poked his head out from another carriage. What's happening? Why have we stopped? Are we in the city yet? Soon Flender's voice could be heard. Kids, stay inside the carriage, don't come out. After speaking, Flender, Ningfengji and Sword Douluo stepped out of the carriage. Three figures appeared in front of the carriage, blocking their path. It was the two priests from Spirit Hall and Guangyu. At this moment, the students of Shrek Academy also peeked out and saw the three flames of anger evident in their eyes. Ningfengji stepped forward. May I know why the esteemed members of Spirit Hall are here? Xinghuan Douluo responded coldly, this has nothing to do with your seven treasure glazed tile clan. I advise you to leave now. Ningfengji murmured to himself. As expected, he realized that Spirit Hall had indeed been targeting Shrek Academy. He continued with a smile, seniors, my seven treasure glazed tile clan cannot simply stand by if one of our own, a young girl, is a student at Shrek Academy. Xinghuan Douluo glared at Ningfengji, then continued. You can take her with you, but the others from Shrek must stay. Ningfengji laughed again and refused. Seniors, if my seven treasured glazed tile clan were to act in such a manner, I'm afraid we would be mocked by our friends in the world of soul masters. Light Feather Douluo, with a childlike smile on his face, taunted lightly. You were too timid to fight back at the Pope's Hall, but now you dare to strike here? Well, since we didn't get to fight last time, let's make up for it now. Indeed, as Light Feather Douluo had said, Ningfengji was no longer in the mood to retreat. Although it was still Ningfengji and Sword Douluo facing Xinghuan Douluo and Light Feather Douluo, this time Ningfengji's side was bolstered by the presence of Flender, Lu Erlong and Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang. Their trio's golden spirit fusion technique combined with Ningfengji's 70% boost from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda formed a formidable force. In other words, even if they were to retreat in defeat, it would still be better than retreating without striking a single blow, which would certainly be less embarrassing. Xinghuan Douluo's face remained expressionless. Is the 7 treasure glazed tile sect really going to intervene? Sword Douluo Chen Xian meanwhile had already summoned his spirit, the 7 kill sword surrounded by 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black. His actions affirmed the choice of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Ningfengji also summoned his spirit, the 7 treasure glazed tile tower, encircled by his own array of soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black. Sword Douluo Chen Xian looked fearless. The 3 priests of the Spirit Hall, I have long wanted to challenge you. With the intervention of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Light Feather from the Spirit Hall side first unleashed his murderous domain. Although the murderous domain was still cleaved apart by Sword Douluo's sword domain, it at least engaged Sword Douluo's continuous maintenance of his domain skill. When the murderous domain proved ineffective and no soul skills were sealed among the trio of Flender, Lu Erlong quickly charged towards Light Feather with an explosive step. As she sprinted, Lu Erlong's body flashed with firelight, her body fully engulfed in flames, her 7 soul rings shining brightly. In that flash of firelight, her clothes instantly vanished and her skin was covered in scales, a terrifying dragon roar erupting. Light Feather was momentarily stunned. Using the 7 soul skill and true body of the spirit from the start, Lu Erlong transformed into a red dragon, charged up to Light Feather and swung her massive dragon claw at him. Light Feather Douluo and Xinghuan Douluo did not rush to assist, knowing that although Light Feather's soul power was inferior to Lu Erlong's, he had one advantage: air superiority. Behind Light Feather, 2 protrusions grew increasingly prominent, tearing through his clothes and unfolding into a pair of huge dark red wings. With a flap of his wings, Light Feather soared into the air. However, this time as he ascended, Light Feather sensed something amiss. But before Light Feather could ponder further, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out. Looking up, he saw Flender from the golden iron triangle, the flying corner, launching an attack at him. Flender's spirit was the 4-eyed cathawk, naturally capable of flight. Flender reached out towards Light Feather, and in a flash of lightning, Light Feather's calculating eyes rapidly analyzed the attack trajectory fully displayed in his view. Light Feather tilted his head, his blood feather wings immediately adjusting direction with a shake, and then he flew past the hand Flender had reached out. Boom, Light Feather crashed directly to the ground. Only upon seeing this did Light Feather Douluo and Changluan Douluo start to feel anxious. Zaya Oyuzi, the radiant feather Douluo, first shouted at Guan Yu, then roared at Flander, "Four-eyed bird, are you seeking death?" Compared to the reaction of the radiant feather Douluo, Lu Erlong was in high spirits. "Boss Flander, well done." Even the usually composed Grandmaster, who had become somewhat oppressed after being continuously targeted by the Spirit Hall, felt extremely gratified seeing Flander harshly disciplining that young Spirit Hall member who had harmed his own disciples. However, when Grandmaster looked at Flander, he noticed something off about his expression. "Flander, what's wrong? Is something amiss?" Upon hearing Grandmaster's words, Flander then voiced his confusion. I didn't actually hit him." Although it appeared as if Guan Yu was slapped away by him, Flander was certain that when he launched his attack at Guan Yu had clearly dodged it. Flander was puzzled as to why Guan Yu ended up falling anyway. Was it a setup? Guan Yu got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and while others were clueless about his fall, Guan Yu knew the reason. His calculative eyes had precisely predicted all of Flander's moves, and Guan Yu had successfully dodged Flander's attack by a subtle margin. The issue wasn't with Flander but with himself, including when Lu Erlong attacked him. Guan Yu used his blood feather wings to take to the air, and that strange sensation was exactly due to his external spirit bone, the blood feather wings. Guan Yu had overlooked the enhancement brought by the evolution of the blood feather wings to a divine level. Evolving from a 50,000-year level to a divine level, the blood feather wings had increased his flying speed several fold. Originally, a single flap of Guan Yu's blood feather wings would propel him 5 or 6 meters, but now a single flap could shoot him 25 or 26 meters forward. Initially, when Lu Erlong attacked and Guan Yu took to the air, he had already felt that the blood feather wings were different, but he hadn't had time to think it through before encountering Flander's second attack. As Guan Yu turned his head and body, he was angled downward, and using the blood feather wings without understanding the speed led to the confusion. After sorting himself out, Guan Yu once again flapped his blood feather wings behind him. This time he reached a height of dozens of meters above the ground. Without fully understanding the speed of the blood feather wings, Guan Yu increased his flying height, ensuring that even if he didn't understand the speed of the wings, he would have enough reaction time to avoid any accidents or collisions. On the other side, facing the sword Douluo Qinshin, who was amplified by the 7 treasure glazed tile sex Ningfengji, the Qinghuan Douluo did not hesitate but directly used her 8th soul skill. The 8th soul skill, Azure Skycloud Sea Melodic Dust Extinction. Unlike Guan Yu and Sword Douluo, who had domain abilities, Qinghuan Douluo's 8th soul skill could create a unique vacuum space. This space's function was to separate Sword Douluo Qinshin and Ningfengji from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Without Ningfengji's amplification, Sword Douluo was not so formidable and his sword was not so sharp. Without the support of Ningfengji, he was but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Pathetic trash without any resistance. Guan Yu didn't know exactly from which soul beast Qinghuan Douluo's 8th soul ring was obtained, but it must be said, it is indeed an impressive skill. The 8th soul ring glowed with a dark light, and behind Qinghuan Douluo a blue Qinghuan energy body condensed, gathering numerous wind element soul powers. A sensation that seemed to span spaces affected both Qinghuan Douluo and Jin Douluo Qinshin. While deploying the soul skill, Qinghuan Douluo did not forget to remind Guanling Douluo, "Guanling, don't get distracted, focus, I'll handle Qinshin, you take care of Ningfengji first." Running his hands through his hair, Guanling Douluo reluctantly responded, all right, I got it." Soon, that spatial separation sensation dragged Qinghuan Douluo and Jin Douluo Qinshin into another place filled with blue, a vacuum-like different space. Qinghuan Douluo had used this move before in a battle against the King of Slaughter, but back then it couldn't trap the King of Slaughter for long, breaking free in just a few minutes. However, at that time Qinghuan Douluo did not enter the different space himself, so this time with both Qinghuan Douluo and Jin Douluo Qinshin entering together, it wouldn't be so easy for Qinshin to break out of the space. Inside the blue space, Jin Douluo Qinshin first surveyed his surroundings. In Qinghuan Douluo's different space, the amplification from Ningfengji's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda was gone. Qinshin had to admit, indeed, the priests of the Spirit Hall were not easy opponents. Although they had heard of each other due to their identities, this was the first time Jin Douluo and Qinghuan Douluo had confronted each other. Qinghuan Douluo looking at Jin Douluo Qinshin also smiled. Jin Douluo Qinshin, with your spirit of the 7-kill sword, although I do not use a sword but am adept with wind, both are sharp weapons. Today I want to see whether your sword is faster or my wind is sharper. Among the priests of the spirit hall, the demon subduing Douluo was the most warlike, but when it comes to pride, Qinghuan Douluo could be ranked among the top. Facing Jin Douluo Qinshin's Qinghuan Douluo also rarely felt a surge of combat spirit. Losing the amplification from Ningfengji, Jin Douluo Qinshin's expression did not waver, his gaze fixed on Qinghuan Douluo, his hand waving, summoning the 7-kill sword, which he held in his hand, 4 feet 3 inches long, 3 inches wide, with a handle of 1 foot 2 inches, named 7 kills. Please try my sword. As he spoke, Jin Douluo Qinshin's body overflowed with sword energy, a great amount of which gathered in the 7-kill sword in his hand. The first soul skill, long sword, sharpens. As the sword energy adhered, the sword body of the 7-kill sword in Jin Douluo's hand seemed to become increasingly sharp. In the next second, Jin Douluo Qinshin raised his sword and thrust directly at Qinghuan Douluo. Qinghuan Douluo stood on a Qinghuan phantom beast full of blue green feathers. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black soul rings vibrated in unison on his body, the 5th soul ring suddenly shining brightly. The 5th soul skill, Azure Sea Tide Sound. As Qinghuan Douluo released the 5th soul skill, the Qinghuan phantom beast beneath him opened its huge beak and cried out loudly. The cry seemed to carry a penetrating power, including a mental attack within its sound. Sword Douluo Qinshin's expression twisted. If it were any other mental attack, he wouldn't have taken it seriously and would have simply cut it down with a sword based on his own strength. However, the opponent he faced now was Qinghuan Douluo, one of the 3 offerings of the martial soul hall. Sword Douluo Qinshin knew all too well Qinghuan Douluo's intentions, as they had just declared them openly in front of him, to restrain him. Therefore he could not allow himself to be restricted for too long, otherwise Ningfengji outside would be in danger, especially with another one of the martial soul hall's 5 offerings present. Sword Douluo Qinshin's right wrist holding the sword twisted, and the 7-kill sword in his hand suddenly stabbed downwards. At the same time, the 5th soul ring on his body lit up. The 5th soul skill, Tremor of the 4 Directions, in an instant centered on Sword Douluo Qinshin. A powerful sword aura was released in all directions, sweeping away the sonic attack from Qinghuan Douluo. However, Qinghuan Douluo did not intend to defeat Sword Douluo Qinshin with just this 5th soul skill. Riding the Qinghuan phantom beast, Qinghuan Douluo quickly closed the distance to Sword Douluo Qinshin, and the two soon clashed. Sword Douluo, wielding the 7-kill sword, and Qinghuan Douluo, although unarmed with a sword, held 2 balls of wind blades in his hands, engaging in a rapid exchange of moves with Sword Douluo. Their attacks were full of speed and skill, making it difficult to determine the superior fighter. The 3rd soul skill, Smooth as Water. This was Sword Douluo's only semi-control type soul skill, which used powerful sword aura to force the enemy back a certain distance. Although Sword Douluo distanced himself from Qinghuan Douluo, it didn't mean that he was at a disadvantage during their exchange. Continuing the standoff, it was unclear who would emerge victorious, but if they waited to fight out a result, Ningfengji outside would likely be in peril. Therefore Sword Douluo wanted to end the battle quickly and could not afford to continue without resolution. If it were a soul master below level 95, they would be stunned momentarily by this powerful sword aura, but for the level 98 Qinghuan Douluo, it only pushed him back. During his retreat, Qinghuan Douluo was not idle. His hand surged with wind elemental soul power and he threw out several wind cyclones. Doomsday Wind Sphere. Sword Douluo, holding the 7-kill sword, moved extremely fast, slashing left and right, and after several clear sword traces he split all the wind spheres. Seeing this, Qinghuan Douluo's expression became even more serious. Apart from your father Chen Jianjun, you are the 2nd person who can cut through my wind. But can you cut through this? As he spoke, the 6th soul ring on Qinghuan Douluo's body lit up with a dark luminescence, and the wings of the Qinghuan phantom beast beneath him flapped vigorously, suddenly creating wind tornadoes, each exceptionally fierce and roaring like wild beasts in the wind. The 6th soul skill, Wind Rolls the Dust. In the unique space created by Qinghuan Douluo's soul skill, he naturally had the advantage. However, Sword Douluo Qinshin showed no change in demeanor, remaining calm even when Qinghuan Douluo mentioned his father Chen Jianjun, showing no emotional fluctuations or weaknesses, not even in the slightest. Shili Swordmaster Chen Jianjun, a supreme Douluo of level 98, met his demise challenging the 1000 Path Stream, a defeat that deeply troubled him. Yet Chen Jian knew that this was Qinghuan Douluo trying to disturb his state of mind. A swordsman's blade must remain pure. Any distraction diminishes its power. facing 5 consecutive wind tornadoes. Qin Jian's body surged with sword energy. This energy, carried by his spirit weapon, the 7 kills sword, converged to form a massive sword that, despite its size, retained its sharp edge. His 6th soul skill, All Swords Return to Clan, was unleashed as he drew his sword across the air, cleaving the 5 wind tornadoes in half with a single slash. It was said that only Qin Jian could cut through wind itself on this entire continent. Having split open the wind tornadoes, Qin Jian prepared to launch another attack. His 7th soul skill, 7 kills true body, significantly enhanced his offensive capabilities. In that moment he seemed to transform into a sharp blade himself, fearless and unstoppable. Then came the 8th soul skill, Move Mountains and Fill Seas. With a gesture, Qin Jian created 12 sword shadows, each executing a strike with the 7 kills sword. His 9th soul skill, Divine Demon Dual Slash, left a scar in the very fabric of the alternate space they were in, from which countless beams of sword light fell in a grand display. Despite Qinghuan Douluo's superior soul power, facing Qin Jian required utmost caution. Clad in his dark blue ceremonial armor, Qinghuan Douluo's 9th soul ring also lit up as he used his 9th soul skill, Moonfall over river. At night winds howl with rage. In this alternate space where the element of wind seemed limitless, endless wind soul power gathered. A Qinghuan wind bird, composed of numerous hurricane blades, appeared before Qinghuan Douluo. With a point of his finger, the bird spread its wings, spanning dozens of meters, and met the overwhelming sword light head-on. Explosions of sound erupted and fierce winds raged, being nearly top-tier title Douluo's. The clash of their 9th soul skills was formidable, fortunate to be contained within this alternate space lest the aftershocks harmed the less powerful students of Shrek Academy outside. The Qinghuan Windbird managed to withstand Qin Jian's 9th soul skill. After deploying their respective 9th soul skills, both fighters felt a significant drain on their soul power and their momentum was not as high as before. Hovering in the air on his Qinghuan Phantom Beast, Qinghuan Douluo acknowledged Qin Jian's potential to surpass his father, but taunted, "Even so, your sword cannot break through the spirit hall. Your father couldn't, and neither can you. Here my soul skills are enhanced, and now that you have used your 9th soul skill, you have no chance of escaping this place." Sword Douluo. Qinshin stood silently holding the 7-kill sword in front of him. If it hadn't been for Qinghuan Douluo's interference, Qinshin could have broken free and returned to the outside world. But Qinghuan Douluo had deliberately pulled him into this predicament just to distract and tie him down. As time ticked by, Qinshin was acutely aware that for every second he remained, the situation outside grew more perilous. The question now was how to defeat Qinghuan Douluo and escape. Even his 9th soul skill had failed. Was there truly no hope left for Sword Douluo? No, there was one more move. Although this technique was not yet perfected, at this moment Qinshin had no other choice. He had used all the soul skills available from his soul rings, but that did not mean he had no other skills. At this instant, for the first time, the 7-kill sword left his right hand and floated in front of him. Sword Douluo placed his fingers together as if chanting a spell. Moments later, the aura of the 7-kill sword spirit magnified several times, slowly rotating in the air. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black, encircled the 7-kill sword. It wasn't a novel attack method, perhaps just a plain and unadorned strike, but Qinghuan Douluo felt a flicker of crisis, a sense not just of defeat but of death. In a breath of the heavens and earth, a sword stroke passed through the world. The man and the sword became one. The giant sword filled the sky, and Sword Douluo. Qinshin, merging with his sword, brought forth a fearlessness, a readiness to die that went beyond the usual spirit of the 7-kill sword. This was his strongest strike. This move, inspired by the original novel and the anime where Sword Bone Douluo strikes his last blow against Bibi Dong before dying, is still not perfectly mastered by Sword Douluo as the essence is different. He hasn't yet filled it with a complete readiness to die. Please be understanding of any discrepancies. This strike is also one that Sword Douluo has been developing continuously, the technique his father Qin Zhenjun spent his life perfecting. Sword Douluo values not just soul skills but the spirit of the sword, As the massive sword thrust forward, Qinghuan Douluo's expression changed for the first time. He had thought that after Qinshin had used his 9th soul skill, there would be no further tricks, but to his astonishment, Qinshin had other techniques. Neither soul ring nor soul bone skills, but a self-created soul technique, and it was Qin Zhenjun's creation. Regarding Sword Douluo's father Qin Zhenjun and this soul technique, it has been slightly modified after consulting online sources. Please be understanding of any discrepancies. Beneath him, Qinghuan Douluo's phantom beast spread its wings, but this time it did not lunge at Qinshin. Instead, it unfolded its wings to tightly wrap around and protect Qinghuan Douluo. The giant sword sliced down, piercing straight through the phantom beast, which dissolved into specks of green light. Scattering in the air, the massive sword pressed on, striking Qinghuan Douluo and sending him flying back several meters. The terrifying sword chi invaded his body, wreaking havoc, and in that moment Qinghuan Douluo's eyes revealed a fierce determination. "Qinshin, you shall not leave unscathed." With a single clasp of his right hand, the Qinghuan Douluo activated a special soul power that impacted the alternate space they were in. In the next second, the space violently burst open. After Chang Luan Douluo had trapped Jian Douluo Chen Xin in the alternate space, Jian Douluo's sword domain also began to dissipate, no longer enveloping Ningfengji and the Shrek group. Without Jian Douluo's sword domain, the entire murderous domain of Guan Yu was imposed on Ningfengji and the Shrek team. Once the murderous domain's demon sealing effect was activated, except for Guanling Douluo, everyone present found their soul skills nullified. Unnoticed, Flender had already moved next to Grandmaster Yu Xiaozhang. Considering Yu Xiaozhang was only at level 29, the attentive Flender was there specifically to protect him. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong was still intent on teaching Guan Yu a lesson. Feeling that both of his soul skills were rendered useless, Yu Xiaozhang turned to Flender and asked, "Flender, can you break through this domain restriction?" Flender shook his head. He had attempted to forcefully break the domain's restrictions when he first experienced Guan Yu's murderous domain, but he had failed. "Note, this domain is beyond my ability to break. Even for Erlong it won't be easy," Flender said, maintaining a soul-attached flight state. Through Flender's description, Yu Xiaozhang indirectly learned about the formidable nature of Guan Yu's domain skill. Thinking about this, Grandmaster Yu Xiaozhang couldn't help but worry for his disciple. He knew Tang San well. Beneath his modest and polite demeanor lay a stubborn self. With Hao Tian Douluo dead at the hands of the Spirit Hall and Xiaowu sacrificed for the same, Tang San would surely seek revenge against the Spirit Hall and Guan Yu. However, to target Guan Yu, he must first find a way to break through Guan Yu's domain skill. After all, a soul master relies on skills to thrive, and without the ability to use soul ring skills, their strength is less than half. Grandmaster Yu Xiaozhang bowed his head in deep thought. "No, I must find a way." But sometimes, the more you try to find a solution, the more you find yourself unable to think of anything. Suddenly, the fourth soul skill, Thousand Feathers Cold Sky, activated. The sky turned a deep blue adorned with strange runes that seemed to be made of ice. Energy flowed within these runes and soon icicle bolts rained down like droplets from the sky. Guangling Douluo's target was not the Shrek group, but the sect master of the seven treasure glazed tile sect, Ningfengji. The dignified sect master Ningfengji now appeared quite embarrassed. Unable to use soul skills under Guan Yu's murderous domain, Ningfengji was forced to rely solely on his physical prowess to dodge the icy arrows falling from the sky. Although his clothes were ripped, Ningfengji's life was not yet in danger. The special status of the seven treasure glazed tile sect soulmasters often endowed them with excellent evasion and self-preservation skills. However, that wasn't the real reason Ningfengji could survive under Guangling Douluo's hand. Rather, it was because Guangling Douluo was toying with him, thoroughly enjoying the play. At that moment, Master Yu Xiaozhang also noticed Ningfengji fleeing. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Previously engrossed in thoughts of how to counter the situation, Master Yu Xiaozhang suddenly felt invigorated. If things continued this way, the four of them were no match for Guangling Douluo, not to mention the killing domain of Guan Yu was also in effect. Moreover, there was no coordination among the four of them. Coordination. To break through the current predicament, they must unite. Regardless of the final outcome for Sword Douluo and Qinghuan Douluo, at least they had to do their part. Master Yu Xiaozhang shouted to Flender, "Flender, quickly call Erlong back. If we want a chance, we must fight around Master Ning." Flender glanced at Ningfengji, who was being toyed with by Guangling Douluo, and although he was unclear about what Master Yu Xiaozhang had in mind, ultimately Flender soared into the air and loudly called Lu Erlong back. Hearing that it was Yu Xiaozhang calling her back, Lu Erlong, temper flaring and cursing under her breath, reluctantly joined Flender back at Yu Xiaozhang's side. "Damn, that little fool relies on the external soul bone on his back for speed, and just my luck, my soul skills are restricted. This damn domain, how annoying it is." Hearing this, Master Yu Xiaozhang then realized, as Flender had said, Lu Erlong was also unable to break through Guan Yu's killing domain. As the blood feather wings evolved to a divine level, not only did the speed increase, but Guan Yu's killing domain also strengthened. After all, the power of the blood feather wings evolution came from the power of the Shura god, and the killing domain is a symbol of the Shura god. Thus, when the blood feather wings gained the power of the Shura god and evolved to the divine level, the killing domain also received an enhancement. Now Guan Yu's killing domain was not something ordinary soul Douluos could easily break through the restriction on soul skills unless they had some special means. Lu Erlong, with her soul power only at level 81 among soul Douluos, was still among the most immature batch. How could she possibly break through Guan Yu's killing domain? Master Yu Xiaojiang said his domain ability can restrict the use of soul skills, which is indeed very powerful. Flender and Lu Erlong's gazes were fixed on Yu Xiaojiang, both familiar with him and knowing that Yu Xiaojiang must have more to say, or that he might already have a solution. Sure enough, Yu Xiaojiang continued, but similarly his domain ability can only restrict the use of soul ring soul skills, but it cannot restrict soul bone abilities and soul fusion skills. Hearing this, both Flender and Lu Erlong instantly reacted, their faces showing joy. That's right, they might not be able to use soul ring soul skills individually, but they could use soul fusion skills. Moreover, their soul fusion skills were much stronger than each of them fighting alone. After all, they had made their names with their soul fusion skills. The three soul fusion skill compatibility was as high as 99%, even though it had been a long time since the three had cooperated. Their relationship had not changed with time. As the three stood in a triangle and once again activated their soul power to use their famous soul fusion skill, they immediately felt an integration as smooth as milk blending with water, becoming one, entering the unique rhythm of the golden iron triangle. After a brief moment of surprise, Guangling Douluo focused his gaze on the trio executing their martial soul fusion technique. Despite his pride, he didn't really consider them a threat even with their use of the fusion technique. Guan Yu was naturally aware of the trio's golden fusion technique, and now watching them he was more curious than concerned. The golden light grew increasingly dazzling, with Yu Xiaojiang at the apex as a strong triangular light column shot straight into the sky. Yu Xiaojiang's usually calm eyes suddenly sparkled with golden light, and he lifted his right hand towards the center of the golden triangle formed by the trio. With a loud shout from the master, a chubby pig-like creature appeared out of nowhere, standing right at the center of the golden triangle's circular pattern. Instantly soul rings emerged from each of the three individuals. Yu Xiaojiang had 2, Flender had 7, and Lu Erlong had 8. A total of 17 soul rings floated up from them and finally settled on the body of Luo Sanpao. Seeing this, Guangling Douluo became slightly interested, realizing that this martial soul fusion technique was not ordinary. Using a host body to perform the fusion technique indeed made it more powerful than regular techniques, a fact he was well aware of. However, this also had a downside. If there were any issues with the fusion technique, the host would suffer a greater backlash. When all the soul rings settled on Luo Sanpao, the previously chubby and adorable creature seemed to endure great pain, groaning up at the sky. However, its groans gradually transformed, eventually turning into the sound of a dragon's roar. Its chubby body, bolstered by the 17 soul rings, began to swell dramatically, rising slowly amidst the light released from the golden triangle. Its body surface sprouted numerous golden diamond-shaped scales, and its massive body kept expanding until it reached about 20 meters in length. Twisted dragon horns protruded from its head, and its limbs transformed into strong claws and feet. Its body continued to expand until it finally stopped growing, and a pair of huge dragon wings unfolded from its back, covering the sky. Its originally simple eyes now radiated authority, and like its body, they too turned golden. At this moment, Luo Sanpao had completely transformed into a majestic and imposing golden holy dragon. After executing the martial soul fusion technique, Master Yu Xiaojiang continued to direct. Save Master Ning first. Following this command, the golden holy dragon roared and spread its wings, swiftly moving towards Ningfengji. The dragon, with its incredible speed, soon reached Ningfengji's side, and with Ningfengji's astonished gaze firmly grasped him with its huge dragon claw. Then the golden holy dragon brought Ningfengji to the front of the golden triangular light column formed by the trio of Yu Xiaojiang. The trio's martial soul fusion technique not only allowed Luo Sanpao to evolve into the golden holy dragon, but also created a special area, the triangular light column. Inside this column, they were protected by the light, rendering Guan Yu's killing domain ineffective. Unless the golden holy dragon was destroyed, the golden holy dragon carried Ningfengji back to the triangle light column, where Master Yu Xiaojiang then addressed Ningfengji. Sect Master Ning, please lend us your strength. Having narrowly escaped from danger even as a sect master, Ningfengji couldn't remain entirely calm. After taking a few deep breaths, Ningfengji nodded in agreement. I have long heard of the renowned golden iron triangle. Today, having witnessed the fusion technique of the three, I Ning must certainly lend a hand. Within the triangle light column, Ningfengji, now able to use his soul skills again, seemed to regain the composure he once had as a support-type soul master. With a wave of his hands, a delicate 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda appeared before him, encircled by 7 soul rings. Without any reservation, Ningfengji unleashed his soul skills with full force. 7 treasures produce glazed tiles, the first enhances. 7 treasures produce glazed tiles, the second strengthens. His enhancement types, having reached level 79, covered almost all aspects including strength, speed, soul power, mental power and defense, each magnified by 70%. When this enhancement was applied to Yu Xiaojiang and the others, and on the golden holy dragon itself, the aura of the dragon soared tremendously. Originally, the golden holy dragon was able to contend with Douluo for a few moves. Now, with Ningfengji's 70% enhancement, its power was comparable to that of a level 93 or 94 title Douluo. It sounded impressive, but in the eyes of Light Feather Douluo it was merely trash. Now at soul power level 97, Light Feather Douluo could afford such disdain. Golden lightning surrounded the golden holy dragon's body, making it resemble a radiant sun. Among dragons, only the most powerful sacred dragons possessed golden bodies. It was baffling how Yu Xiaojiang and the others managed to turn a pig into a dragon, and not just any dragon but a top-tier one. With a roar, the dragon's wings violently flapped and its massive body soared up amidst the golden light, charging towards Light Feather Douluo in the sky. Seeing the oncoming golden holy dragon, Light Feather Douluo snorted with disdain, ignorant. His 9th soul skill activated. Violet mink fur warms the sudden wind. Divination of ice light shoots the sun and moon. As he spoke, Light Feather Douluo slanted his body and drew out his soul weapon, the Light Feather Ice Bow. He pulled the bowstring back, gathering a crystal blue feather light arrow, its surface shimmering with colorful halos as if ready to shoot at any moment. As a bow and arrow type soul master, Light Feather Douluo relished this moment. It felt as though he could execute his prey at any time, a twisted yet thrilling sensation, watching the huge figure of the golden holy dragon charging towards him. A smile spread across Light Feather Douluo's face. However, in the next moment his expression froze. As it charged at Light Feather Douluo, the golden holy dragon suddenly vanished without a trace. Lightwing Douluo's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, and he quickly turned to look in the direction of Light Feather. As he had suspected, things were indeed developing in the worst possible way. The golden holy dragon had appeared in front of Light Feather. Their target had never been him but Light Feather. He himself was not afraid of the golden holy dragon, but Light Feather was no match for it. Realizing this, Lightwing Douluo was filled with immense irritation. No one could keep their temper after being tricked, especially by those he looked down upon. Lightwing Douluo had always scorned the martial soul fusion skills of Yu Xiaojiang and his 2 companions. He knew that even with Ningfengji's enhancement, their skills were no match for his own. Surely Yu Xiaojiang and his companions were aware of this as well. Thus Yu Xiaojiang knew there was no chance of confronting Lightwing Douluo directly. The only opportunity was to strike at Light Feather. If they could capture Light Feather, they could force Lightwing Douluo and even Qinghuan Douluo to surrender. The golden holy dragon suddenly changed direction and appeared not far from Light Feather, a development Light Feather had not anticipated. The dragon charged forward, and when it was still some distance away, it opened its massive jaws, from which burst a dazzling golden light. A blast of golden breath aimed directly at Light Feather. Light Feather had no time to react. Suddenly a dark red light brightened on the sword pattern on his forehead, and the next moment a beam of dark red light shot out from the sword pattern, directly blocking the golden holy dragon's attack. The golden breath of the enormous dragon could not push back the dark red object, which after blocking the dragon's breath, fully emerged into view. It was the divine weapon, the Shura demon sword. At the connection between the hilt and the blade of the Shura demon sword, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened. The red eyes blinked and streams of dark red energy flowed from the sword, drifting around. Everything around seemed to slow down. Light Feather's eyes widened as he looked at the Shura demon sword. Unlike the others, Light Feather saw a different scene. In an entirely dark red world, a majestic, cold, purple-red figure stood with his back to Light Feather, holding a heavy sword identical to the Shura demon sword. The purple-red figure half turned his head and cast a glance backward, allowing Light Feather to catch a glimpse of his side face. Intuition told him the identity of this purple-red figure, the god of Shura. Though the god of Shura did not speak, his gaze seemed to convey a message to Light Feather, as if to say, "Watch closely." The god of Shura then gripped the Shura demon sword with both hands, positioning it at a nearly 45-degree angle to his lower left. Mimicking the move, Light Feather also grasped the Shura demon sword, pointing it towards the ground. after a year of training in the city of slaughter and having absorbed the chi blood and soul force of Tang Half Lightfeather, now had enough strength to truly wield the Shura demon sword. Without any further movement, the god of Shura simply maintained that position. Though the posture did not change, the aura of the god of Shura shifted dramatically. It was a chilling, murderous aura. All of it surged towards the Azura god's Azura demon sword, which, after absorbing the massive murderous aura, emitted a bizarre red glow. Then, in Guan Yu's mind, the voice of Azura god's divine thought echoed. Azura sword technique, the first form judgment. Learning from Azura god's method, Guan Yu also gathered all his murderous aura into the Azura demon sword he held in both hands. Soon all of Guan Yu's murderous aura was drained. Even after the murderous aura was depleted, he could no longer maintain the killing domain, which just disappeared. However, all of this no longer mattered. What Guan Yu now had in his mind was only the sword in his hand. Indeed, if Poseidon's trident has the golden 13 halberds, then as a divine artifact, shouldn't Azura god's Azura demon sword have a move or two as well? In the original story, Tang San's golden 13 halberds is when Poseidon steps in to fight on his behalf in times of danger. Although Guan Yu did not experience Azura god stepping in for him, he enjoyed the guidance directly from Azura god himself. How many forms the Azura sword technique has, Guan Yu was not sure, but what he urgently wanted to see now was the power of this move, judgment. Guan Yu felt drained, not of soul power or physical strength, but all of his murderous aura. After absorbing Guan Yu's murderous aura, the Azura demon sword in his hand also emitted the same bizarre red glow. Azura sword technique, the first form judgment. With difficulty he swung the Azura demon sword, feeling its increased weight. Guan Yu finally swung his sword. At the same time as Guan Yu swung out this sword, everything around seemed to return to normal, no longer so slow. Had Azura god just altered the flow of time? That was unknown. Everyone only saw that Guan Yu's simple, unremarkable cleave had drawn a dark red sword light through the air. The sword light shot forward, heading straight for the golden holy dragon. There was no loud collision sound. They only saw the sword light slash across the neck of the golden holy dragon. Everything went so smoothly. The golden holy dragon's golden scales, its thick neck under that one sword strike, were like tofu offering no resistance. Then the head of the golden holy dragon was cleanly split from its body along the sword mark. Intense ripples spread through the space, as if tearing a hole in a corner of the sky. From the dark vortex, two figures flashed out. They landed on the ground separately. At this moment, Guan Yu looked worried and anxious, quickly rushing to one of the figures. "Old Bluebird, are you injured?" In his anxiety, Douluo coughed twice, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Sword Douluo Qinshin, truly as formidable as his reputation. Could it be that without Ningfengji's enhancement even you can't defeat him? Said Guan Yu. It should be noted that Douluo's soul power level was higher than that of Sword Douluo Qinshin, and at their level, with soul power levels above 95, each level's difference was huge. It was almost impossible to fight across levels like at lower levels, because those who could cultivate to this level had excellent martial souls. Thus, when the difference in martial soul quality was not significant, the gap in soul master's strength was also minimal, making the soul power level all the more critical unless there was a martial soul counter. Douluo still wore a proud smile on his face, his lips curling up as he spoke. Sword Douluo Qinshin is hardly better off. Guanling Douluo quickly turned his gaze towards another figure. Their Sword Douluo Qinshin, dressed in a silver-white robe, appeared extremely disheveled with several tears in his garment. Despite the setback to his fighting spirit, Qinshin's intense sharpness was unmistakable. Crucially, at this moment, Qinshin was wielding his sword in his left hand. His left hand? As the gaze shifted to Qinshin's right side, it became apparent that his right arm, along with its sleeve, was completely missing. However, Qinshin's thoughts and attention were not focused on his right arm but rather on the distant figure holding the Azura demon sword, Guan Yu. As Douluo detonated his own vacuum otherworld, Sword Douluo Qinshin, who had just escaped, witnessed the sword strike delivered by Guan Yu. That strike was powerful, perhaps something that Sword Douluo could have blocked, but the intent behind the sword was something Qinshin had to confront. He sensed a sword intent similar to that of his father Chen Jianjun from that strike. It was a killing sword, the 7 killing sword named for slaughter, yet after Qin Daolu blocked Qin Jianjun's 9 killing characters and counter-killed him, that battle also shattered the invincible image of Qinshin's father in his heart, even making Qinshin doubt whether the killing sword truly was the strongest sword in the world, or if killing intent was really the most powerful fighting spirit. after all he had witnessed his father's defeat. Since then Shinshin had been wandering, seeking to confirm whether the killing sword was indeed the strongest and if there existed something more potent than it in the world. Meanwhile, as Guan Yu's sword decapitated the golden holy dragon, the spirit fusion technique of Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang and the others naturally unraveled, the dazzling golden light dissipated and the golden triangle light column vanished. Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang, Flander and Lu Erlong were all knocked to the ground, spitting out blood and becoming extremely weak. The direct decapitation of the golden holy dragon, which was a severe blow to them, naturally resulted in their heavy injuries. After the backlash injury, a scream was heard. It was Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang clutching his head, rolling continuously on the ground as if enduring immense pain. As the host body of the spirit fusion technique with the golden holy dragon slain, Luo Sanpao was also slain. Although Luo Sanpao could coexist with Yu Xiaojiang, their relationship was more symbiotic. Luo Sanpao's injury and poisoning reflected on Yu Xiaojiang, as proven by the mandrake snake, and this time the damage was more severe. Luo Sanpao died, his spirit shattered, and such pain was unimaginable for Yu Xiaojiang, a mere level 29 waste. However, Ningfengji of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was not affected by the backlash. He knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. Upon seeing Sword Douluo, he quickly ran over to join Sword Douluo Qinshin. Ningfengji also saw the loss of Jian Douluo Qinshin's right arm and suddenly felt a pang of regret. If only he had retreated with Rongrong from the beginning. Perhaps the current defeat would not have occurred and Uncle Jian would not have lost his right hand. Jian Douluo's injury severely impacted Ningfengji. After all, Jian Douluo Qinshin and Bone Douluo Gurong were the 2 main pillars of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan, and neither could afford to be lost. In fact, Jian Douluo Qinshin was even stronger than Bone Douluo Gurong, yet now Jian Douluo's sword-wielding right arm was gone. Could there be no impact? That was absolutely false. The impact was indeed tremendous. Ningfengji, who had lost his usual composure and pride, stood up. With a face full of exhaustion, our 7 treasure glazed tile clan admits defeat. We are willing to withdraw and ask the Spirit Hall to show mercy and spare us and our young girl a way out of life. Qinghuan Douluo nodded at Guangling Douluo, knowing that avoiding a deadly battle with the 7 treasure glazed tile clan was naturally the best option. In truth, killing Ningfengji and Jian Douluo Qinshin, although not feared by the Spirit Hall, would cause a great impact on the continent and might hinder the Spirit Hall's future plans. Thus, Ningfengji's submission was actually giving both sides a way out. Guangling Douluo clearly understood Qinghuan Douluo's intention. Wouldn't it have been better to leave earlier? You had to be beaten up to know to leave. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Guangling Douluo scoffed, then continued, now that you know you're wrong, just scram. At this point, Ningfengji and Jian Douluo Qinshin could only endure the humiliation from Guangling Douluo as they prepared to leave with Ning Rongrong, who was now a crying mess. But then Guan Yu spoke up, to fight when you want and play weak when you lose. You think too highly of yourself. Ningfengji, Jian Douluo Qinshin and many others glared at Guan Yu with anger, but they no longer underestimated him. Instead, they regarded him on an equal footing because Guan Yu's sword had earned everyone's attention. The golden fusion technique, enhanced by 70% by Ningfengji, was slashed by his single sword. No matter how Guan Yu achieved it or where the power came from, as long as it could be utilized by themselves, it was equivalent to possessing Guan Yu himself. May I know if you have any further advice? Guan Yu smiled, but his smile seemed more demonic to those present. Sure enough, Guan Yu's next words stuck in their chests. Sect leader Ning, Jian Douluo and the young miss can leave, but you will have to pay a ransom to our Spirit Hall. A ransom? Ningfengji was stunned. Guan Yu continued smiling. Yes, 100 million gold spirit coins per life. Just bring out 100 million gold spirit coins and sect leader Ning can take someone with him. The 7 treasure glazed tile clan was wealthy. Surely sect leader Ning, Jian Douluo and the young miss were worth 100 million gold spirit coins each. Guangling Douluo's eyes lit up, looking at Guan Yu with some admiration. This kid really knows how to make money. Just asking for 100 million gold spirit coins like that. Qinghuan Douluo also didn't expect Guan Yu to pull such a move but didn't intervene. After all, letting the 7 treasure glazed tile clan bleed a bit wasn't too displeasing to him. Rather than letting them go scot-free, Ningfengji slowly closed his eyes, then said in a deep voice, we don't have that much money on us. Guan Yu maintained his smile throughout. No worries, Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluo and your esteemed daughter can just swear by their martial spirits and you can owe the amount. A daily interest of 20% will suffice. 20% daily interest. Upon hearing this, Ningfengji clenched his fists and glared at Guan Yu. Their 7 treasured glazed tile sect was wealthy but not to the extent that they could easily produce several 100 million gold soul coins. Moving such an amount would severely impact the entire operation of the sect. Time was running out for the 7 treasured glazed tile sect. Guan Yu urged them on. Facing Guan Yu's pressure, Ning Fengji finally had no choice but to agree. He pointed to himself, sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong, then spoke with difficulty. The 3 of us will leave and the gold soul coins will be sent to the spirit hall as soon as possible. Guan Yu tossed out a black gold card. No rush, sect master Ning, you can pay back the money whenever you want, just include the interest, and no need to pay the spirit hall, just deposit everything into this card. The money Guan Yu was asking for was naturally meant for his own coffers, not to be confiscated by the spirit hall. Taking the black gold card from Guan Yu, Ning Fengji, sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong swore by their martial spirits. After swearing, Ning Fengji cast an apologetic glance at the Shrek gang and then prepared to leave with Ning Rongrong. Dad, Ning Rongrong, unable to part without a last look at Oscar from the Shrek gang, finally spoke out. Ning Fengji glanced at Oscar, then back at Ning Rongrong. Having observed everything during the Soul Master tournament, how could Ning Fengji not notice the tension between the two? But this time he still refused, ruthlessly pulling Ning Rongrong away. 1 billion gold soul coins for a son-in-law, impossible. Especially for a food-type soul master. After the people from the 7 treasured glazed tile sect left, only the lonely Shrek gang remained. Lu Erlong was anxiously tending to the pained Yu Xiaozhang. Flender stood up, seeming much older in that moment. Sir, could you possibly spare us a way to live? Guan Yu asked. What? Can Shrek Academy also produce the money? Hearing this, Flender bitter smiled. 1 billion gold soul coins per person. They now have 7 people. How could he possibly come up with such an amount? Not to mention a billion, and she couldn't even produce a tenth of that. Sir, I am willing to trade my own life and all my savings for the others' freedom. Please show mercy, Boss Flender. Teacher, if we are to die, we'll die together. There's no need to beg him. But seeing Guan Yu slightly shake his head, Flender's heart went cold. Finally, the Ice Lancer Douluo took action, firing 3 ice crystal crossbow bolts that killed the suffering Yu Xiaozhang. Lu Erlong holding Yu Xiaozhang contentedly, and the mournful Flender were left. Teacher, the remaining 4 members of Shrek could not help but cry out in sorrow. Ice Lancer Douluo then turned to Guan Yu. Should we also kill these 4? Their talents are quite good. If we leave them, they might become a problem in the future. Guan Yu pointed at the chubby one, Ma Hongjun. Kill him, leave the others. Although the Guangling Douluo didn't know the reasons behind Guan Yu's decision, he complied nonetheless. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was driven mad by the face of death. I'll fight you all. He summoned his phoenix martial spirit, but in the next second he was shot down by Guangling Douluo. The reason Guan Yu decided to spare the others was because Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing hailed from the Star Luo Empire. Now that Qian Rinxue of the Heaven Dou Empire was likely to succeed smoothly, they might be useful in dealing with the Star Luo Empire in the future. As for Oscar, whether for the Martial Spirit Hall team or the Heaven Dou army, a large supply of food was needed, and Oscar, ultimately a genius among food-based soul masters, could be of some use. The only truly useless one was Ma Hongjun. Without the improvement from the immortal herbs and Tang San's cheats, Ma Hongjun was of no use to Guan Yu. Regarding Daimu by Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar, although they now hated him to the bone, Guan Yu generously intended to invite them to drink a cup of Huangquan. Perhaps the Huangquan could effectively improve their relationship. No, it certainly would. Afterwards, under the almost blood-spitting gazes of Dai Mubai's trio, Guan Yu approached the corpses of the 4-inch, using the tenacious right leg bone's devouring skill to absorb all their chi blood and soul power. It must be said, compared to Tang, how their chi blood and soul power were far inferior, but even a mosquito was meat, and it certainly sped up his own cultivation. Shortly after absorbing the 4th, the voice of Shura God resounded in Guan Yu's mind. Eliminate the roots. Judgment executed successfully. The soul bone 9 fox tails evolved to divine level. Following that, a force as powerful and cold as the Shura God's murderous power merged into Guan Yu's body, under which all his soul bones joyously revealed themselves. The broad blood feather wings on his back, the Medusa gazing head soul bone, the tenacious right leg bone, yet the star this time was the 9 fox tails on Guan Yu's back, which underwent a qualitative change. The 9 fox tails detached from Guan Yu's rear and connected tail to head behind him, each transforming into 9 dark red fiery circles resembling burning flames. These 9 dark red fiery circles formed a backdrop behind Guan Yu, somewhat like the halo behind Buddha's head, only Guan Yu's were 9 dark red fiery grand circles. With the evolution of the 9 fox tails to divine level, the data I also provided subsequent data analysis, among which Guan Yu noticed that the name of the 9 fox tails had changed once again. Divine level soul bone blood feather wings, divine level soul bone Shura 9 wheels, tenacious right leg bone Medusa head soul bone with a 21% probability of soul bone fusion technique, just as Guan Yu had anticipated. Once a soul bone ascended to divine level, the probability of generating a soul bone fusion technique would increase, and also by an additional 10%. However, something unexpected also happened. The 9 fox tails, having ascended to divine level, underwent a huge transformation, becoming the external soul bone Shura 9 wheels. It's somewhat like the sea god's 8 wings, detached from the body yet constantly hovering behind it. The Azura 9 wheels also seem quite impressive. Feeling the intense icy and emotionless aura emanating from Guan Yu, even the Qinghuan Douluo and Guanling Douluo slightly changed their expressions. This aura, unlike anything earthly, truly belonged to a deity. As direct descendants of the Chen Dao Flo and other ministers of the Spirit Hall who had witnessed the power of the angel god, they had grown even more devout in their faith towards the angel god. Although Guan Yu had told them the truth before coming, that this mission to kill Shi Lake was for his divine assessment, and although they did not understand why such a divine assessment would involve killing such trash as loyal followers of the angel god, Qinghuan Douluo and Guanling Douluo harbored a subconscious belief that the god could never be wrong. Everything arranged by God had its reasons. Indeed, after killing Yishao Gang of Shi Lake, Guan Yu truly gained formidable divine power. Furthermore, the divine aura on Guan Yu occasionally gave them a feeling even more potent than that of the angel god. At this moment, Guan Yu was also carefully assessing the changes brought about by the Azura 9 wheels. The most direct change was the tremendous enhancement of Guan Yu's spiritual power, now comparable to a titled Douluo, and not just any titled Douluo but one at the level of a 96th level titled Douluo. There would be time later to familiarize himself with the soul bone. Currently, Guan Yu approached Qinghuan Douluo. Third keeper grandfather, are your injuries alright? Qinghuan Douluo glanced at Guan Yu, squinted his eyes and shook his head. It's fine. The sword aura from Jin Douluo Chen Xin is troublesome, but a period of quiet recuperation should suffice, and this battle has been greatly beneficial to me. Guan Yu nodded. Indeed, sometimes encountering a good opponent and having a vigorous fight could be more beneficial than years of arduous training. At this moment, Guanling Douluo spoke up. Little Yu, could you retract your soul bone? It's dazzling. Guan Yu smiled and in the next moment retracted his divine soul bones, the Azura 9 wheels and blood feather wings, back into his body. Then, the trio headed towards the Spirit Hall. As for Dai Mubai and the others, they were escorted by the people of the Slaughter City and imprisoned there, as Slaughter City was truly Guan Yu's stronghold, where his words were law, far more comfortable than in the Spirit Hall. In the Spirit Hall, the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong was meditating with her eyes closed, slowly healing from the injuries sustained in her battle with Tang Hao. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the Pope's chamber. Opening her eyes and seeing the visitor, Bibi Dong could feel her originally stable aura suddenly shift. This person had been tasked by Bibi Dong to secretly monitor, protect Yishao Gang, and in decades he had never once returned, yet now he suddenly appeared to report back with his gaze shifty and elusive. Bibi Dong harbored a dreadful suspicion. Speak, Bibi Dong commanded coldly. The man swallowed hard, his throat moving visibly under the pressure, and finally he spoke. Your Holiness, Elder Yu and the Shrek party were ambushed on their way to the Star Luo Empire. Elder Yu has perished. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's entire being momentarily froze. The usually icy woman felt as if her long-sealed heart had stopped beating. Uncontrollably, memories she wished to forget but couldn't escape flooded her mind. Before she knew it, tears traitorously slid down her cheeks. Who was responsible? Why did you not intervene? The messenger hadn't anticipated that the death of Elder Yu would strike such a blow to Her Holiness. Curbing his own curiosity, he recounted everything that had happened. Your Holiness, it was not just anyone who intercepted Elder Yu. It was the 3rd and 5th worshippers and the grandson of the 5th. Facing them, your subordinate dared not. Those old fools and that boy again. Bibi Dong thought of the moment at the end of the Soul Master contest when Guan Yu had attacked Yu Xiaojiang. Had she not intervened, Yu Xiaojiang would have died then. Bibi Dong had not expected Guan Yu to harbor such deep malice, nor that the 3rd and 5th worshippers would actually accompany him in the ambush. Bibi Dong felt regret and helplessness. She couldn't possibly arrange for a titled Douluo to secretly protect Yu Xiaojiang. Arranging a soul Douluo was already her limit, unable to contain her inner sorrow. Bibi Dong had never truly let go of Yu Xiaojiang, as evident from the original anime. With a swift motion amidst her sorrow, Bibi Dong's aura grew colder. At that moment she manifested her second martial soul, the devouring spider emperor. Her forehead bore dark green spider web markings and a crystalline green glow spread from her body. Behind her appeared 3 pairs of dark green spider legs. Her arms transformed into similar dark green spears, and her lower body was completely enveloped in a green glow. Seeing this, the messenger had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Bibi Dong's icy gaze fixed on him. He's dead and you dare to live. You fear the elders of the worship hall but dare to defy my orders. Your holiness, spare my life. As Bibi Dong approached, the man tried to run but found himself unknowingly trapped in a formation, a web that rendered him immobile. Your majesty, please spare me, he pleaded. After a moment, Bibi Dong inhaled sharply, her aura turning even colder, somewhat resembling Guan Yu's murderous intent, yet it seemed to contain much more. Guan Yu, the old fools of the worship hall, I will destroy you all someday. Meanwhile, in Guan Yu's residence, he was continuously familiarizing himself with his newly evolved divine-grade soul bone. It must be said, under the compulsion of the Yellow Springs Dew, the killers from the city of slaughter were quite diligent in their tasks, quickly locating the village gambler Zhang San and the city's poison user Li Si. In the city known for its ruthlessness, taking a life was merely the simplest of instincts. The deaths of Zhang San and Li Si stirred some sensation in their village and city, but on the grand scale of the continent it was just a minor ripple. Yet their demise contributed 2 more divine soul bones to Guan Yu, the indomitable right leg bone and the Medusa stare skull, both upgraded to divine status following executions that ended gambling and drug addiction respectively. With these additions, the probability of activating a soul bone fusion technique had soared to 41%. Guan Yu couldn't help but sigh at the thought. When he first learned of this probability from the eye of calculation, it was a mere 0.0001%. After years of enhancements, reaching 41% felt incredibly close. Every day, this probability meant that waking up the soul bone fusion technique was 41% likely, yet this very chance of 41% had eluded Guan Yu for 2 full weeks, making him doubt whether it was his luck or some flaw in the probability. One day, as Guan Yu was getting accustomed to his blood feather wings in the sky, a pleasant voice finally rang in his mind, announcing the activation of the soul bone fusion technique with the blood feather wings, the Azura 9 rounds, the Medusa stare skull and the indomitable right leg bone. As the fusion technique activated, Guan Yu had not yet descended from the sky when his soul bones began to transform. The most significant change was his blood feather wings. They split into pieces and reassembled into shoulder armor on Guan Yu's shoulders, forming a dark red cape on his back. The Medusa stare skull appeared prominently, resembling a warrior's helmet that fully protected his head, with a faceplate that shielded his features, revealing only the eerie red light from the eye sockets, and a sword-shaped pattern on the forehead. The indomitable right leg bone transformed into a high boot reaching his knee, with additional armor around his thigh. The soul bone fusion technique was akin to wearing a set of soul bone armor. Looking down at the transformation, Guan Yu planned to quickly absorb the spirited left leg bone from the Haotian sect. With only the right leg covered, he felt as if he was wearing a shoe on one foot and none on the other, which severely affected his appearance. After examining the fused soul bone armor, Guan Yu felt quite satisfied. Although not all soul bones were complete and the armor had significant gaps, the parts he wore hinted at the style of the full set. A dark red color scheme with a cape and the Azura 9 rounds, which indeed looked quite impressive. The soul bone fusion technique is merely a set of armor? No, when Guan Yu activates the soul bone fusion technique, the information he receives is far more than that. Armor is just the physical manifestation of the soul bone fusion technique. The real fusion technique is something else entirely. At this moment, Guan Yu feels like he's opening a mystery box. After anticipating the soul bone fusion technique for so long, there's a fear of disappointment. Finally, after carefully sensing the skills contained within the soul bone fusion technique, Guan Yu takes a deep breath. There's good news and bad news. According to Guan Yu's habit, let's start with the bad news. The bad news is that all the skills of the soul bone fusion technique are passive. There are no active offensive skills. The term used here is all skills. That means the soul bone fusion technique is not just 1 inch but 3. This is also the good news. Soul bone fusion technique, absolute power. all skills, soul ring skills, soul bone skills, domain skills, self-created soul skills, etc. Effect increased by 100%. Given that the current completion rate of the soul bone fusion technique is 4-7, about 57.14%, the skill effect is an increase of 57.14% for all skills. Absolute armor enhances the wearer's defense by 100%, and when attacked, including mental attacks, it reflects 50% of the damage back to the attacker. With the current completion rate of 4-7, about 57.14%, the skill effect enhances the wearer's defense by 57.14%, and when attacked, including mental attacks, it reflects 28.57% of the damage back to the attacker. Absolute spirit. When facing fatal damage, there is a 10% chance to preserve vitality, lock blood, and if the host dies from fatal damage, they will resurrect on the spot after 4 minutes, restoring 100% of their own state. The cooldown time depends on the manner of death. With the current completion rate of 4/7, about 57.14%, the skill effect is a 5.71% chance to preserve vitality when facing fatal damage, and upon dying the host will resurrect on the spot after 4 minutes, restoring 57.14% of their own state, with the cooldown time depending on the manner of death. As Guan Yu digests this information, is he disappointed? Certainly, as the long-anticipated soul bone fusion technique lacks any active attack skills. Is he happy? Yes, because each of these 3 skills is strong, and although passive, their value is indeed very high. An enhancement of 100% in skill effects is significant. Even his self-created soul skills are strengthened, which also enhances Guan Yu's attack power. Now, the most direct manifestation for Guan Yu is that upon activating his first soul skill, the original number of bolts was 81, but under the soul bone fusion state, the number of Guan Yu's bolts directly reached 127. 81x 1 plus 57.14% equals 127. After increasing the range of his second soul skill, the original shooting range of the repeating crossbow already reached 700 meters, but now under the soul bone fusion state, Guan Yu's shooting range directly reached 1,100 meters. 700x 1 plus 57.14% equals 1100. This calculation is straightforward. Like other skills such as psychic attacks, celestial fire, and the like, the damage has also been enhanced, but that is not something that can be simply reflected by numbers. As for the 5th soul skill, split, the number of split crossbow arrows has indeed increased, including the number of clones, which also increased proportionally. Now Guan Yu can split into 9 physical clones. As for the absolute armor skill, in Guan Yu's view, it resembles an enhanced version of reflective armor, boosting his own defense while also returning damage to the attacker, which is quite practical. Moreover, a 50% damage reflection is not low at all. Anyone who has played games knows that 50% damage reflection is quite overpowered, especially since it includes a severe injury effect, which is considered true damage. The final skill, Absolute Spirit, is akin to a revival armor, only enhanced with a small probability of locking health. Some might question, since it can revive, isn't locking health superfluous? Clearly, it is not. Revival has a cooldown period, it's not available every time, whereas locking health has a 10% chance of activation with each attack. Even now, if Guan Yu were to have his throat cut, there's a 10% chance he would survive. The cooldown period for the revival effect depends on the manner of death, that is, how you die determines the cooldown length. If it's from having one's throat slit, the cooldown might be just a few days, but if one is blown to bits, though it doesn't affect the possibility of revival, the cooldown for the skill might extend to several years, or there might not even be a next opportunity to use it. Besides, Guan Yu also noticed something about the completion of the soul bone fusion technique. Currently at 4/7, it means Guan Yu has obtained 4 soul bones, while a full soul bone set should consist of 7 pieces, head, torso, limbs plus external soul bones. But now Guan Yu has 2 external soul bones, meaning at least 8 soul bones in total. Will the soul bone fusion technique reach 8/7, and will its effects exceed 100%? However, these are concerns for later. In just under a month he has acquired 4 divine level soul bones, and naturally it will take a considerable amount of time to adapt to the surge in power. After all, power only truly belongs to you when it's in your hands. If Guan Yu doesn't adapt to these divine level soul bones, he might make the same blunder as before during a crash. Thus, in the next half year, Guan Yu focused on stabilizing his strength. As he became more proficient with the enhanced divine level soul bones, Guan Yu's power also increased exponentially. During this half year, Guan Yu's soul power level had already reached level 70. prepared for the soul ring required at level 70. It was none other than the God-given soul ring from the Shura god. The ultimate age of the God-given soul ring would be determined by Guan Yu's physical tolerance. Therefore, before this, Guan Yu would first need to absorb the Haotian sect's spirited left leg bone, soul bone, a soul bone of over 90,000 years once absorbed would also enhance Guan Yu's physical tolerance, possibly extending the age of the seventh soul ring he could absorb. The seventh soul ring is crucial for the manifestation of one's martial soul true body, and naturally, the older the seventh soul ring, the better it suits. The God-given soul ring could be said to satisfy these criteria excellently. On this day, the radiant feather Douluo was called by Guan Yu to act as a protector. Although they were in the Hall of Martial Souls, it's always good to have someone by your side for protection, otherwise, if something unexpected happens, there would be no one to even retrieve the body. Guan Yu's hand slid over the soul guidance device and he pulled out a fiery red and spirited left leg bone brimming with fighting spirit. As for the massive savage tremor right arm bone, it was given to radiant feather Douluo. In reality, the massive savage tremor right arm bone would have been more suitable for Qianjun Douluo or exorcist Douluo, but such is human nature, we tend to favor those closer to us. Since radiant feather Douluo had a closer relationship, Guan Yu naturally gave him the soul bone that he didn't need himself. Whether radiant feather Douluo would absorb it himself or pass it on to someone else was not for Guan Yu to worry about. As soon as the soul power made contact with the spirited left leg bone, the moment they connected, the power of the spirited left leg bone began to surge crazily into Guan Yu's body. This influx of power was rapid but not violent or savage, it felt more like passion. As the soul bone's power was absorbed by Guan Yu, the spirited left leg bone gradually appeared on his own left leg. Guan Yu felt a surge of joy, as if the soul bone being absorbed by him was more valuable than being confined. It was the latent emotion of the soul bone, perhaps due to the characteristics of the spirited left leg bone. Even though it reached the 90,000-year level, it was absorbed much more smoothly than the Medusa staring skull. The whole process took only about 20 minutes, and Guan Yu had absorbed the 90,000-year level spirited left leg bone. After the absorption, Guan Yu felt an increase in confidence. Could the soul bone influence his emotions? No wonder the soul bone could immunize against negative weakening states. No wonder it could make one fight more bravely. Rather than calling it the spirited left leg bone, it might as well be called the chicken blood left leg bone. A single soul bone transforms someone into being always full of fighting spirit. This power-type soul bone also greatly enhanced Guan Yu's body. At this moment, as Guan Yu executed the soul bone fusion skill, the spirited left leg bone in its excitement transformed into a high boot knight's combat boot with thigh armor circling around. Looking down at his feet, Guan Yu felt relieved that he finally had matching shoes on both feet, avoiding the awkwardness of before. Arms and other parts weren't as critical, but having different attire on each leg was truly unsightly. Radiant feathered Douluo watched from the side, repeatedly amazed. Guan Yu had brought too many miracles to radiant feather Douluo, so much so that his capacity to endure surprises had multiplied manifold. Now looking at Guan Yu beneath radiant feather Douluo's youthful appearance, there was nothing but relief and joy. At this point, Guan Yu's strength had even surpassed his own happiness about his own strength. After adjusting himself to the best state and preparing everything, Guan Yu then took out the God-given soul ring that he had left behind in the city of slaughter from the soul guidance device. Is this the divine soul ring? Observing the glowing orb in Guan Yu's hands, the Guangling Douluo couldn't help but express his amazement. A divine soul ring transcending common reason and embodying the power of gods was something Guangling Douluo had only seen once before on the young Grand Elder Qiandooliu. Among the 7 Grand Elders, only Qiandooliu and the second Elder, Giant Crocodile Douluo, possessed 100,000-year soul rings. Giant Crocodile Douluo had obtained his by slaying a 100,000-year Crocodile King, whereas Qiandooliu had been granted his through a divine trial by the angel god. Decades later, seeing a divine soul ring again, this time with Guan Yu, filled Guangling Douluo with complex emotions. Although his feelings were mixed, this was the first time Guangling Douluo felt no concern for Guan Yu's safety. Since a divine soul ring does not exceed the absorber's tolerance limit, it would bring some pain but not endanger life. For ordinary soul masters, the 7th soul ring represents a qualitative leap, allowing the release of the martial soul true body, unleashing the most formidable power of the martial soul itself. For Guan Yu, however, the 7th soul ring meant even more, as it also encompassed the killing domain. The seventh soul ring is incredibly important for the domain, as only with the martial soul true body can the domain skills truly be utilized, and the quality of this seventh soul ring undoubtedly determines the power of those skills. At this moment, Guan Yu, in the state of soul bone fusion technique, also unleashed his own killing domain. Without physical clones to assist this time, to display his peak condition, all physical clones had merged with Guan Yu's main body. With a crack, the red orb in front of Guan Yu shattered and dense red mist spread like pouring over every corner of Guan Yu's body, enveloping his figure. Only the Azura demon sword pattern on his forehead shone with a bizarre red light, still distinctly visible. As the red mist around Guan Yu thickened, strands of dark red threads could be vaguely seen starting to wrap tightly around his body. Nearly half of the red mist transformed into threads, continuously weaving around his body. With these dark red threads weaving, subtle fluctuations appeared on Guan Yu's face, and his soul power was released without reservation. The Azura 9 cycles and Medusa's head soul bone focused Guan Yu's mental energy entirely in his mind, making his concentration and resilience unprecedented. Meanwhile, the self-healing ability of his tough right leg bone activated, allowing Guan Yu to repair any physical damage under the immense pressure of the divine soul ring. Since Guan Yu was already in the state of soul bone fusion technique and the killing domain, the starting point of this divine soul ring was exceptionally high, if Guan Yu was not mistaken. This divine soul ring initially had 150,000 years. Around his body, the circles formed by those red threads were the embryonic form of this seventh soul ring. Feeling the aura far exceeding 100,000 years, Guangling Douluo rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, Guan Yu's seventh soul ring was yet another 100,000-year ring. With the addition of the seventh soul ring, Guan Yu now possesses 300,000-year soul rings. A soul saint at level 70 with 300,000-year soul rings? It's almost unimaginable. Under the effect of the soul bone fusion technique, Guan Yu's defense is enhanced, continuously resisting the immense pressure from the divine soul ring. Over time, as Guan Yu counters each challenge, the age of the divine soul ring slowly increases. Time ticks away second by second. At this moment, Guan Yu's forehead is covered with a layer of fine sweat beads, which shockingly are red in color. Unconsciously, in the struggle against the divine soul ring, Guan Yu's skin has started to bleed outward due to the extreme pressure of the divine soul ring. The trembling of Guan Yu's body indicates the immense pain he is enduring. At this moment, Guan Yu has only one determination: to persevere. In the past, the age of a soul ring depended on the soul beast hunted, but this time the age of the seventh soul ring is determined by Guan Yu's endurance. In other words, Guan Yu himself can decide the quality and age of his seventh soul ring. The longer he holds on, the stronger his future potential. Therefore, for the sake of the future, Guan Yu decides to fight to his limit and endure until he reaches his extreme. Under the repeated pressures of the divine soul ring, the breathless Guan Yu suddenly experiences a moment of relief, as if a barrier has been broken. 200,000 years. That feeling just now was actually the divine soul ring breaking through from 100,000 to 200,000 years. After a soul beast surpasses 100,000 years, every additional 100,000 years marks a significant boundary, so a soul ring of over 200,000 years and one of 100,000 years differ substantially in quality. In the world of soul beasts, those of 100,000 years are already rare, and those of 200,000 years or more are even scarcer. Even Guangling Douluo, standing by, can feel that Guan Yu's soul ring seems to have received a significant boost, with soul force fluctuations now even surpassing those of the Grand Elder Qian Douluo and Giant Crocodile Douluo with their 100,000-year soul rings. It is known that those two have the 9th soul ring, while Guan Yu only has his 7th. According to the principle of increasing age of soul rings, Guan Yu's potential undoubtedly surpasses both of them by a lot. Guangling Douluo can see that Guan Yu is still persevering, just as he thought before. Each of Guan Yu's previous soul rings was extraordinary, so why would this 7th soul ring be any different? Hastily concluded. Now, Guangling Douluo naturally cannot stop any of Guan Yu's choices. He just watches the figure struggling in the red mist and murmurs softly, "Little you charge now, for there might not be another chance." As the age of the soul ring continues to increase, the bleeding from Guan Yu's body becomes more severe, which is why he appears in red attire under the state of soul bone fusion technique. Otherwise, one might see that he has already turned into a blood man. Even the god-tier resilience of his right leg bone, along with the 100% skill enhancement from the soul bone fusion technique's rapid healing skill, cannot prevent the damage and bleeding across Guan Yu's body. If anyone else were in his shoes, they would likely have succumbed to the immense pressure and perished by now. 29,000 years. Although Guan Yu felt he had reached the limits of his endurance, he continued to persevere. Having already endured for 29,000 years, why not strive for that 30,000-year mark? His obsessive-compulsive disorder wouldn't allow him to quit. Thus, Guan Yu kept enduring, and as the age of his soul ring continued to increase, his body began to stoop within the red mist, slowly bending over. His helmet obscured his face, but his tightly clenched fists were dripping with blood. 29,900 years. Guan Yu was now half kneeling on the ground, observed by Guangling Douluo, who saw blood already spilled all around. It was painful to watch, but now was not the time to urge Guan Yu to give up, because he was hanging on by his last breath. If he gave up now, all would be lost. Hang in there, little you. Worst comes to worst, you'll just lie in bed and I'll take care of you. It's not like you haven't been there before. As Guan Yu drew closer to the 30,000-year mark, the pressure from the God-given soul ring increased enormously. He felt as though a small mountain was pressing down on him, about to burst him open. Under this immense pressure, Guan Yu could no longer hold on. His soul bones began to creak and his cranial helmet shattered, revealing his pale, blood-streaked face as blood burst forth in a spray. Little Yu, in his collapse, Guan Yu's face showed a grim, resolute smile. Then, under Guangling Douluo's watch, he did something that would haunt Guangling Douluo for a lifetime. Using the last of his strength and soul power, Guan Yu severed his own heart meridian. Little Yu, Guan Yu's body lost all support, his vitality instantly dissipated, and the sudden turn of events completely dumbfounded Guangling Douluo. What was supposed to be a soul ring enhancement ended in sudden demise. I never saw you as faint-hearted. In that moment, Guangling Douluo felt his world collapse. Was this a case of the older generation mourning the younger? Even the usually optimistic Guangling Douluo was struggling to cope. Little Yu. As Guangling Douluo was stunned, he failed to notice that the absorption of the soul ring was still continuing. 4 minutes later, with his face tear-streaked, Guangling Douluo witnessed another horrifying event. The deceased Guan Yu painfully stood up again. Although he wasn't back to his peak, Guangling Douluo could feel that Guan Yu's condition had improved from the brink of collapse to a somewhat better state. In the final phase, Guan Yu had tried everything, and when all seemed lost, he suddenly remembered his soul bone fusion skill, the absolute spirit. Indeed, he was at the end of his rope, so why not die and start anew? After resurrecting with the absolute spirit, he could recover his own state. Now that Guan Yu has absorbed the spirited left leg bone, his body has reached a total of 5 soul bones, and the effect of the soul bone fusion technique has also reached May 7th, which is 71.43%. After using the absolute spirit resurrection, Guan Yu's physical condition can be restored directly from the brink of collapse to 71.43%. In order to break through the 300,000-year limit, Guan Yu had no choice but to proceed in this manner. The damaged flesh and bones within his body miraculously recovered. Although not back to peak condition, the restored state after resurrection also greatly boosted Guan Yu's confidence. Even without the need to encourage himself, the emotional drive from the spirited left leg bone was enough. Leveraging his elevated physical state at that moment, Guan Yu launched another charge. At the threshold of the 300,000-year God-given soul ring, with one determined effort, with this final push from Guan Yu, the previously solid barrier finally shattered. 300,000 years. By then, Guan Yu was utterly exhausted, but he succeeded. The 7th soul ring, the age limit, 300,000 years. As the red circle marking the 300,000-year limit slowly formed beside Guan Yu, a terrifying pressure swept out. At this moment, both the Pope's Hall and the Offering Hall sensed it. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong, clad in a purple robe, couldn't help but narrow her eyes, her gaze fixed on the summit of the martial soul mountain's Pope's Hall. Her slender jade hand, clutching the scepter, tightened again before she closed her eyes once more. Being closer, the ministers in the Offering Hall also felt the recent fluctuation. It seems that Xiaoyu's 7th soul ring has been successfully absorbed, and he has officially entered the level of a 70-level soul saint, Xinghuan Douluo said. Jiangma Douluo also chuckled. How old is Xiaoyu now? An 18-year-old soul saint. This is truly a miracle on the continent, even the young master at this age. Jiangma Douluo hadn't finished speaking when Shenjun Douluo quickly interrupted him. Old 7-inch, stop talking nonsense. But then Shenjun Douluo also expressed his doubt. Xiaoyu's 7th soul ring is not weak, far surpassing the 10,000-year level. Could it be a 100,000-year soul ring? But recently, there hasn't been any news of Xiaoyu and the 5th brother obtaining any 100,000-year soul beast. Genie Douluo also nodded slightly. Guan Yu's seventh soul ring is not only at the 100,000-year level, but it is also much stronger than my own 100,000-year Crocodile King's soul ring. While everyone was somewhat puzzled, Douluo finally spoke from above. It's a God-given soul ring. What a clever little guy, actually using the God-given soul ring as his seventh soul ring. He has had the soul ring for a long time but chose not to absorb it during the sixth soul ring, but to do so for the seventh. Knowing that Guan Yu used the God-given soul ring as his own seventh soul ring, even Douluo was curious about Guan Yu's current strength. The God-given soul ring generates the most suitable soul ring, and its age limit will also be the absorber's endurance limit. All these factors together will show that Guan Yu's martial soul true body will be the most perfect, the most powerful. The dividing line for a soul master is the 70-level soul saint level, because once a soul master reaches level 70, they can use the martial soul true body, and only then can they maximize the development and use of the power of the martial soul. At this moment, inside Guan Yu's residence, he leaned on the Zhuge crossbow with one hand, and it was a massive Zhuge crossbow. One of the most direct manifestations of the martial soul true body is enlargement. Therefore, the size of the Zhuge crossbow now under Guan Yu's martial soul true body had undergone an astonishing transformation. The length of the crossbow, which should now be referred to as its height when it stands on the ground, was nearly 2 meters. The huge bow and sturdy bowstring exuded a sense of overwhelming power. The arrow box had turned into a cubic meter in size, seemingly large enough to fit a person inside. Zhuge crossbow, it now resembled a Zhuge great crossbow more. The enlargement of the martial soul only brought a bit of shock to Guan Yu. What he cared more about was the seventh soul skill of the martial soul true body. As a 300,000-year soul ring, it must bring a significant enhancement to Guan Yu, right? Meanwhile, Guangling Douluo, having seen Guan Yu fully absorb the seventh soul ring, couldn't help but repeatedly observe the soul ring, which was far more vibrant in red than the previous 6. Finally, he couldn't resist asking Zhao Yuzi, "How are you feeling?" At this moment, Guan Yu was entirely relying on the Zhuge crossbow for support. Although it was a God-given soul ring that wouldn't endanger his life, the forced absorption to the limit had severely damaged his body. "Grandpa, I'm okay, I won't die." Guangling Douluo suddenly recalled a bizarre moment during Guan Yu's soul ring absorption. His delicate youthful face had turned deathly pale in an instant. "Zhao Yuzi, that thing just now." Under the state of the Zhuge crossbow martial soul true-bodied Guan Yu's body was extremely weak. Seeing the grim expression on Guangling Douluo's face, Guan Yu guessed that the old man must have been frightened by him. He then patiently explained his soul bone fusion skill's resurrection ability to Guangling Douluo. Such personal soul skills are typically kept secret by soul masters because once exposed, they could be easily targeted. However, having spent a long time together, Guan Yu felt that Guangling Douluo truly cared for him, so there was no need to hide certain abilities from him. What, a resurrection skill? There's such an ability. Initially, Guangling Douluo thought Guan Yu had managed to get up because he hadn't completely died, but now he was being told that he had indeed died and was then resurrected. Resurrection? This is indeed shocking in the Douluo continent. Guangling Douluo didn't know, but Guan Yu was aware that Bibi Dong's immortality also possessed a resurrection ability, although that too had a time limit and couldn't be used continuously. During the explanation to Guangling Douluo, Guan Yu also learned about the cooldown time of the absolute spirit from the soul bone fusion skill. 2 days. After dying and resurrecting by severing the heart meridian, the skill's cooldown time is 2 days, not too long. Before Guangling Douluo could fully digest Guan Yu's resurrection ability, he asked about the age of Guan Yu's 7th soul ring. "Zhao Yuzi, how many years is your 7th soul ring?" I felt it was much stronger than the 100,000-year soul rings of the chief elder and the second elder. Guan Yu did not hide it. 300,000 years, Grandpa, my 7th soul ring is 300,000 years. 300,000 years is quite impressive. Wait, what did you say? Your 7th soul ring is 300,000 years old? Light Feather Douluo's mouth gaped open in shock, his face a picture of disbelief. When he first encountered the 100,000-year-old splitting goo insect mother, Light Feather had wanted to keep it as his 7th soul ring. At that time, the little fellow was unwilling, claiming he could find better, and now it turned out he was right. The 7th soul ring was indeed 300,000 years old. Taking a deep breath, Light Feather Douluo calmed his emotions before continuing to inquire. With a 300,000-year 7th ring, your martial soul true body must be stronger than others. Light Feather smiled slightly. it's decent. My martial soul true body can enhance my attributes by 200% and also grants the Zhuge crossbow a 50% defense penetration, including spiritual, and that's total defense penetration, not just additional. Those who have played understand the difference. Hiss, light feather. Douluo gasped in shock, at a loss for words. With light feather strength, once he gained these enhancements, who among the soul Douluos could be his match? Even the titled Douluos might not stand a chance. This is just decent? Little Yuzi, I think you're being modest. Light feather hadn't yet told light feather Douluo about the stacking effects of the absolute strength from the soul bone fusion skill. If light feather gathered all the soul bone fusion skill would increase the effect by 100%, meaning light feather's martial soul true body could enhance attributes by 400% and grant the Zhuge crossbow 100% defense penetration. With 100% defense penetration, that means in the future those like the elephant armor sect who focus on defense would be nothing more than a slightly larger piece of tofu in front of light feather. No one could withstand light feather's attacks with just their martial soul or body. They would need to counter light feather's attacks with soul skills or other means. Resistance was futile. After some more pleasantries, seeing that light feather's injuries were not too severe and were healing under the effect of the resilient right leg bone, light feather Douluo could not help but leave to go to the temple to report and praise. As for light feather, he was slowly digesting the benefits the seventh soul ring brought him. At night, light feather began to carefully plan his next steps. Now that he had 5 soul bones with the attached soul bone skull and right leg bone all being divine, only the left leg bone was not. He had already executed judgment on Tang Hao Yu Xiao Zhang Zheng San Li Si. To evolve the left leg bone to divine, he would need to find a way to kill another. Bula Chen Douluo Snow Knight Emperor Tang San. Logically, the easiest target should be Bulu. But somehow, after all this time, the people of the city of slaughter had yet to find Bu-Er. Because of the existence of the divine exam, light feather concluded that Bu-Er was not dead. Where could this guy have gone? As light feather pondered, a blood-red bat flew into his room through the window that was left open. This was a unique messaging method from the city of slaughter. To absorb the 7th soul ring, light feather had recalled all his physical clones, including the one enjoying benefits in the city of slaughter. Hence, for now, light feather could only receive messages from the female manager of the city of slaughter. The message instantly turned Guan Yu's joyful expression, brought on by acquiring his 7th soul ring, into a chilling grimace. An uprising had erupted in the city of slaughter, his personal stronghold, demanding his immediate return. Unlike his position in the spirit hall where he had not yet grasped full power, the city of slaughter was under his direct command. Power in the spirit hall was granted to him by Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue, and what is given can also be taken away. Yet Guan Yu hadn't anticipated that his physical avatar's departure would lead to chaos. The very next day, Guan Yu headed straight for the city of slaughter. This time, he brought none of the Spirit Hall's followers with him, partly to maintain his own dignity. Sometimes one must uphold their honor most before their own people, let alone before those from the Spirit Hall. He couldn't let them think he was incapable of controlling his own city. Moreover, Guan Yu's strength had now reached the level of a 70-level soul saint, his combat power nearly matching that of a titled Douluo. With all his cards played right, defeating a titled Douluo was not out of the question. Upon entering the city of slaughter, the first thing Guan Yu heard was the widespread wailing. Some people were injured and lying on the ground, others were missing arms and legs. Regardless of the extent of their injuries or their weakness, the wails seemed unrelated to their physical pain. Observing their condition, Guan Yu recognized the symptoms of addiction to the Yellow Springs Dew. It was evident from their wounds that a fight had taken place here before. As Guan Yu surveyed everything, some sharp-eyed individuals spotted him, their expressions lighting up with hope. Word spread quickly, and soon everyone was desperately pleading with him. King of Slaughter, give us the Yellow Springs Dew. I swear my loyalty to you, King of Slaughter, please give me the path to Yellow Springs Dew. Seeing these people, who had abandoned everything to beg him, Guan Yu's heart remained unmoved as he made his way directly to the Grand Hall of the city of slaughter. It was crucial for him to find out exactly what had happened here. However, upon entering the Grand Hall, Guan Yu was met with a familiar scene. The female supervisor who had helped him control the city of slaughter and ensured its smooth operation was lying in a fit of delirium inside the Grand Hall, twisting and moaning. Upon seeing Guan Yu, she crawled towards him, even more agitated than those outside, uncontrollably pleading, "My king, quickly, give me the Yellow Springs Dew." Everything was reminiscent of when Guan Yu had ousted the former king of slaughter Tang Chen and taken over the city. The female supervisor's addiction to the Yellow Springs Dew had resurfaced. Although Guan Yu had recalled his physical avatar, he had kept the means to acquire Yellow Springs Dew from the Hell Road. But why was everyone so desperately craving it? Suppressing all his doubts, Guan Yu gestured, and a cup appeared in his hand. As he concentrated on extracting a cup of Yellow Springs Dew from the Hell Road, he discovered an inexplicable force interfering with his thoughts, severing his connection with the Hell Road. Huang Quandu was not summoned into the cup by Guan Yu either. There was a problem with the Hell Path. Seeing the female supervisor's dazed eyes and her convulsing body, Guan Yu knew he couldn't get any useful information under these circumstances. Lacking Huang Quandu, he had no choice but to take out a herb that could calm a person instantly. After taking the herb, the female supervisor barely regained her composure thanks to its effects. Without any superfluous words, Guan Yu directly asked, "What has happened in the city of slaughter during this period?" The female supervisor respectfully bowed to Guan Yu, her eyes filled with awe. "My king, since your departure we do not know from when, but we have lost contact with the Hell Path, resulting in a loss of Huang Quandu supply. Without the supply of Huang Quandu, some people in the city of slaughter could not endure and uncontrollably led an attack on the Great Hall. Thankfully, the terrifying knights defended it and held them back. Considering the severity of the situation, we immediately sent a message to you hoping you could return soon to take control." Slowly walking to the seat in the Great Hall, Guan Yu sat down and narrowed his eyes as he listened to the supervisor. Lost contact with the Hell Path. Guan Yu quickly thought of the energy that had blocked his thoughts earlier. Since Tang Chen's departure, Guan Yu, who possessed the domain of slaughter, had been the highest authority user in the city of slaughter. Who else could block him? Either their permission in the city of slaughter was higher than his, or their strength was greater, or both. The sword mark on Guan Yu's forehead flashed with light, and with the Azura magic sword appearing in his hand, Guan Yu tried once again to connect to the Hell Path with the sword's power. Although it was somewhat better than before, he still couldn't break through the layer of energy covering it. The Hell Path was the core of the city of slaughter, not only where Huang Quandu was located but also the source of power for the city's vast domain array and its operations. If there were issues with the Hell Path, it would be a catastrophic blow to the city of slaughter. After unsuccessful attempts, Guan Yu immediately created a physical clone which then followed Guan Yu's instructions to go to the Hell Slaughter Field. After all, the entrance to the Hell Path was at the Hell Slaughter Field, with a massive infusion of soul power and chi into the central array of the Hell Slaughter Field. This time there were no accidents, and the passage to the Hell Path successfully appeared without being blocked by that energy. As Guan Yu's physical clone re-entered the Hell Path, Guan Yu was then able to understand everything about the Hell Path through the clone. However, after surveying the Hell Path, the clone found nothing unusual. Since Guan Yu was unclear about what exactly had happened on the Hell Path, he repeatedly sent his physical clone to scout until the clone was safe and sound. Only then did Guan Yu's main body enter the Hell Path through the passage. Just as Guan Yu passed through the passage, his Azura magic sword emitted a red glow. Now, in the Hell Path, the only anomaly was this peculiar dark purple energy enveloping the Hell Path, which reacted with the Azura magic sword as Guan Yu's main body entered. It was this dark purple energy that blocked Guan Yu's thoughts. Was it the power of the Azura god? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Guan Yu quickly dismissed the idea. Although this power was equally cold and very close to the power of slaughter, there was a subtle difference between this force and the cold intent of slaughter. This power was not as pure as the intent to kill. More crucially, the Azura demon sword did not feel an affinity towards this power. Instead, there was a faint sense of repulsion. This was because Guan Yu had gained the usage rights of the Azura demon sword and indirectly its recognition. Otherwise, Guan Yu would not have been able to detect these subtle changes from the Azura demon sword. Holding the Azura demon sword, Guan Yu carefully examined everything on the Hell Road, whether it was the Nether Dew below or the stone bridge passage on the Hell Road. Everything seemed unchanged, as if nothing had happened except for the cold aura enveloping the Hell Road. There seemed to be no other strange places. Walking on the stone bridge of Hell Road, Guan Yu always felt something was off, but couldn't figure out what it was. Not until he reached the end of the stone bridge and looked down did Guan Yu finally realize what was different. Bats. The Hell Road was too quiet. All traces of those bats had disappeared. There were thousands of little bats. They couldn't just vanish without a trace. Moreover, although Guan Yu had dealt with the dark golden three-headed Bat King at that time, he remembered that this creature could resurrect, yet now Guan Yu could not sense their presence at all. While Guan Yu pondered this, the Azura demon sword in his hand sensed something again, and suddenly bubbles rose from the nether dew below, and then large objects surged out of the nether dew, eventually hovering around Guan Yu's body. These were 9 huge stones, each 4 meters in length and width, completely surrounding Guan Yu and several of his physical clones. In the next moment, the cold aura enveloping the Hell Road began to gather towards the 9 stones. After absorbing the dark purple cold aura, the 9 giant stones even began to emit soul power fluctuations, and some even showed signs of life. As the cold energy was injected, cracks began to appear on the surface of the stones, and more cracks appeared, as if something was about to burst out. When the cracks spread across the entire stone like a spiderweb, streaks of bizarre purple light burst forth, and as all the stone skins fell off, the contents inside were fully revealed. Hidden inside the stones were none other than the bats Guan Yu had been searching for, only these bats were no longer the small blood bats but 9 dark golden 3-headed bat kings. These 9 dark golden 3-headed bat kings also looked slightly different from the dark golden 3-headed bat king Guan Yu had encountered when he first challenged the Hell Road. Although they were similar in appearance and size, their skin color was different. The previous 3-headed bat king was dark golden, but these 9 3-headed bat kings were dark purple. At this moment, the 9 3-headed bat kings also slowly opened their eyes, which contained no eyeballs, only a dark purple glow. Upon opening his eyes, he saw them screech sharply before moving their bodies, and then with a flutter of their nearly 4-meter-long wings they began to charge towards Guan Yu. Initially, a dark golden 3-headed bat king posed some threat to Guan Yu, but now, having absorbed the 7th soul ring, Guan Yu's soul power had reached level 75 and he no longer regarded these 3-headed bat kings as a threat. His slaughter domain was activated, and with the overlay of several physical clones domains, Guan Yu's slaughter domain immediately covered the entire Hell Road. For the blood bats of Hell Road, there was one ability they feared the most: the domain. Because of the absoluteness of the domain, it could affect the bat's sonar waves. Thus, as Guan Yu's slaughter domain unfolded, it not only enhanced Guan Yu's strength but also significantly weakened the inherent strength of these 3-headed bat kings. Meanwhile, Guan Yu and several physical clones raised their hand crossbows, and after the soul rings on their bodies burst forth with a unique glow, a volley of silver crossbow bolts, as if possessing eyes, targeted the heads of the 9 3-headed bat kings. With 9 3-headed bat kings totaling 27 heads, Guan Yu fired exactly 27 bolts, and with a single sound heard, the 27 bolts simultaneously struck the 27 heads. These dark purple 3-headed bat kings might have been stronger than the dark golden ones Guan Yu had encountered before, but now they stood no chance against him. Knowing that the 3-headed bat kings could resurrect, Guan Yu activated his heavenly fire skill with each bolt that hit a head, and dark red flames instantly engulfed the 9 3-headed bat kings. Perhaps it couldn't prevent the resurrection of the 3-headed bat kings, but the undying heavenly fire continued to damage and weaken their strength. The massive bodies of the 9 3-headed bat kings had not even come close to Guan Yu before being shot down, plunging into the nether dew. The dark purple energy enveloping Hell Road was absorbed by the 9 3-headed bat kings. Had Guan Yu shot down the 9 3-headed bat kings, resolving the crisis of Hell Road? Guan Yu dared not think so, as everything hinted at something sinister. The source of this dark purple energy remained unknown, and the subsequent events seemed to confirm Guan Yu's suspicions. Suddenly, a purple glow emerged from the nether dew below, and on the surface of the nether dew a dark purple light array appeared. The array was complex, surrounded by circles of ancient runes, and at its center was a huge purple eye. As the power of the light array stabilized, the giant purple eye slowly opened. As the purple giant eye opened, a massive dark purple light column shot up from the nether dew. Within the dark purple light column, a massive figure slowly emerged from the nether dew and appeared before Guan Yu. The huge figure emerged from the nether dew, slowly floating upwards as droplets of nether dew slid off its body. Seeing this figure reappeared, Guan Yu's eyes widened in shock. This figure before Guan Yu was also a bat, yet it was different from the 3-headed bat kings. First and foremost is the size. The triple-headed bat king measures about 4 meters, whereas this bat named Guan Yu is estimated to be about 10 meters in size. Once its enormous wings are unfurled, they are likely even more massive. Most notably, perched above this gigantic bat's chest are not 3 heads, but 9. The bat is entirely blood red with 9 heads and 9 pairs of blood red eyes, its aura far surpassing that of the previous triple-headed bat king, of the blood red 9-headed bat king. Regarding the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, Guan Yu only knew of it through Tang Chun, who was corrupted by evil thoughts during the Azure examination and became the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter after being parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. As for the appearance of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, Guan Yu had never seen it before, not even during his encounter with Tang Chun, so it was unknown whether the angelic holy light truly killed the blood-red nine-headed Bat King when it purified Tang Chun. However, upon seeing the massive bat before him, the name Blood-Red Nine-Headed Bat King involuntarily popped into Guan Yu's mind. Perhaps it was because the creature was entirely blood-red, or perhaps because it had 9 heads. If this was the Blood-Red Nine-Headed Bat King, then the battle would not be easy for Guan Yu, and even he might feel uncertain. What kind of existence was the Blood-Red Nine-Headed Bat King? It was a being capable of contending with Tang Chun. According to the timeline, Tang Chun was then considered one of the 2 great peaks of the continent alongside Qian Douluo, having even challenged the sea god Douluo Poseidon with his spirit power at the peak of level 99. It was because of his promise to Poseidon that Tang Chun sought divinity and found the city of slaughter, where he faced the blood-red nine-headed Bat King and was eventually parasitized by it. From this logic, if the blood-red nine-headed Bat King could contend with Tang Chun, its strength must naturally be formidable. Although Guan Yu could now contend with titled Douluo, he was still at a disadvantage. Just as Guan Yu was hesitating, the 9 massive heads of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King also began to shake irregularly. The energy from the dark purple magic circle below finally reconverged within the body of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, forming a pair of dark purple patterns on its massive wings. Perhaps just awakening, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King first moved its body around, and once the grogginess faded, the 9 heads and eyes simultaneously stared intently at Guan Yu. The 9 heads opened their mouths simultaneously, emitting a piercing sound. The piercing sound transformed into visible sound waves that radiated outward from the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. The sound waves echoed around the path of hell, striking the slaughter domain, causing Guan Yu's slaughter domain to tremble incessantly. The effectiveness of the slaughter domain against the blood-red nine-headed Bat King drastically diminished. Guan Yu's slaughter domain had been broken before, but never had he encountered it being dismantled by sound wave attacks like those of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. Although it was not as straightforward as the sword Douluo's clean slash, the sound wave attack of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King targeted the entire domain. Once deciphered, Guan Yu's entire domain would become ineffective, so we cannot let the blood-red nine-headed Bat King continue unchecked. Clang, clang, accompanied by sounds resembling armored gear, Guan Yu and his numerous clones directly employed their soul-bone fusion technique. Each of them donned a suit of red armor, and the atmosphere of the Hell Road tensed up as Guan Yu's armor cloaked him. But that was not all. After deploying the soul-bone fusion technique, Guan Yu and his corporeal clones once again activated their martial spirit true body skill. Facing the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, Guan Yu set aside any tentative probing and went all out from the start. As the 5th and 6th soul rings on his body also lit up with a blood-red glow, Guan Yu's 5th and 6th soul skills were activated. Silver crossbow bolts shot out, their crisp mechanical sounds and the sharp whistling of the wind piercing the air. Under the enhancement of the soul-bone fusion technique and the martial spirit true body, Guan Yu's attacks were ferociously swift. A barrage of crossbow bolts poured down on the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. The silver bolts pierced through the body of the Bat King, leaving holes in its gigantic wings, which spanned nearly 20 meters. Each hole was stained with celestial fire, and the body of the Bat King, now riddled with holes, was also covered in this heavenly fire. The celestial fire burned fiercely, and the 9 heads of the Bat King screamed in agony. Equipped with 5 soul bones and enhanced by the soul bone fusion technique, Guan Yu's crossbow attack had an 85% defense penetration, and the celestial fire dealt true damage, so the damage to the Bat King, who failed to react in time and took the full brunt of Guan Yu's assault, was immense. However, before Guan Yu could rejoice over his successful strike, he noticed the screams of the Bat King diminishing. The dark purple patterns on its wings blossomed with a strange purple glow, and then the previously undying celestial fire on its body was extinguished. The holes caused by the arrows were visibly healing at an astonishing rate, far surpassing the resilience of Guan Yu's tough right leg bone, and almost in the blink of an eye, the Bat King had returned to its peak condition. After recovering, the gaze of the Bat King towards Guan Yu clearly conveyed its fury. Then its 9 huge heads turned towards Guan Yu and opened wide to spew scorching flames. If it had been any other type of energy, Guan Yu might have dodged, but fire element attacks, Guan Yu saw no need to even dodge. In fact, he was immune not just to fire attacks but also to lightning, water and poison. Although the form of his blood feather wings had transformed, turning into a cape with the soul bone fusion technique, Guan Yu still retained his flying ability. Seeing Guan Yu charge out of the intense flames, a flicker of surprise passed through the eyes of the Bat King. Despite Guan Yu being immune to fire, he could sense from the Bat King's recent attack that its strength was not inferior to that of a level 95 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Moreover, this creature also possessed a rapid self-healing ability which was truly troublesome. While pondering his next move, Guan Yu thought of the Thunder King Flint. The elemental power of thunder is forthright and explosive, possessing the ability to suppress all evil spirits. Although Guan Yu was unclear about the nature of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King's rapid self-healing powers, the eerie aura emanating from it was certainly no good sign. However, relying solely on the power of the Thunder King Flint and ordinary thunder elemental soul power seemed insufficient to defeat this creature whose strength was comparable to a titled Douluo. Was it time to use that particular move? At that moment, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King's nine heads stopped acting independently and converged into a single entity. Its mouths opened wide, gathering a dense black power at the forefront. The nine mouths merged their forces, quickly forming a black energy sphere. Watching the sphere continue to grow, Guan Yu sensed a destructive aura emanating from it. This black light sphere lacked the power of the fire elemental soul and any other elements, representing a pure output of soul power. Facing this attack from the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, Guan Yu wanted to dodge, but his instincts told him it was impossible. With no other choice, he was compelled to make a decisive move. All of Guan Yu's physical clones rapidly gathered beside him. Each one raised their soul crossbows, and though there was no physical contact among them, a mystical connection gradually emerged. The soul power fluctuations between them also became exceptionally strong, resembling a magnetic field. If anyone else were present, they would likely marvel at the fusion technique Guan Yu and his clones were employing, recognizing it as a multi-bodied fusion skill. By now, Guan Yu's number of physical clones had reached 12, including Guan Yu himself. 13 figures stood closely aligned. These 13 figures, each an extension of Guan Yu, were even closer than brothers, for they were split from Guan Yu himself, a process even more intimate than replication. When Guan Yu acquired his fifth soul skill, the splitting technique, the Light Feathers, Douluo had considered the possibility of Guan Yu achieving a more seamless coordination with his physical clones. Today, Guan Yu was finally demonstrating this coordination with the 13-as-1 fusion technique. Like the Shrek 7 monsters and the Odd 8 spirits who could form fusion skills, the intimate connection between Guan Yu and his clones made executing a fusion skill straightforward. It wasn't just a fusion technique, it resembled a formation or a unique soul skill that no one else could replicate. The 13 figures arranged themselves in a formation of 4-inch 3-3-2-1 with Guan Yu at the back. In 5 rows, everyone leapt up in sequence and raised their crossbows to launch an attack on the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. During this attack, each of the 13 figures utilized the power of the Thunder King Flint. This move was Guan Yu's exclusive skill, a special technique harnessing the power of the Thunder Elemental Soul. Chasing Moon Arrow, swift as a thunderbolt. The arrow's force is fierce and its range long, almost as if chasing the moon itself. This technique is defined as a rapid assault, and when it comes to speed, what better power suits Light Feather than the element of lightning? Boom! Accompanied by silver electric arcs and blue lightning patterns, Light Feather launched 5 successive attacks on the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. Electric light arrows surged one after another towards the Bat King. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power in the air, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King looked up and then spewed out a dark energy orb it had been gathering. Bang! A tremendous roar erupted on the Hell Road, and the terrifying vibration from the collision caused the entire road to tremble, with numerous stone bridges breaking and falling into the river Styx below. Light Feather and the blood-red nine-headed Bat King both braced against the explosive gale, but amidst the wind and smoke, several electric crossbow arrows burst forth and, under the astonished gaze of the Bat King, exploded his 9 heads. In the months following the end of the Soul Master Tournament, Light Feather was not only familiarizing himself with his enhanced abilities but also contemplating other ways to boost his strength. The most impactful were the latter half of the tournament, the Golden Trio's Martial Soul Fusion skill, Win Laughing Sky's Original Soul skill, and the Shrek 7 Devils United Fusion skill. Although these techniques posed no threat to Light Feather himself, they undoubtedly greatly enhanced their strength. Why then couldn't he also enhance his own power through fusion skills or original soul skills? All of Lightfeather's physical avatars were independent entities, and their connection with Lightfeather was closer, making coordination more feasible, whether it was multi-entity fusion skills or martial soul fusion skills. After half a year of practice, Lightfeather had not fully developed the martial soul fusion skill, but he had managed to create a multi-entity fusion skill. Moreover, the passive effects of the soul bone fusion skill also enhanced his original soul skills and fusion skills, thus urging Lightfeather to develop his own unique skills. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King's 9 heads were all shattered, and as the dark purple patterns on its wings glowed, the flesh at the wound seemed to squirm, apparently trying to regenerate its 9 heads. However, as the flesh writhed, the remnants of the volatile lightning soul power at the wound hindered the regeneration. The two seemed to be at a stalemate. Strike while the enemy is weak. Lightfeather and his numerous physical avatars didn't idle either, once again aiming their crossbows at the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. Zing zing zing, crack. The shot crossbow bolts laden with intense lightning soul power drew a crackling noise in the air. After numerous failed attempts to regenerate its body facing Lightfeather's subsequent lightning element crossbow bolts, the dark purple pattern on the giant wings of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King glowed again, but this time it seemed different, seemingly bringing no enhancement to the Bat King. The dark purple pattern, like a forsaken blood-red 9-headed Bat King, slowly separated itself from the body of the Bat King. Deprived of the dark purple energy, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, struck by successive bolts of lightning arrows from Guanyu, was enveloped in electric arcs. Its rigid body eventually plummeted into the crimson spring of the underworld. Having dealt with the Bat King, Guanyu did not let down his guard. Instead, he stared solemnly at the dark purple energy that had detached from the Bat King. By now, Guanyu had realized that everything was connected to this dark purple energy, which could even be considered the mastermind behind all the changes in the hellish path. The dark purple energy reformed into a magic circle before Guanyu, identical to the one used to summon the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. The circle was surrounded by complex patterns with a giant eye in the center. This time the giant eye opened again, its rolling purple iris fixing its gaze on Guanyu. At that moment, Guanyu felt an unprecedented pressure unlike any he had experienced before, even surpassing the pressure given by Chen Douluo. The perimeter of the dark purple magic circle slowly rotated, and the giant eye once again emitted a beam of purple light. Under this light, the world around Guanyu was painted in dark purple, replacing the hellish path. Was this an illusion, an alternate space? As the surroundings transformed, this was the first thought in Guanyu's mind. In this dark purple realm, a huge figure gradually emerged in front of Guanyu. This figure was clad in a dark purple robe matching the hue of the surroundings, wearing a dark purple crown, and its sinister purple eyes carried a malevolent charm. Behind it were curved supports somewhat resembling Tang San's 8 spider lances, but not quite the same. As the tall figure's eyes met Guanyu's, a sharp magnetic voice echoed in his mind. Guanyu, do you wish to inherit the legacy of the Rakshasa god? Hearing this, Guanyu thought of many things, and it seemed as if all events had suddenly become clear. This dark purple figure was none other than the master of evil thoughts, the Rakshasa god. Indeed, who else but the god controlling slaughter and another who manipulates evil thoughts could intervene so freely in the city of slaughter? Perhaps it was because the Rakshasa god had disrupted Tang Chen's inheritance from the god of slaughter, allowing the blood-red 9-headed Bat King to inhabit Tang Chen, or perhaps it was because Guanyu had accepted the inheritance of the god of slaughter and innately resisted and despised the Rakshasa god, which made his first impression of the Rakshasa god not very favorable. Moreover, was the Rakshasa god's offer to accept his legacy genuinely sincere, or could it be another test by the god of slaughter? These gods, none of them good, all enjoyed manipulating others. However, facing the formidable presence of the Rakshasa god, or rather, the divine consciousness that the Rakshasa god left in the world, a light flashed in Guanyu's eyes as he responded. If I'm not mistaken, someone is already undergoing the assessment for your divine position, aren't they? Guanyu couldn't see the Rakshasa god's face clearly, but he could feel the other's seemingly contemptuous smirk, the aura of evil thoughts in you is heavier than hers, thus you are actually more suitable for my Rakshasa god position. The reason I initially chose Bibi Dong was because I valued the resentment and hatred in her, but her heart always retained a bit of hypocrisy and false love. Her evil thoughts were not pure, which is why she couldn't pass the divine inheritance for so long. Her mindset is a hurdle she cannot overcome. But you are different. You are selfish, arrogant, envious, and vain. Although you don't harbor as strong resentment and hatred as she does, you also lack any bit of goodness and love, and even I am curious as to why you are so utterly dark, so purely evil. You filled with evil thoughts are more suitable for the Rakshasa god position than her. What does that mean? Does it mean that I am even worse than that woman Bibi Dong? Guan Yu looked at the figure of the Rakshasa god before him, and after some thought he slowly spoke. My physical incarnation is no different from me. Can I use a physical incarnation to inherit your divine position? The Rakshasa god in front of him let out a spine-chilling laugh. Greedy fellow, using an incarnation to inherit my divine position, you really thought of that? You only have one choice: either inherit my Rakshasa god position and give up your current Asura inheritance, or choose the Asura god position and give up the Rakshasa god inheritance. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu directly said, as far as I know, the Asura god seems to be stronger than you. If I have to choose between his divine position and yours. Hearing Guan Yu bluntly state that the Asura god was stronger than himself, even though it was true the Rakshasa god was clearly displeased, his tone carrying a trace of warm anger. Know this: if you continue the Asura god inheritance, you may not be able to pass the 9 tests, but if you choose the Rakshasa god position, you will not need to undergo any assessments and can directly obtain the scythe of Rakshasa, inheriting the Rakshasa god position and instantly becoming the Rakshasa god. If you insist on the Asura god position and give up the Rakshasa god inheritance, your only outcome will be death. You, full of evil thoughts, are not only the most suitable successor for the Rakshasa god, but also for the Asura god. I will not allow a suitable successor for the Asura god inheritance to appear. Decades ago, I already thwarted one who reached the 8th test of the Asura god inheritance, and if it weren't for you, I could have continued to control the city of Slaughter slowly, turning it into my domain, making it my inheritance land, cutting off the Asura god's inheritance. All of this was disrupted because of you. So if you do not choose to become my divine successor, I absolutely have no reason to let you continue to live. Faced with the Rakshasa god, even just a divine consciousness, Guan Yu dared not be the slightest bit careless. In the original story, the sea god's mere divine thought was enough to overpower Bibi Dong. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's 9th soul skill, the immortality skill, the sea god would have intervened directly to help Tang San defeat Bibi Dong. Without a choice, one would face death, but choosing not only spares one's life, it could even lead to divinity. As these thoughts stirred in Guan Yu's heart, pondering whether to accept the Rakshasa god's position for survival, a sudden sharp pain pierced his forehead and the massive, heavy Shura demon sword appeared before him. The sword emitted a thick dark red glow which immediately dispersed the dark purple world of the Rakshasa god, bringing Guan Yu back to the Hell Road. Once back on the Hell Road, the figure of the Rakshasa god was nowhere to be seen, only the dark purple giant eye formation remained. However, the Shura demon sword still hovered in front of Guan Yu. The divine thoughts of the Shura god resonated in his mind once more. Pick up the Shura demon sword, destroy the Rakshasa ghost formation, and you shall pass the 8th test. The voice of the Shura god echoed in his mind, proud and disdainful as ever, yet the critical issue was that the Shura god had unilaterally altered the content of the test. Originally, Guan Yu's 8th test was to sever the lineage of the Rakshasa god, but suddenly the Rakshasa god appeared, tempting Guan Yu to accept his lineage, prompting the Shura god to intervene and even directly change the test content. And, coincidentally, the new target was the Rakshasa ghost formation. What did this mean? Was it making Guan Yu choose between 2 divinities today? Was this the Shura god's way of drawing him in? In the original story, the Shura god rarely communicated with Tang San, only occasionally appearing to tempt him. Honestly, this was a sore point for Guan Yu. Why didn't Tang San have to undergo the Shura god's test in the original story and mysteriously ended up inheriting the godhood through Xiao Wu? Yet here was Guan Yu subjected to the so-called 9 tests. If the Shura god had been more straightforward and waived the tests, Guan Yu would definitely choose the Shura god over the Rakshasa god. It seemed that the Shura god also sensed Guan Yu's hesitation. In the Rakshasa ghost formation before him, the figure of the Rakshasa god did not reappear. Instead, after a thick purple glow lit up, countless dark purple streams of light converged in front of the formation. When all the light settled, a huge dark purple scythe nearly 2 meters long with a blade almost 1 meter in length, thin on the inside and broad on the outside, with an outer purple and inner white appearance, exuding a chilling gleam, hung suspended in the air. This was the very scythe Bibi Dong carried after becoming a god. As the scythe appeared, the divine thought of the Rakshasa god also resonated. Guan Yu, take up the scythe of Rakshasa and you shall ascend to the position of Rakshasa god. It must be said that the Rakshasa god's voice was quite tempting. After all, it was an offer of godhood to lure Guan Yu. Moreover, the scythe of Rakshasa also began to emit a purple glow, subtly calling out to Guan Yu. Such choices are sometimes very conflicting. Although the Shura god is powerful, his lineage requires passing tests, and even though the Shura god had altered the content of the test, the remaining 3 tests were not simple either. Although the Rakshasa god is not as powerful as the Asura god, he is by no means weak, and he comes with sincere intentions, promising direct ascension to godhood. The voice of the Asura god did not sound again, but the Asura demon sword trembled slightly. Emitting a sharp, piercing cry, Guan Yu, who had gained the right to use the Asura demon sword, could naturally sense the sword's intentions. The Asura god, aloof as ever, now chose to woo him through a sword rather than appearing himself. Compared to the Asura god's cold demeanor, the Rakshasa god was much more talkative. His voice arose once more. If you fear the coercion of the Asura god, there's no need. Currently, only a divine thought of his remains here. His true body would need a special method to descend to this realm. Choose the scythe of Rakshasa, and once you ascend to godhood and rise to the heavenly realm, even the Asura god cannot easily strike at you due to the rules of the heavenly realm. Some say that since the Asura god is stronger than the Rakshasa god, the choice should obviously be the Asura god, but when truly facing the decision, who would dare to gamble? It's like choosing between taking 5 million now or taking a chance on 500 million, a chance that might result in success or failure. At that moment, the Asura demon sword in front of Guan Yu shone brightly again, and the divine thought of the Asura god conveyed through the sword into Guan Yu's mind. Take up the Asura demon sword, destroy the Rakshasa ghost formation, pass the 8th trial, and your reward will be doubled. Hearing the voice of the Asura god, Guan Yu understood the conditions set by the Asura god. It seemed unlikely that the remaining trials would be waived, and from the tone of the Asura god, it felt like this was his final offer. Guan Yu, unable to further negotiate, seemed to realize that neither side would likely raise their bids anymore, and the Rakshasa god seemed unable to offer any new benefits. Thus, after weighing his options, Guan Yu made his choice. With a grand gesture and a somewhat cheesy shout of "Sword, come to me," the large and hefty Asura demon sword transformed into a streak of red light and flew towards him, adjusting its angle to fit into his hand. Guan Yu had called for the sword, not the scythe. Marking his final decision, after Guan Yu made his choice, the scythe of Rakshasa was not retracted by the Rakshasa ghost formation, nor did the formation disappear. Naturally, the Rakshasa god was not generous enough to hand over the divine artifact, the scythe of Rakshasa, to Guan Yu. Instead, a new force emerged within the Rakshasa ghost formation, gathering around the scythe of Rakshasa. Moments later, a figure cloaked in dark purple, face unclear and shadow-like, appeared and grasped the scythe with one hand. With a sinister chuckle, choosing the Asura god, let's see if you can survive the 9 trials of Asura, the shadowy figure said, not forgetting to twirl the scythe in his wrist. From the shadow and the scythe, Guan Yu sensed an aura and pressure far greater than that of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. It was clear that if persuasion failed, the opponent was ready to flip the table. The Rakshasa god was merely a divine thought, but sometimes even a divine thought could be immensely powerful. Guan Yu glanced around. Having chosen the Asura god as his protector, he thought surely the Asura god wouldn't just watch as he was slain by the mind of the Rakshasa god. At that moment, a shadow gripped the scythe of Rakshasa with both hands and swung it dramatically. As the ghostly formations of Rakshasa behind him continuously pumped energy, a massive energy scythe swooped down towards Guan Yu. Guan Yu raised his Asura demon sword to meet the attack. Bang, bang, the collision between the Asura demon sword and the giant scythe erupted into a tremendous noise, followed by another loud sound. Guan Yu, holding the Asura demon sword, was fiercely slammed into the walls of Hell Road. The shadow wielding the scythe of Rakshasa seemed to know that this attack wouldn't kill Guan Yu. He then drew a void with the scythe in his hand and once again mobilized the energy of the ghostly formations behind him. Rakshasa ghost eyes command the world. The divine power of the Rakshasa god spread instantly, but this time it was not to drag Guan Yu into another world but for another purpose. As the divine power of Rakshasa filled Hell Road, Guan Yu, climbing out from the stone walls, soon noticed some changes happening around him, specifically changes on the stone bridges of Hell Road. More precisely, it was the skeletons on those stone bridges. Influenced by the power of the Rakshasa god, these skeletons eerily stood up again. Guan Yu recognized these skeletons. They were the challengers who had died on Hell Road since its inception. No one knew how long Hell Road had existed nor how many had challenged it, but these skeleton figures represented quite a few. with a success ratio of 1 out of 10 considering the 8 God of Slaughter members left. That meant about 80 challengers, hence a considerable number of deaths. Previously Guan Yu could rely on his physical clones to hold a numerical advantage, but now with the appearance of these skeletons his numerical advantage had vanished. Moreover, under the influence of Rakshasa's divine power, streams of energy surged from the underworld due beneath Hell Road. Streams of red energy burst from the underworld dew, each infusing into the 20 or so skeleton figures. After all, the underworld dew was composed of the fresh blood and soul power of the dead. How could it not contain the power of the undead? Absorbing the power from the underworld dew, the flesh on the bodies of the 20 or so skeleton figures was completely replenished, though skinlessly and rather bloodily. The shadow holding the scythe of Rakshasa swept a glance at the undead figures leaping up from the stone bridge of Hell Road and emitted a chilling androgynous laugh. Rakshasa's divine power can control the power of the undead, allowing the deceased to reappear in the world. All these people left with resentment, now let them vent that resentment on you. With that, the undead figures creepily twisted their bodies a few times to adjust and then simultaneously used their hollow eye sockets to lock onto Guan Yu. These undead were undying and indestructible, even more grotesquely regenerative than the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. At least the Bat King needed time to heal and recover from injuries. However, these undead beings were truly immortal, and the best way to defeat them was to overcome the shadow wielding the scythe of the Rakshasa that controlled them. Yet as Guan Yu looked upon these spectral figures he didn't feel overwhelmed. On the contrary, the use of the undead forces by the enemy reminded him of another method to counter them, a method that did not involve directly confronting the shadow with the scythe. Although the Rakshasa god was not adept at controlling emotions like the gods of emotions, as a deity governing malevolent thoughts his perception of emotions was exceptional, especially towards negative ones. As the Rakshasa god wielded the power of the undead, he could not detect any signs of fear or guilt on Guan Yu's face, not even the slightest hint of surprise, which was unusual as most would be shocked upon their first encounter with the power of the undead. Guan Yu soon revealed the source of his composure. During the battle at Jialing Pass, Douluo had used the Medusa's gaze skull technique to halt Bibi Dong's undead army and tried to delay her ascension to godhood. Although Douluo's death was followed by Bibi Dong's eventual rise to divinity, turning his efforts into somewhat of a joke, the Medusa's gaze indeed had a peculiar effect on the undead forces, tapping his forehead as Guan Yu's soul power and mental energy surged throughout his body. His bright eyes turned a stark gray-white. It was the divine technique Medusa's gaze. As Guan Yu's gaze fell upon the 20 or so skeletal figures below, a strange petrification began to manifest extensively on their bodies. Within their eyes filled with terror, they all transformed back from skeletons to stone, and then the stones cracked, breaking apart. There were no petrifying beams striking them, yet they turned to stone nonetheless, with Guan Yu's Medusa gaze skull evolving into a god-level soul bone. The Medusa gaze technique naturally became enhanced. While the main effect of turning to stone remained unchanged, the upgraded Medusa gaze no longer necessitated the release of beams from the eyes to petrify the opponents. Instead, wherever Guan Yu's gaze reached, as long as he released his mental power, the marked targets would turn to stone. This was a change in the nature of the energy and a shift in the mode of attack. Previously one could dodge the petrifying energy attack by avoiding the Medusa gaze beam. Now, with the upgraded skill, dodging became much more difficult as the original attack was tangible, but Guan Yu's current Medusa gaze was instant and unexpectedly potent, petrifying anything his eyes beheld. After dealing with the 20 skeletal undead, Guan Yu's gaze similarly fell on the shadow wielding the Rakshasa scythe. A surge of mental energy locked onto the shadow, and it too began to rapidly petrify. Soon, the entire lower half and the torso of the shadow turned into stone. Just as the petrification was about to spread to its head, the shadow slowly raised its arms, crossing them in front of its forehead. Then, as a mark appeared on its forehead, a dark purple energy flooded throughout the shadow's body. Endless resentment. Whoosh! With a fierce swing of his crossed arms to either side, the stones on the shadowy figure were instantly scattered. After dealing with Medusa's petrifying gaze from the light feather, the shadow's gaze met light feathers once again. Divine soul bone. Azura God armor. Your Azura assessment has come faster than I anticipated. Thus I cannot allow you to remain. Saying this, the shadow raised the Rakshasa scythe in his hand, and the dark purple energy from the array behind him flowing into both the shadow and the Rakshasa scythe grew stronger. Resentment transformed into a scythe of light that tore through all beings. Domain of Rakshasa, supported by the ghostly array of Rakshasa, a dark purple light spread anew. This was not a skill of another dimension, but a domain skill belonging to the domain of the Rakshasa god. Lightfeather could feel his body becoming stiff and the flow of soul power within him slowing down, which was one of the effects of the Rakshasa god's domain. However, under this pressure, Lightfeather's body responded, specifically his left leg, which transformed into a soul-bone fusion armor. A red light emerged from his left leg, beginning to counteract the constraints of the Rakshasa domain. It was one of the characteristics of the spirited left leg bone, immunity to negative weakening states, although this immunity was not complete against the divine domain of the Rakshasa god, but it did resist the domain's effects. If the spirited left leg bone also evolved to divine level, would he no longer have to worry about the suppression of the Rakshasa god's domain, or even other negative weakening skills? Thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind, and Lightfeather quickly refocused on the shadow, because the Rakshasa domain's suppression was not merely simple. As the Rakshasa domain was deployed, a gigantic plant crazily grew out from behind the shadow, resembling a man-eating flower with thick, long roots and tentacles topped with a huge, terrifying blossom. At the same time, a shadowy, colossal figure also appeared behind the shadow. For a moment, the aura of the shadow soared to its peak. With a sweep of the Rakshasa scythe in hand, both the colossal figure and the terrifying flower attacked Lightfeather. The giant threw a punch while the horrific flower shot out vines. Facing this onslaught, Lightfeather and a group of physical clones immediately chose to scatter. At this moment, with the soul-bone fusion skill combined with the true body state of the martial soul, and with both legs enhanced by soul bones, though lacking speed-type skills, Lightfeather's speed was not slow, even faster than agility-focused soulmasters. Red figures continuously changed positions, jumping and flying around the rather confined Hell Road. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to be chased by the giant and the terrifying flower, fortunately, due to their large size and lack of agility, Lightfeather managed to dodge their fearsome attacks time and again. Although he never managed to strike back, the shadow did not seem to be in a hurry. After receiving the inheritance of the Azura god, has Azura only taught you how to run? Lightfeather did not stop, nor did he take the mockery to heart. For him, running was now merely a tactical response. Soul-bone fusion technique, martial soul, true body, and Lightfeathers have all been deployed. Has the strength of the Lightfeathers truly reached its peak? Note, this is not yet the strongest state of the Lightfeathers, because there is another skill, the spirited left leg bone skill, elevation. The presence of the elevation skill allows the Lightfeathers to continue to climb in strength as the battle progresses. From this perspective, as long as time drags on, the ultimate strength of the Lightfeathers is actually limitless. Soon, in a series of evasions, the Lightfeathers indeed felt a warm magical energy emerging from their left leg, spreading to other parts of the body. Under the influence of this energy, the strength of the Lightfeathers also increased. Stomp, boom. As the Lightfeathers stepped on a stone bridge in the hellish pathway, their body swiftly flew away, and the next moment a huge vine smashed down where they had just stood. The whipping of the vine directly caused the entire stretch of the bridge to fracture. After dodging the vine's attack, the scattered Lightfeathers and numerous physical clones stood together once more. What now? Not planning to dodge anymore. Indeed, the game of catching mice should also come to an end. Saying this, the burly giant and the terrifying flower also launched a fierce attack on the Lightfeathers and the numerous physical clones. This time, however, the Lightfeathers and the clones did not dodge. The main body of the Lightfeathers and 12 physical clones simultaneously performed the same crossbow drawing action, 13 figures with not a single difference among them, as if cast from the same mold. Moreover, as the dozen or so figures drew their bows, a mysterious connection formed again among the 13 figures. A crimson figure appeared, energy circulating around its body, also raising a giant crossbow. The third technique of the 13-as-1 fusion skill, the piercing sun style. A chilly aura gathered in the giant crossbow held by the crimson figure. The coldness was murderous intent, and at this moment, all the murderous intent turned into the crossbow arrows within the giant crossbow. With the ultimate intent to kill concentrated in the arrow body, aided by the martial soul true body state, the arrow shot out with the potential to pierce through the sun. As the crossbow string was pulled to its limit, the crimson figure also relaxed its arm, shooting out the arrow of ultimate killing intent. What was originally intangible murderous intent was completely materialized, then collided with the realm of the Rakshasa. Boom! At the center of the collision, a burst of dazzling white Light erupted, a terrifying current of air swept out from the center of the explosion, striking the surroundings of the hellish pathway, causing the pathway to tremble incessantly, and with this tremor, the entire city of Slaughter also shook. On the ground, all the personnel of the city of Slaughter, already dehumanized from the lack of the nether dew, wailed incessantly under this tremor, hellish pathway. Under the spirited left leg bone elevation skill, the light feathers, and the numerous physical clones dragged on for so long, finally increasing their attack power to 200%. Coupled with the light feather's own strongest move, such tremendous power should surely be able to defeat the opponent's realm of Rakshasa. However, as the dust settled, an incredible expression emerged on the face of the light feather, staring directly across. How could it be? In the realm of the Rakshasa, both the towering giants and the terrifying flowers remained unscathed, and they seemed almost untouched. The law of invulnerability through smoke. No, but shouldn't your efforts have had some effect? You had prepared and planned for so long. Could it be that the two monsters of the Rakshasa realm also possess the same immortal effect as the power of the undead? As Guan Yu speculated this, preparing to counter with the Medusa stare skill, a sinister shadow chuckled darkly. Then, adopting a condescending stance, it was as though he was giving a critique. A fine attack indeed. It's hard to imagine you could deliver such a level at this tier. No wonder Shura chose you decisively early on, abandoning that poor soul who made it to the 8th level. But unfortunately, you still have no chance to live today, for I am the Rakshasa master of all sinister thoughts in the world. Under the resentful light of the Rakshasa realm, all dark forces cannot harm me. Not just murderous intent. As a being of darkness filled with sinister thoughts, you simply cannot hurt me under the Rakshasa realm. It was like the villain who, having nothing better to do, introduces his powers to his opponents, a common flaw. After all, everyone likes to show off a bit. Guan Yu hadn't anticipated that the Rakshasa realm also had this function. Under the resentful light of the Rakshasa realm, all dark forces are ineffective. Tang San's mild light of the sea god could purify the evil power of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King and the sinister thoughts of the Rakshasa god on Tang Chen's body. Chen Daolio's angelic light could also achieve this. So, what could harm the Rakshasa god was the power of light. Watching that shadow who seemed to have mastered everything, Guan Yu slowly closed his eyes. What's the matter? Given up? Inside the depths of Guan Yu's heart, within a circular light ring about 1 square meter in size, a golden figure squatted pitifully on the ground, drawing circles with his hand. Upon closer inspection, this figure looked exactly like Guan Yu. As Guan Yu completely suppressed his own light side, the bright Guan Yu was compressed into the deepest corner of his heart. As he drew circles with his hand, the bright Guan Yu also muttered continuously. Suddenly, muttered bright Guan Yu suddenly raised his bowed head, looking ahead. In that endless darkness, footsteps sounded. As the person emerged from the darkness, he too bore Guan Yu's appearance, but dressed in black. Guan Yu looked down at his own attire. Unexpectedly, within his own state of mind, he was dressed in black. But this did not matter. Guan Yu said to the squatting bright Guan Yu, "From now on, I temporarily hand over control of the body to you." Bright Guan Yu's eyes widened. "Hand it over to me? You want me to confront the Rakshasa god's thoughts outside? I won't go. I can't beat him." Thud. Just as bright Guan Yu finished speaking, Guan Yu directly kicked him. As he kicked bright Guan Yu, the 1 square meter area of light also moved along with bright Guan Yu. "You always know how to bully me. You can't even beat the Rakshasa god's thoughts. How could I possibly beat him?" Light Feather slowly made his way towards the light. "Though you stand here, you have the ability to see everything outside, and you've absorbed a portion of the angelic divine power before. Don't think you can hide that from me. I'll ask you now, are you going to fight or not?" As Light Feather continued to approach, the Light Wing did not toughen up. "Yes, I'll fight. But not because I'm afraid of you, I'm doing it for our future, because if we can't defeat our opponent, we both die." Light Feather nodded with a smile. "Good, you know what's at stake. So what are you waiting for? Go." With that shout from Light Feather, Light Wing's body shivered. "If I go and fight the Rakshas's divine spirit, can we split the control of the body equally, 1 day each?" Seeing Light Feather's cold gaze, Light Wing gulped. "How about 2 days for you and 1 for me? Or 3 days for you and 1 for me?" Taking a deep breath, Light Feather also laughed. "Okay, go and fight first. Let's get past the Rakshasa, and then we'll talk." Only then did Light Wing's face brighten, and a golden light flickered in his eyes. For a moment, a dazzling golden light spread out, gradually dispelling the surrounding darkness, leaving only a small dark area for Light Feather. "This fellow is also secretly enhanced so much." In Hell Road, looking at Light Feather standing still with his eyes tightly shut, the shadow swung his scythe, and the terrifying flower behind him whipped its mines towards Light Feather. as the vine whip came swinging, the standing Lightfeather finally moved. He didn't use a crossbow but swung the Azura demon sword with his right hand, observing Lightfeather's actions. The voice of Rakshasa's divine spirit rang out, "It's useless, even with the Azura demon sword you can't hurt me with your strength." However, the next moment proved Rakshasa wrong. The terrifying flower's vine attack was directly split in two by that single sword strike. How is this possible? Note, you didn't use dark power just now, that was angelic divine power. How can you have angelic divine power? At this moment Lightfeather still maintained his sword-swinging posture, but the Azura demon sword had disappeared, replaced by a golden light sword which strikingly resembled the angelic holy sword in shape, narrow and long, slightly resembling a knight's sword radiating golden light. Meanwhile, Lightfeather's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, now replaced by a deep golden hue, and his body also radiated a rich golden light. As Lightfeather's body transformed this time, all of his physical clones also started to emit golden light. Seeing Lightfeather's transformation, the shadow exclaimed in astonishment, "Darkness has turned into light?" Holding the angelic holy sword transformed by the angelic divine power, Lightfeather made his initial appearance. The light of the sea god, the light of the angel, could eliminate Rakshasa's evil thoughts, could dispel the blood-red nine-headed Bat King residing in Tang Chen's body. So at this moment Light Wing 2 possessed the ability to injure the Rakshasa in the realm of Rakshasa, the burly giant and the terrifying flower. Or perhaps it is an attack on the power of the Rakshasa deity himself. At this moment Guan Yu, along with a host of physical avatars, wielded shining holy swords, proactively launching assaults on everything within the realm of Rakshasa. Each avatar swung their holy sword, leaving trails of golden sword marks in the air with every sweep. These golden trails left indelible marks in the pitch-black realm of Rakshasa. Compared to the earlier Guan Yu, the current one seemed even more forceful. Gradually taking the initiative, is the brighter side of Guan Yu truly weak? Perhaps only in front of Guan Yu himself. Light and darkness are inherently relative. Under intense light there must be a hidden, even stronger darkness. And if such strong darkness can exist, the light cannot be far behind in strength. Therefore, even though Guan Yu can suppress his own brightness, he cannot deny the strength of the light. Moreover, unbeknownst to many, Guan Yu has quietly absorbed a trace of divine power from the angel god. At this time, the bright Guan Yu could also mobilize the spirited left leg bone, and the enhancement brought by the spirited skills was no longer just 200% but much higher. After absorbing the divine power of the angel god, the bright Guan Yu could also utilize all the powers and soul skills inherent to Guan Yu. Previously, the bright Guan Yu was unable to use those sinister powers, but now there were no such restrictions. Even at this moment he pondered in his heart, was it because of the angel god? The angel god's divine thoughts are serene, advocating that one must first possess great power before they can better aid and benefit the world. For this reason, the angel god did not hesitate to draw the holy sword, unleashing diseases and plagues, and upon obtaining the angelic holy sword and truly becoming a deity, he began again to use his powers to bless the people of the continent. Thus, the angel god belongs to those deities who focus on outcomes rather than processes, also willing to make sacrifices for the greatest gain, a notion that runs contrary to the divine thoughts of the sea god, perhaps because of the absorption of the angel god's divine power. The bright Guan Yu now also understood a principle: power itself is neither evil nor just, the difference in power stems from those who wield it. Even the power of the Rakshasa deity, if held in the hands of a being of light, can be used for good deeds, and even gods like the angel god and the sea god, who claim to be just and righteous, do not imply that their divine powers cannot be used for evil deeds. 13 bright figures hovered in the air, each raising their golden holy swords. The next moment, as their swords pointed directly at the Rakshasa realm, beams of holy light slashed down toward it. 13 beams of holy light cut through their formidable presence, seemingly about to completely dispel the darkness of the Rakshasa realm. However, facing the 13 beams of holy light, the shadow holding the scythe of Rakshasa continued to sneer disdainfully. Angel god's divine power, while it can hurt me, your strength is still insufficient. Light may dispel darkness, but if the darkness is strong enough, it can also cover the light. Under the demonic canopy, the essence of heaven and earth is drawn. At this moment, the demonic array behind the shadow reached its peak, its vibrant purple light so intense that the specific patterns within were obscured. A surge of demonic power, far surpassing any before, infused into the shadow's body and was unleashed through the demonic scythe he wielded. This chilling demonic power transformed into a dark curtain descending slowly from the sky, completely engulfing the road to hell in darkness. As the darkness covered the road, the effective attacks of Light and feathered avatars that once shone brightly now seemed futile, disappearing without causing even a ripple. Moreover, the golden holy swords in everyone's hands dimmed, their holy light gradually fading. Previously shielded by holy light, their forms were indistinct, but now as the holy light weakened, their true forms re-emerged, less radiant, approaching normalcy. You are not a true inheritor of the angelic god's power, although I do not know how you acquired a trace of angelic power. You think to defeat my divine will with that meager strength? How overconfident, the shadow spoke, and with a sweep of his scythe endless darkness rushed towards the light feather and his companions. Amidst this boundless darkness were countless wails and howls, the collective force of many resentful spirits. Under this massive evil force, the light around light feather seemed so frail, as if a single blow could extinguish it. His golden holy light was powerless in this dire moment, but within it a dark red glow emerged once again. Wrapped in this red glow was the demon sword of Shura, blocking the demonic force of the Rakshasa god. At the critical moment, it was the demon sword of Shura that saved the day. However, this time it was not only the demon sword that appeared. A giant figure with a purplish face and terrifying patterns also stood beside the sword. The owner of the demon sword, the god of Shura, had also appeared. Seeing the god of Shura, Light Feather took a deep breath, his heart settling with a sense of surviving a calamity. Shura, he exclaimed, spotting the unfriendly divine will of the Rakshasa god facing him. The god of Shura, however, ignored the Rakshasa god and instead turned his head slightly, his voice devoid of any emotion. You go back, let him come. Light Feather was stunned, clearly not expecting such words from the god of Shura. But I've just come out, he murmured softly, but seeing the divine will of the god of Shura, he dared not disobey and eventually closed his eyes slowly. In his heart, Light Feather reappeared, and the surrounding light gradually receded as darkness surged once more. Now it's your turn to control the body, Light Feather reluctantly communicated to the figure standing in the darkness. Seeing Light Feather step forward, his mind shifted back to darkness. We agreed earlier 3 days for you and 1 for me. Does today count as the first day? As Guan Yu prepared to leave the state of mind, he halted, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Thinking of backing out? Guan Yu merely shrugged. Since I'm already considered a part of the darkness, it doesn't seem too outrageous to go back on my word. When Guan Yu reopened his eyes, the golden light surrounding him gradually began to be overtaken by a dark red hue. The shining Guan Yu transformed back into his form, clad in dark red soul-bone-fused armor, and his numerous physical incarnations also underwent a miraculous change. Clenching his fist and feeling once again in control of his body, Guan Yu wondered if this transformation should be defined as a metamorphosis or a split personality. While Guan Yu was lost in his thoughts, it was the divine voice of the Shura god that snapped him back to reality. The content of what he heard piqued Guan Yu's interest once again, his gaze eagerly fixed on the imposing figure of the Shura god, for the Shura god had spoken of the second form of the Shura sword technique, judgment. The colossal figure of the Shura god gripped the Shura demon sword with both hands, holding it aloft over his head, different from the initial stance of the first form, decree. This time, the energy accumulating in the Shura demon sword was not merely murderous intent but a strange energy devoid of any emotion, cold yet distinct from the chill of killing intent. As the Shura god prepared his move, the Rakshasa ghost formation in front of him was for the first time thrown into disarray. Shura, as an enforcer of the divine realm, how dare you meddle in mortal affairs? Despite the Rakshasa god's accusatory words, the Shura god continued to gather energy in his demon sword, ignoring the other's complaints. Sometimes what hurts the most isn't someone arguing back but being utterly ignored while you keep talking. This act of the Shura god further infuriated the Rakshasa god. The dark figure took the Rakshasa scythe from his shoulder, gripping it tightly with both hands. Likewise, countless Rakshasa divine powers converged into the scythe. As the divine power poured in, the scythe was enveloped in a thick purple glow. Knowing his enemy well, the Rakshasa god understood that the confrontation with the Shura god would be decided in a single move and would not drag on. Therefore, the Rakshasa god put all his effort into this strike, and the Rakshasa ghost formation, which had been acting as a power source, dimmed significantly as a result. Rakshasa annihilation. Although slow to respond, the Rakshasa god was quick to act, swinging his scythe not in a vertical chop but in a powerful horizontal slash. A massive purple sidelight slashed out towards Guan Yu and the Shura god. At that moment, the Shura god, having realized something, suddenly opened his eyes, which were dark and devoid of any emotion yet filled with unwavering determination. His movements were swift as he brought down the Shura demon sword with both hands in a swift strike, a Shura sword technique, the second form, judgment. With a heavy hum in the air, a sword light half white and half red shot towards the Rakshasa god. The scythe light from the Rakshasa god collided with this sword light, and unusually, there was no loud noise. Instead, the sword light seemed to absorb the scythe light of the Rakshasa god. The side light completely vanished, while the red part of the Asura god's sword light suddenly grew larger and then surged towards the domain of the Rakshasa, targeting the towering giant, the terrifying flower, the shadow holding the Rakshasa's side, and the ghostly array behind it. In an instant, everything within the Rakshasa god's camp, from the formless domain of the Rakshasa to the various entities within, including the final ghostly array, was cleaved by a crimson straight sword mark. Inside the sword mark, torrents of divine power from the Asura god overflowed, beginning to devastate everything of the Rakshasa god. Soon, the entire domain of the Rakshasa, the towering giant, the terrifying flower, the shadow, and the ghostly array were all covered with dark red cracks. Then everything exploded with loud bangs. Nowadays, with his vastly powerful spiritual energy, Guan Yu could clearly feel the divine power of the Rakshasa god rapidly weakening. The voice of the Rakshasa god's divine consciousness also resounded unwillingly at this time. Asura, you intervene in mortal affairs without permission. I will report you to the Divine Enforcement Council. Listening to the frantic voice of the Rakshasa god, this time the Asura god finally responded. I am one of the Divine Enforcement Council. I will wait for your complaint. With a wave of his hand, the Asura demon sword glowing with dark red light flew towards Guan Yu. Taking the Asura demon sword, Guan Yu, while amazed by the duel between the two gods, also began to keenly feel the second form of the Asura sword technique. Not having learned it didn't matter much, but once learned he found that this so-called divine technique was actually easier to master than some secret techniques. Otherwise, how could Tang San learn the Golden 13 halberd so quickly? In later stages, Tang San, Bibi Dong, and Xian Rinxue often used divine techniques not because they were smart but because divine techniques were actually simple. Now, having only seen two forms of Asura sword techniques performed by the Asura god, and with the Asura demon sword in hand, Guan Yu felt that he too could use these two forms, the only difference being in strength. Asura god and Rakshasa god's divine consciousness clashed, albeit briefly, but that did not mean it went unnoticed. Another figure, a handsome man dressed in azure blue divine armor and a woman in a golden cold gown, became aware of this confrontation. After witnessing everything, the man in the azure blue divine armor shook his head slightly, intervening in mortal affairs without authorization, changing the content of divine tests to save his own successor. Asura is really going too far. The woman in the golden gown snorted lightly. So what? The way Asura selects his successors, casting a wide net and focusing on nurturing. Now that he has finally found a satisfactory successor, how could he just watch him be killed by that Rakshasa god? You know as well as I do, Asura's method of nurturing indeed has yielded many successors, but among these, more than one has been sabotaged and killed by that Rakshasa god, including the recent death of the 8th test Tang Chen, making a total of 6. The man in the azure blue divine armor added, note that excluding Guan Yu, there are 8 who have been titled God of Slaughter. If we subtract Bibi Dong and Tang Hao, that leaves exactly 6. However, it's quite unusual that Rakshasa would go to the committee to complain about Asura. Forget about it. Those were just some harsh words Rakshasa spat out after losing to Asura. Typical of villains, isn't it? Where else would they find a way to save face? Complain about Asura? If Rakshasa really dared, he wouldn't just be hiding in the divine realm avoiding showing himself. Rakshasa not only has a grudge against Asura but also with the angelic god. Original setting. Speaking of your legacy, back when you fought across the seas and gained quite a following, you even left behind the divine trace of the sea god's island. Has it been this long without a chosen successor? Originally stated that Tang San was the first soul master to undergo the sea god's test. The man in the azure blue divine armor sadly shook his head. Although sea soul masters are equally powerful, their spiritual strength is slightly inferior to those from the mainland. Moreover, the most crucial heart of the sea god from the sea god's divine lineage ended up in the hands of a minor nation on earth. With their royal family's big white goose martial spirit, when will someone capable of bearing the heart of the sea god appear? If you had a successor, would you use the remnants of your divine consciousness on earth to intervene on his behalf during life-threatening moments? Faced with the question from the lady in the golden dress, the man in azure blue divine armor didn't even think before he responded. If it were me, I would never act selfishly like Asura. I would not protect him, nor would I interfere with mortal affairs. Before becoming a god, the lady in the golden dress and the man in azure blue divine armor had crossed paths quite a bit and understood each other somewhat. it's not necessarily so. With that slash from Asura, everything about Rakshasa was completely obliterated. This does not mean Rakshasa himself was obliterated, but rather the divine consciousness Rakshasa left in the city of slaughter was completely extinguished by Asura. Previously, the city of slaughter was a place marked by both, containing the divine consciousness of Asura and Rakshasa. Now, the city of slaughter contains only the divine consciousness of Asura. In Guan Yu's mind, the divine consciousness of Asura resounded. Before Rakshasa's arrangements in the city of slaughter were very secretive and I had no way to find them. Now, however, Rakshasa himself jumped out, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to completely eliminate his remaining divine consciousness in the city of slaughter. For a deity like Asura, being able to cut off Rakshasa's divine consciousness is something that even makes him slightly happy, considering the divine consciousness gods leave in the world is limited, use one lose one. Originally, the sea gods substituting for Tang San to teach Bibi Dong a lesson consumed a large amount of the sea god's remaining divine consciousness. However, this isn't what Guan Yu is concerned about right now. Guan Yu is concerned about passing his 8th test, the reward. Previously Asura had promised to double the reward. Soon enough Guan Yu heard the voice of Asura's divine consciousness again and his face finally showed a satisfied smile. Asura's 8th test, cutting off Rakshasa's divine consciousness in the city of slaughter, completed. Reward: spiritual power upgraded to divine level, soul power level increased by 2 levels, Asura's divine power enhanced. Having passed the 7th trial effortlessly, Guan Yu could discern that it was designed to elevate all his soul bones to the divine level. Reward for the 8th trial was the enhancement of his mental strength to a divine level, while the 9th trial involved evolving his killing domain into the Asura domain, essentially upgrading the domain to a divine level. What the reward for the 9th trial was, however, remained unclear. Once all these trials were completed, Guan Yu would essentially be at the level of a deity. The elevation of his mental strength to a divine level brought about the most straightforward and simplest change. His thought processes became more penetrative, plainly speaking, he became smarter, his computational abilities grew stronger, and his vision became clearer, allowing him to discern even the pores on a person's skin from meters away. Had he known he could achieve divine level vision, he wouldn't have needed to exhaust himself training his eyes in the past. The increase in soul power level goes without saying. With the reward of the 8th trial, Guan Yu's soul power level anomalously jumped to level 77, defying the typical cultivation norms of the Douluo continent. The changes in mental and soul power levels were easy to comprehend, but Guan Yu was still puzzled about the enhancement of his Asura divine power. Just as he pondered this, a cold force suddenly surged through his body. Guan Yu's hair, originally loose and black, gradually turned white from root to tip, though his eyes remained a dark red hue. Whoosh! Guan Yu, who had yet to retract his soul bone fusion technique, saw a series of Asura magic swords light up around the outer circle of the 9 Asura wheels on his back. Following this, 3 pairs of strong, white arms burst forth from his back, closely resembling the form of Tang San, inheriting the Asura god in the animations. The enhancement of Asura divine power referred precisely to these transformations in Guan Yu himself. Facing his new form, both his attack and defense capabilities were significantly boosted. However, this power also left Guan Yu somewhat unaccustomed. Mastering this power thoroughly would undoubtedly require further refinement. Beyond this, the benefits Guan Yu received were not limited to these. Most importantly, he gained complete control over the city of slaughter. Without the divine consciousness of the Rakshasa god, Guan Yu felt a closer connection to the city of slaughter, which had fully become his backyard. Compared to before, Guan Yu could now manipulate the powers of the city of slaughter at will. As Guan Yu absorbed these benefits, the typically reticent and proud Asura god's phantom gradually faded away. Having regained control over the hell road of the city of slaughter, Guan Yu naturally manipulated the spring dew of the underworld, unleashing a rain of this dew over the city of slaughter, which ultimately quelled the unrest there. After resolving everything in the city of slaughter, Guan Yu did not rush to leave. For half a month he continuously increased manpower to search for the elusive figure of Newell. The battle with the divine consciousness of the Rakshasa god made Guan Yu realize the strength of his spirited left leg bone, which was immune to negative reductions, though not necessarily to control effects. It meant immunity to slowing, poisoning, paralysis and other such drawbacks. Moreover, the skill of spiritedness also served as a means to indirectly enhance his combat strength, so this made Guan Yu even more eager to find Boer or Tang San would do as well. As for Qian Douluo and Shui, they were not yet problems that could be dealt with. At least Tang San was not an ordinary person, and it was normal that the people of the City of Slaughter couldn't find him for the time being. The key issue was Boer. They had been searching for so long and still hadn't found him, which made Guan Yu begin to doubt the capabilities of those from the City of Slaughter, sitting on the throne of the City of Slaughter. Guan Yu frowned, pondering where Boer might be. As for the plot of Douluo, Guan Yu was more reflected in the anime. The original novels were seldom mentioned. This is a direct impression for many Douluo fans. The anime can be watched, but the novels make you want to close your eyes. The novels were written too colloquially, too elementary, making them awkward to read, similar to some authors. Yet, it's frustrating that these authors earn less than a fraction of Wei Xiao's money. During this period of searching for Boer, the people from the City of Slaughter also brought some previous intelligence about Boer. According to the intelligence, Boer had conflicts with the Shrek 7 devils and, just like in the original story, ended up being beaten. So now Boer was probably not in the Tian-Do Empire anymore, but in the Star Luo Empire. The influence of the Spirit Hall in the Star Luo Empire was weaker than in the Tian-Do Empire. As said by Dai Mubai in the original, this might be related to Qian Rinxue being the crown Prince Xueqinghe of the Tian-Do Empire, who had already begun infiltrating the Tian-Do Empire. It could also be related to the way the Star Luo Empire conducted its affairs. The Spirit Hall hindered the unification of the continent by the Star Luo Empire, and there was definitely a resistance towards this branch of the Spirit Hall that existed within their empire. The influence of the Spirit Hall in the Star Luo Empire was not strong, and so naturally it was even less so for the people of Guan Yu's City of Slaughter. Arrange some people. Follow me to the Star Luo Empire. Star Luo Empire, yes, my king, I will arrange the manpower immediately. On a major road in the Star Luo Empire, a few carriages with nice exteriors were slowly moving along. Suddenly, the leading carriage came to a halt. 3 middle-aged men of varying builds were blocking the road ahead. The 2 taller men were wearing top hats while the shorter one was wearing a duckbill cap. Who are you to dare to stop Lord Fuca's carriage? The 3 men were not at all intimidated by the other party's reputation and responded disdainfully. The short man Tianya spoke up, I own this mountain and I planted these trees. If you want to pass, leave behind a spirit-guided device. If Guan Yu were here, he would recognize that among these 3 men was the Boer he was looking for. As for the other man of similar height to Boer but much more muscular, he was the agile Soul Emperor Goose Roast. The other short man was the strong attack-type Battle Soul Emperor Tianya. As for the person inside the carriage Fucas, he was a major noble from a nearby city in the Star Luo Empire whose subordinates were accustomed to flaunting their power. Seeing someone causing trouble, they jumped down from the carriage looking rather menacing, not like the victims of a robbery but more like they were accustomed to bullying others and were the ones instigating trouble. Seeing the 20 or so people who suddenly appeared, the 3 including Boer were not at all flustered. The endless abyss. The first to act was Bo Lu, who immediately summoned 2 black circular shields. Clearly, Buli's martial spirit, as described in the original text, consisted of a pair of shields, and these were not ordinary ones. They could withstand even the fiery flames of Ma Hongjuan's phoenix without the need for taking the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. The initial size of the shields alone suggested they were at least at the F level. Now, they had expanded more than tenfold, completely obscuring everyone's view. As for Tianya, with a wave of his hand, a greenish kitchen knife appeared, which could also enlarge. Once enlarged, he gripped it with both hands and delivered a horizontal slash. As for Goose Roast, he directly summoned his giant goose martial spirit to take flight. With the trio's actions, the noble subordinates were left utterly stunned, their previous arrogance dissipating instantly. A soul king and 2 soul emperors? The usual entourage of a noble consisted at most of a group of soul masters around level 20 or 30, no match for Bulu and his companions. With a sweep of the enlarged cyan kitchen knife, over 20 noble guards were flung away. Following this, under the terrified gazes of the nobles, the trio plundered their belongings. After everything was settled, Tianya couldn't help but smirk. What kind of nobles are these stepping out with so little money? Goose Roast chimed in, what's this small fortune good for? Let's hit a bigger target next. What do you say, Bulu? Bulu, biting his finger with his large buck teeth, his eyes narrowing craftily, replied, no, we need to change locations. Hit and run. Are you being too cautious, Bulu? Could it be you're overthinking? Goose Roast, slightly annoyed by the rejection, retorted. Bulu shook his head. No, I've got a feeling that someone has been after us for a while. Your intuition again? My intuition is very accurate. So where to next? the nearest famous city is Gung Xin City, a haven for blacksmiths. Let's try our luck there. Perhaps due to his martial spirit, Bu Li's senses were not off, able to faintly feel certain things, although he didn't know why. Some were after him, his feelings were never wrong. Even though Douluo was not as powerful as Tianya or Goose Roast, being a control-type soul master, and given their close bond he was actually the most cared for and had significant influence in the group. Thus the trio decided against continuing their robbery and left for the next city. Before leaving, Douluo glanced covertly at a corner behind a tree, and right from the spot Douluo had noticed after they departed, a figure emerged from behind the tree. This person, sniffing nervously, murmured, "Gung Xin City, finally found them. Must report quickly to the Slaughter King. Now that the supply of Yellow Springs dew has resumed, His Majesty will surely reward generously." Meanwhile, Guan Yu and his group also arrived at the border between the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. The cultural and strength differences between these two great empires were evident. The people of Star Luo were more barbaric and overall much stronger than those of Heaven Do. Just as Guan Yu entered the Star Luo Empire, he coincidentally received news about Douluo. Indeed, within the Star Luo Empire, in the city of Gangshin, after confirming the trace of Douluo, Guan Yu avoided wandering aimlessly in the Star Luo Empire and set his sights directly on heading to Gangshin City. A few days later, as Guan Yu and his companions were about to enter Gangshin City, Guan Yu, who possessed divine mental strength, immediately spotted three hidden figures about a kilometer away. At that moment, the hidden trio was also staring at Guan Yu and his group. Douluo muttered, "What do you think of this catch? They look like rich young masters, the kind who are foolish with their money, probably here in Gangshin City to buy some armor for protection." Upon hearing Goose Roast's comment, Tianya, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. It was still Douluo who, although unsure why, felt something off about Guan Yu's group. However, in the end, Douluo did not completely stop the other two but joined them in their move. "This mountain is mine, this tree I plant if you wish to pass, leave behind your soul guiding device." Guan Yu had encountered Douluo during the 7th trial of the Shura god, and those with him in search of Douluo also recognized his appearance. Seeing the man they had long sought suddenly appear in such a manner, they were all dumbfounded. Not just them, Douluo and his two companions also felt it odd, as these people did not seem nervous at all, unlike the nobles they had robbed before, and their looks towards the trio were strangely calm. Despite the oddity, the three did not slow down their assault. Known as the notorious Three Scoundrels, they were well aware of the advantage of striking first. With clear rolls, Douluo still took the lead as a control-type soulmaster, casting a large F-shield over the crowd. Tianya then stood directly behind Goose Roast, who had already embodied his martial soul, and the two took to the sky, against an opponent whose strength was unknown. Flying-type soulmasters often choose to do so, and with a swift move there was no holding back. Tianya, standing on Goose Roast's back, swung a giant green cleaver with his small frame incongruously large, the 6th soul-skilled dragon slaughtering cleaver. Just when the trio thought this would be another successful raid as before, their expressions suddenly turned to shock. The previously disregarded young master now summoning his martial soul, not to mention what the martial soul was. It was the soul rings on it that caught all their attention. 1 yellow, 1 purple, 2 blacks, 3 reds. Is this even human? Tianya couldn't help but comically rub his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things, and his surprise only grew, along with a budding desire to retreat. However, at that moment, Guan Yu, now more familiar than ever with his weapon, promptly pulled the trigger. A volley of silver crossbow bolts shot out, sweeping through. After absorbing the 7th soul ring, Guan Yu's strength had undergone a dramatic transformation, and facing Bu Li's trio posed no issue for him. The bolts pierced through the shield, the cleaver, the giant goose. With killing intent to curb desire, the judgment was successfully executed, and his fighting spirit soared as his left leg bone upgraded to divine level. With Guan Yu's continuously growing strength, taking down Bu Li's trio was simpler than ever. Looking upon the corpses of the 3 unfortunate souls, Guan Yu found himself disturbingly indifferent to the slaughter. He couldn't recall when he had become so desensitized to killing. Reflecting on the discomfort he felt during his first kill compared to his current unsettling tranquility, Guan Yu realized he had grown detached from the value of life. Was it due to inheriting the legacy of the god of Azura and starting the Azura god's trial, or had his time in the city known for bloodshed numbed him to the life and death of others? Shaking his head, Guan Yu dismissed these trivial thoughts. As he was about to lead his people forward, he noticed a crowd encircling him. Not far away, a luxurious carriage stood parked, its opulence unmistakably declaring the high status of its owner. What was happening? Had he returned to Gangshin City? From inside the carriage an impatient voice emerged, followed closely by subordinates who approached and spoke softly to the carriage's occupant. "My lord, there has been a murder ahead." "What, in my territory? Who dares to be so bold?" The voice from within the carriage grew impatient. "Arrest them immediately." "Yes, my lord." Observing the crowd that had surrounded him, Guan Yu realized they were all soul masters, and by their attire, they were from the Hall of Martial Souls. "Are you from the main temple of the Hall of Martial Souls in Gangshin City?" Instead of confronting them, Guan Yu pulled out a golden command token. This token, given by Qian Rinxue, proved incredibly useful within the Hall of Martial Souls. Moreover, the Elder's command from the original story in Tang San had been used countless times. Just as the crowd was about to speak, they saw the golden command in Guan Yu's hand and immediately silenced their curses, swallowing them back. Instead, they all knelt on one knee. "We greet the young master." The golden command in Guan Yu's hand was not just any token, it symbolized the identity of Qian Rinxue. Thus, its practicality was even greater than that of the Elder's command. "Young master." This respectful title also surprised the person inside the carriage. The carriage door opened and a middle-aged man with a somewhat sharp and monkey-like face clumsily tumbled out and scrambled towards Guan Yu. After seeing the golden command, the middle-aged man swallowed nervously and then stuttered, "Gangshin City's High Priest Myers greets the young master." For those in the Hall of Martial Souls, the token was all that mattered, not the person holding it. Since Qian Rinxue was young when she went undercover, only a few had seen her real face, so anyone with the young master's golden command was addressed as such regardless of their true identity. Myers, also kneeling, glanced up at Guan Yu and huffed. "High Priest Myers seems to be living quite comfortably, judging by the expensive carriage." Myers wiped the cold sweat from his face, aware only of the young master's command token and clueless about the young master's temperament. His ignorance only added to his anxiety. "I should not be so extravagant, please punish me, young master. Since you've come from afar, perhaps you would like to rest in the carriage," Myers suggested with a sycophantic smile typical of the cunning found within the Hall of Martial Souls. Guan Yu did not delve into the meaning behind Myers' words, as he himself was not the embodiment of justice like the legendary Light Feathers tasked with punishing corrupt officials. Such thoughts were far from his mind. Guan Yu was only aware of what was useful, what was not, and whether one was loyal or not. As for the rest, he let it be. Thus, without further targeting Miles, Guan Yu followed his directions and entered the carriage. As Guan Yu stepped into the carriage, Miles continued to show great respect, offering to lead the way for his young master. However, Guan Yu shook his head. "Bishop Miles, join me in the carriage, I have some questions for you." "Very well," replied Bishop Miles, his face breaking into an apologetic smile as he slowly followed Guan Yu into the carriage. Once inside, Bishop Miles sat upright with proper decorum. Now alone with Bishop Miles, Guan Yu dropped his pretense of being the young master of the Soul Hall and revealed his true identity. "I am not the young master of the Soul Hall, but his close friend." "Guan Yu, you're not the young master." "Wait, did you say your name is Guan Yu? Could it be that you are the foremost youth in the hall?" Initially, upon hearing that Guan Yu was not the young master, Miles' demeanor relaxed significantly. However, as Guan Yu confirmed his identity, Miles' enthusiasm reignited, fueled by the continent-wide Elite Soul Master Academy competition, where Pope Bibidon personally acknowledged Guan Yu as the premier young member of the Soul Hall. Moreover, it became known that Guan Yu was the grandson of the fifth elder of the Worship Hall, and that the Grand Elder, Xin Douluo, held him in high regard. These revelations, coupled with Guan Yu's display of the formidable strength of a six-ring Soul Emperor during the competition, made his identity unquestionable, especially since he carried the golden command of the Soul Hall's young master. "An honor to meet you, Lord Guan Yu," Miles respectfully greeted, bowing slightly. Guan Yu nodded calmly, gesturing for Bishop Miles to sit before speaking up. "Bishop Miles, how long have you been in charge of the bishopric of Gangshin City?" Responding earnestly despite some trepidation, Miles answered, "My lord, I have held the position for 10 years now." "Bishop Miles, when the hall appointed you to oversee Gangshin City, you must have made quite the profit over these 10 years, right?" Miles could only offer an awkward smile in response. Gangshin City, being the headquarters of the Blacksmiths Association and the largest metal trading center on the continent, indeed offered numerous financial benefits. Guan Yu did not press further, instead continuing, "Bishop Miles, when you were assigned to take over Gangshin City, the hall must have instructed you to take control of the Blacksmiths Association, right?" Miles nodded repeatedly. "How is that going now?" asked Guan Yu. At this Bishop Miles rose from his seat and respectfully bowed to Guan Yu. My lord, the blacksmiths of the Blacksmith Association are a stubborn lot, making it difficult to bring them under the allegiance of the Spirit Hall. In the original texts, it was after the establishment of the Spirit Empire that Xiaoyu led a force to destroy the association, which honestly is quite a pity. It's not that Guan Yu sympathizes with these blacksmiths, but rather once Spirit Hall controls the continent, the demand for metalwork will inevitably increase, so it would be best if the Blacksmith Association could be preserved. Of course, this is under the condition that the Blacksmith Association must remain loyal to the Spirit Hall. Blacksmiths are human too. Could it be that none of them are interested in the terms offered by Spirit Hall? Due to their profession, blacksmiths often have a bad temper and are stubborn, but they are normal people after all and can't just reject everything outright. What you may not know, my lord, is that the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association now houses the divine craftsman Lu Gao and the Grandmaster Si Long, making it difficult to win over the lower-ranking blacksmiths due to their high prestige within the association. As Bishop Miles was waiting for Guan Yu to suggest a good idea, he saw Guan Yu spread his hands and laugh, saying, since they are such a nuisance, why not just make those two disappear? Guan Yu's response left Bishop Miles at a loss for words, secretly thinking that Guan Yu was oversimplifying the matter. However, maintaining a patient demeanor, Bishop Miles said, my lord, but Lu Gao is a divine craftsman. Guan Yu shook his head again. A disobedient craftsman is useless. Spirit Hall needs the Blacksmith Association, not one or two craftsmen and grandmasters. Regardless of whether Spirit Hall builds a nation or launches a war later, the low-level soul masters and the army will always need weapons and armor. If the Blacksmith Association is present, these needs can naturally be met. As for the chairman of the Blacksmith Association, Lu Gao, Guan Yu has nothing for him to research. Should he research his own spirit? Therefore, if Guan Yu cannot win over Lu Gao, the simple solution is to make him disappear. Otherwise, should we leave him to help Tang San research hidden weapons that could harm us? Bishop Miles's face gradually showed difficulty. My lord, if we kill Lu Gao and Si Long, and if it becomes known that it was our Spirit Hall's doing, even if it incites public anger, it will only make it harder for us to take over the Blacksmith Association. Guan Yu replied, then you don't need to worry about that, Bishop Miles. Once Lu Gao and Si Long are dealt with, I will have plans for the next steps. Bishop Miles kept making excuses. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the lavish life in Gangshin City and his blade had dulled. Guan Yu had seen Miles's resume not long before coming to the Star Luo Empire. Miles had been with Spirit Hall for a long time, starting from the enforcement team, which essentially performed Spirit Hall's dirty work. Having been in Gangshin City for 10 years, Miles had been there long enough. Guan Yu thought it might be time for a change of scenery to continue benefiting other cities. This threat from Guan Yu was quite clear. The profits brought by Gangshin City to Bishop Miles were substantial and naturally he was reluctant to leave. My lord, your subordinate is willing to obey your orders and eliminate Lu Gao and Si Long for the Soul Hall. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu nodded with satisfaction. Find an opportunity yourself. If you need more manpower, I can arrange for my men to support your operation. I expect to hear of their demise as soon as possible. Since he had already agreed, Bishop Miles no longer hesitated and bowed to Guan Yu once again. My lord, there is an auction in 5 days where it is said that Lu Gao's works will be presented along with other activities by the Blacksmith Association. It is a rare occasion for Lu Gao to leave the Blacksmith Association and he will likely be with Si Long. It will be an excellent opportunity for us to ambush them on the way. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu did not give further commands but simply said, arrange it yourself. I only care about the results. In the days that followed, more people began arriving in Gangshin City. The main reason was the auction happening in 5 days. Gangshin City's auction was a major event, especially for the blacksmith and merchant communities, and even more so because it featured works by Lu Gao. 5 days later, early in the morning, a burly, strong, middle-aged man stood in front of a large small castle. From inside the castle, the clanging and banging of metal could be heard occasionally. This castle was the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association, and the tall figure was Si Long, the Grandmaster of the Blacksmith Association and disciple of the divine craftsman Lu Gao. At that moment, Si Long anxiously waited at the entrance of the Blacksmith Association. Eventually he saw an elderly man with a white beard, short and stout, wearing heavy armor, looking somewhat tired as he walked out. Si Long quickly approached him. Teacher, you're finally out. The white-haired, stout old man naturally was the divine craftsman Lu Gao. Lu Gao frowned unhappily. Silong, you should attend such events yourself. Why drag me into this? I still have some work unfinished. Silong knew Lu Gao's temperament all too well. Teacher, many people are attending this auction because of your fame. It wouldn't be appropriate for you not to show up. I ask only an hour of your time, then I'll bring you back. After much persuasion, Lu Gao finally got onto the carriage prepared by Silong, who followed soon after. As the carriage headed towards the auction, Silong asked Lu Gao about forging techniques until they reached a slightly secluded street. Suddenly figures appeared on the rooftops around them, each drawing a hand crossbow, not a Zhuge divine crossbow, but simple hand crossbows. Amidst the confusion, they triggered their weapons. With the sound of the wind being torn apart, the soldiers guarding the carriage fell one after another. Inside the carriage, Silong and Lu Gao heard the noises outside, but the two continued their discussion. Teacher, that sound. The twang is clear. Speed 610 meters per second. Medium lethality. It must be a powerful hand crossbow. Some bolts hit the carriage, but surprisingly none could penetrate it. The carriage Lu Gao was in was no ordinary carriage but a fine steel carriage crafted by the Blacksmith Association. Perhaps it was the presence of the carriage that kept Lu Gao looking calm as well. Silong, not bad, you've improved. That was the sound of a powerful hand crossbow. However, if the bow's body were adjusted by 3 degrees and the bowstring replaced with black horsehair, its attack power would be even stronger. Teacher, now might not be the best time to analyze the opponent's weapons. Isn't the powerful hand crossbow exclusive to the Martial Soul Hall and the Heaven Do Army, so the ones attacking us are? This ambush was not directly participated by Guangyu, it was all orchestrated by the Martial Soul Hall of Gongxian City in collusion with the people under Guangyu from the City of Slaughter. It must be said, the Blacksmith Association is only good at smithing. Forging weapons and equipment is their strength, but when it comes to combat, they are hardly competent. Simply put, they are those with soul power levels but significantly mismatched combat capabilities. People like Guangyu belong to the type who can fight above their level, a true genius, while the members of the Blacksmith Association are the easiest targets for such geniuses. It took less than 20 minutes for the several soul masters from the Blacksmith Association outside the carriage to be dealt with. On the other hand, the carriage Lu Gao was in, with its strong defenses, was surprisingly spared from the attack. Looking at the somewhat dim but exceptionally hard fine steel carriage, Bishop Miles slowly approached. The 7 soul rings on his body, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black, also began to rise slowly from beneath his feet. A 7-ring soul saint, a shadow of a wolf, also condensed behind Bishop Miles. With his martial soul merged, Bishop Miles, his eyes emitting a strange blue glow, looked towards the fine steel carriage. Flexing his right arm, his palm slightly bent, he immediately shot out claws as hard as steel blades. Facing the fine steel carriage, the 5th soul ring on Miles lit up and he directly struck at the carriage. The 5th soul skill, Swift Wolf Claw. 3 cold lights struck the carriage, instantly leaving 3 deep marks on the sturdy fine steel. Miles' attack also startled Silong and Lu Gao inside the carriage. Teacher, be careful. Bishop Miles didn't stop at just one attack. He launched a series of attacks on the carriage, claw after claw. Bishop Miles was extremely fast, and after countless strikes, with a loud bang, the carriage was reduced to countless fragments. As one of the bishops of Gongxian City, Miles indeed had some strength, and although the carriage Lu Gao and his companions were in had astonishing defenses, a Soul Saint level attack was a notch above Soul Masters below level 70, and there were not many pieces of equipment that could withstand an attack from a Soul Saint. Clearly, this carriage was not one of those few pieces. As the fine steel body of the carriage was broken open, Silong and Lu Gao could see the situation outside and realized who was attacking them. Miles, you dare to attack us so brazenly? The actions of your Martial Soul Hall are too reckless. Since you've already listened to Guangyu's order to eliminate these 2 from the Blacksmith Association, Miles naturally didn't need to be polite with them, especially since he had already troubled the Blacksmith Association before. Miles snorted with laughter. Reckless? I have given you opportunities more than once to submit to the Martial Soul Hall, but you keep acting all high and mighty, rejecting every time. It's done. Orders from above have tasked me with eliminating you, and today marks your end, said Miles as he lunged towards Lu Gao. Teacher. In a moment of desperate urgency, Silong stepped in front of Lu Gao, wielding a forging hammer in his hands. Utilizing the durability of the hammer, he managed to block Miles's claw attack. Although Silong's soul power level was not inferior to Miles's, like other blacksmiths, his focus was on forging rather than fighting. After all, a person's energy is limited. When you concentrate on one aspect, you inevitably neglect another. only those with a special aura can excel in all areas and perform exceptionally well in each. After exchanging a few moves, including a sidekick, Long was sent flying by Miles. Despite both wielding hammers, there is a distinction. The Haut Yen hammer can be used for forging, but a forging hammer is ultimately just for forging and not for combat. With Long defeated, everything came to an end. The fates of Long and Lu Gao also reached their conclusion. Until the end, there were no surprises, nor did anyone come forward to rescue Lu Gao. After witnessing their defeat at the hands of Miles, Guan Yu, who had been observing from a distance, also turned and left, perhaps because Lu Gao and Long were originally supposed to attend a grand event of the Blacksmiths Association. Their absence was quickly noticed. In less than half an hour, the Blacksmiths Association discovered the deceased Long and Lu Gao. The very next day, voices within the Blacksmiths Association began to spread, claiming that the Grandmaster Blacksmith Long and Divine Craftsman Lu Gao had fallen at the hands of Miles, the Lord of the Martial Soul Temple in Gangshin City. This claim spread quickly throughout Gangshin City. Within a day, the deaths of Lu Gao and Long caused a massive uproar in Gangshin City, the impact of which was akin to an earthquake. Even Guan Yu did not anticipate the extent of Divine Craftsman Lu Gao's influence and the significance of the title Divine Craftsman to blacksmiths, especially in Gangshin City, the city of metal. By evening, Guan Yu stood by a window. Today, the persistent clanging of forging in Gangshin City had ceased. The sudden silence in Gangshin City, which had stopped its forging activities, seemed even quieter than other places. Behind Guan Yu, a spy from the city of Slaughter reported to him, "Your Majesty, the death of Lu Gao has had a profound impact on the Blacksmiths Association and even on Gangshin City. It is reported that the Blacksmiths Association has taken the bodies of Lu Gao and Long and held a grand meeting at their headquarters. In the afternoon, there were even 2 demonstrations by members of the Blacksmiths Association with the residents of Gangshin City." Hearing this, Guan Yu simply nodded without saying much, seeing that Guan Yu had given no instructions. The spy couldn't help but ask further, "Your Majesty, do we need to arrange to suppress them?" Guan Yu looked at the spy with a puzzled expression. Suppress what? The demonstrations? Guan Yu then smiled and shook his head. "No need, it's not yet time, let's wait a bit longer." Not just Guan Yu's forces from the city of Slaughter, but also the Martial Soul Temple in Gangshin City, under Guan Yu's directive, did not interfere with the Blacksmiths Association's demonstration activities. It was precisely this indulgence over several days that attracted many onlookers to join in when they saw that the Spirit Hall did nothing to intervene. In no time, the number of marching groups surged from 2 to 20, plunging the recently quiet Gangshin City back into relentless uproar. Far from diminishing over time, the situation only gained momentum. Moreover, the focus shifted dramatically when the Blacksmith Association's protests suddenly began to explicitly denounce the city's chief priest, Miles. This turn of events even shook Miles himself. One day, Guan Yu took to the streets, observing the throngs of protesters and their vehement shouts, especially the increasingly vigorous denunciations against Miles. Nodding to himself in approval, it seemed everything was ripe for action. Among those in the Spirit Hall, there were always a few bad apples, and Miles was one of them. Due to the city lord's timidity, Miles wielded emperor-like power in Gangshin City. Under Miles' exploitation, many citizens were angry but dared not speak out. Now, using the protest as an opportunity, it seemed like they were venting their frustrations against Miles' rule. Inside the Spirit Hall of Gangshin City, Miles too felt something was amiss amid these protests. Moreover, Guan Yu had not met with him for several days. Could it be that the young lad was also intimidated by this momentum? At this point, Miles was actually quite apprehensive, feeling as if Luo Gao from the butcher floor had stirred up a hornet's nest with the Blacksmith Association. Just as Miles was preparing to meet Guan Yu, he finally received a message that Guan Yu wanted to see him. Arriving at Guan Yu's residence and closing the door, Miles was immediately asked by Guan Yu, "Do you have a wife and children?" Taken aback by such a question, Miles nevertheless answered honestly, "Yes, my lord, I have a wife and a son." Guan Yu nodded, then spoke indifferently, "From now on your son will follow me." Miles was startled, but then seemed to realize something, his face suddenly brightening with joy. He quickly knelt in thanks. "Thank you, my lord, for your nurturing." Watching the grateful Bishop Miles, Guan Yu continued, "Bishop Miles, actually there's something I want to borrow from you if you are willing." Though today's conversation left Miles baffled, he couldn't possibly refuse and thus quickly agreed. "Just say what you need, my lord, and I shall comply." Guan Yu nodded. "That's good, I'd like to borrow your head." Miles initially gave an awkward smile. "My lord, please don't jest with your servant." But seeing Guan Yu's stern expression solidify, Miles' heart skipped a beat. My lord, could it be? My lord, I am not guilty, Guan Yu then replied. I know, but with the turmoil in Gangshin City having escalated to this point, to quell the protests and even to regain the favor of the Blacksmith Association, only your head can achieve that. You've seen the consequences of Luo Gao's death. If the Spirit Hall doesn't make a decisive move, it will be difficult to maintain a foothold in Gangshin City, let alone win over the Blacksmith Association. As for your wife and son, they will be under my care. From now on, they will surely have a better future with me than with you. So, what do you have to worry about? Realizing that Guan Yu was serious, Miles was panicked and hurriedly made a final plea. My lord, the god of killing tower is high. I have followed your orders. I have advised you. I am innocent. As he spoke, Miles suddenly seemed to realize something. He abruptly looked up at Guan Yu. His expression and gaze completely changed. A terrifying thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Had Guan Yu planned from the beginning to sacrifice himself to save Gangshin City and the Blacksmiths Association? He had always thought of Guan Yu as just a child, and although he was wary of Guan Yu's background, he never really took him seriously. But now, if things were really as he suspected, then this young man was not as simple as he thought. He was a sinister demon. Regardless, seeing that Guan Yu was determined to kill him, Bishop Miles could not just stand by and do nothing. He quickly initiated his soul possession. After the soul possession, Bishop Miles launched an attack on Guan Yu. However, after his soul possession, he felt an intense, cold chill strike his heart as if he were in an ice cellar, and crucially, all his soul ring abilities failed. The immense pressure bore down on Miles, pinning him to the ground. Miles immediately turned and ran towards the outside. The cold aura was naturally Guan Yu's killing domain. In Guan Yu's killing domain, how could Miles possibly escape? With his soul weapon, the Zhuge repeating crossbow, 7 soul rings slowly rose from beneath Guan Yu's feet. However, the colors of these soul rings were vastly different from Miles's. As the sound of arrows breaking through the air rang out, several crossbow bolts shot out furiously. However, they caught up with Miles, and in his shock, the bolts pierced through his body and his life force seemed to flow out from the wounds. With Miles dead, Guan Yu then turned to the people of the City of Slaughter and said, "Take Miles's head to parade through Gangshin City and announce that the Soul Hall has now clarified the whole situation and has decided to sentence Miles to death, which has now been carried out. Please witness this." After saying this, and once the people from the City of Slaughter had left, Guan Yu's words also appeared in Gangshin City. But upon hearing the news and seeing Miles's head, all the residents of Gangshin City were overjoyed. Miles had been a tyrant in Gangshin City, and originally, the Blacksmiths Association only wanted a stance from the Soul Hall, even considering the worst scenario that the Soul Hall might ignore it. But who could have expected such a strong reaction from the Soul Hall, sacrificing a bishop? Thus, on that day, another voice soon emerged in the parade. That was the voice praising Guan Yu and the fairness of the Spirit Hall. As public opinion continued to ferment, more and more people began to praise the Spirit Hall, even quelling much of the anger from the Blacksmith Association. Afterwards, Guan Yu began to implement the next step of his plan. With the disappearance of Lu Gao and Si Long, it became much easier for the Spirit Hall to make contact with and absorb the Blacksmith Association. After successively purchasing most of the upper echelons of the Blacksmith Association, the entire association gradually began to draw closer to the Spirit Hall. As for those who remained loyal to Lu Gao and a few others, continuing to oppose the existence of the Spirit Hall, they met untimely deaths a few days later. This incident indeed stimulated those who were neutral and watching, forcing them to make a decision. Moreover, for the entire Gangshin City, since the words of the Star Luo Empire City Lord were light, the discourse power in Gangshin City completely fell into the hands of the Spirit Hall and the Blacksmith Association, which indirectly fell into Guan Yu's hands. With the Blacksmith Association in hand, the future military supplies were greatly strengthened, and naturally, the gap between the Spirit Hall and the armies of the two great empires would also be narrowed. After resolving the affairs of Gangshin City, Guan Yu did not rush to leave but stayed in Gangshin City for a while. During the process of dealing with the Blacksmith Association, Guan Yu suddenly thought of soul-guided devices. These devices, powered by soul force, are mainly used for long-range attacks and storing items, with the long-range attack devices being equivalent to later-stage firearms. And for the research of soul-guided devices, there is no one more suitable than the Blacksmith Association. This does not mean that Guan Yu wanted to research soul-guided devices himself, but rather that the research of soul-guided devices cannot do without the Blacksmith Association, keeping the current Blacksmith Association might, many years later, whether or not the spirit hall rules the continent, still promote technological progress and the research of soul-guided devices. Sometimes Guan Yu even wondered if the dramatic changes in the continent thousands of years later with the soul-guided devices of the Heaven Do continent lagging behind had something to do with the Great War between the Spirit Empire Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire that led to the complete destruction of the blacksmith association. Of course, these are matters for later. At least for now, the soul-guided devices of Heaven Do are mainly storage soul-guided devices. The making of soul-guided devices requires rare metals and gems to carve core formations, followed by completion of production, which also includes subsequent upgrades and enhancements, which are not Guan Yu's forte. What Guan Yu needed to do now was to firmly control the Blacksmith Association in his hands. Sir, just as Guan Yu was pondering, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. As Guan Yu looked up, he saw a burly, wheat-skinned, middle-aged man. This was Tac, who under the push of the Spirit Hall and the covert operations of Guan Yu had become the president of the Blacksmith Association. Tac was not a divine craftsman, not even a grandmaster, so previously there had been voices within the Blacksmith Association calling for the return of the other two divine craftsmen to take charge of the overall situation of the association. The other two divine craftsmen were the clan leader of the Power Clan Titan and Tang Hao, whose grave had already grown over with grass. However, these voices were ultimately suppressed, and now the president of the Blacksmith Association was the current Tac. My lord, do you need me for something? Guan Yu nodded. I will be leaving Gangshin City today. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can seek help from the branch of the Wuhuan Hall in Gangshin City. Besides arranging for his own people to take over the presidency of the Blacksmiths Association, Guan Yu has also made his arrangements in the Wuhuan Hall branch of Gangshin City, especially since Bishop Miles has passed away. The subordinate expressed his gratitude for his lord's nurturing. In the future, should you need anything, my lord, there is nothing I would not do. With these words, Tieshi knelt on one knee, his demeanor full of reverence, not showing the slightest disrespect due to Guan Yu's youthful appearance. Having experienced the events in Gangshin City, Tieshi knew very well how he had come to his current position. As Guan Yu had said, some people are aloof, others are stubborn, but that does not mean everyone is detached from worldly concerns and conflicts. At least for Tieshi, he aspired to climb higher. As a blacksmith, becoming the president of the Blacksmiths Association was his dream. Moreover, Tieshi was aware that his future was now linked with this young man before him. The reason Guan Yu appointed Tieshi as the president of the Blacksmiths Association was because Tieshi was ambitious yet intelligent. Glancing down at Tieshi, Guan Yu spoke lightly. I actually have a task for you to handle. At your command, my lord. From now on, I need you to start forging armor, military equipment, and heavy siege weapons sufficient for hundreds of thousands. What, my lord, with so much military equipment are we going to war? Tieshi asked, surprised. As the largest metal trading center on the continent, Gangshin City often became busy whenever there was a war. Seeing Guan Yu glare at him, Tieshi quickly realized he had spoken out of turn. I spoke out of place, please forgive me, my lord. Guan Yu did not truly punish Tieshi for this minor indiscretion but left a card on the table instead. This is 300 million gold soul coins, consider it a deposit. You must complete these arms as quickly as possible. The money on Guan Yu's card was of course swindled from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was wealthy, perhaps partly due to their spirit abilities related to treasure recognition, as mentioned in the original text. Ningfengji, for example, often lingered in the big auction house of Tiando City, probably to pick up bargains. As for just how wealthy the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was, perhaps only a raid on their headquarters would reveal. According to the timeline, there were still 4 to 5 years until the great turmoil on the continent, the Imperial War, and the top 3 sects being hit hard. But Guan Yu couldn't be sure if everything would still proceed according to the original timeline. When leaving the Blacksmiths Association, Guan Yu also took a piece of armor said to adjust its size according to the wearer's body. The creator was the deceased divine craftsman Lu Gao. Whether this was the same piece of armor Tang San acquired in the original story, Guan Yu did not know, but he took it nevertheless. A piece of soft armor, who knew what interesting events might happen because of it? After all, the neighboring caves had already set the stage for soft armor romance. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Tiando City, the prince's palace. You're giving this armor to me? Chen Rinxue glanced at the armor in her hands and then shifted her gaze to Guan Yu, feeling the chill emanating from it, uncertain of Guan Yu's intentions. Guan Yu began to explain simply, this is no ordinary armor, it's One of the masterpieces of the great craftsman Lu Gao. Now that Lu Gao has passed, this armor has become a limited edition. Over time, its value will only increase, and it might even become an antique. Qian Rinxue smiled faintly, not rejecting the offer. Alright, I'll accept this armor. You really handled things ruthlessly in Gangxin City. Guan Yu, however, didn't pay attention to the latter part of her statement and asked after Qian Rinxue accepted the armor, "Don't you have anything to show in return?" A gesture. Qian Rinxue chuckled, now curious about Guan Yu's thoughts. "What kind of gesture do you want?" Guan Yu smiled. "Lend me 2 people, the porcupine Douluo and the lance Douluo, for a while." Qian Rinxue laughed and shook her head continuously upon hearing this. "Trading 1 piece of armor for 2 titled Douluos, you really know how to make a deal. 1 is fine. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" Guan Yu didn't intend to hide his motives from Qian Rinxue, and stated outright, "My soul power level has already reached level 80 and I am preparing to hunt for my 8th soul ring." Even the usually composed Qian Rinxue couldn't help but show a look of surprise. "Your soul power level has reached level 80. She had heard that Guan Yu had broken through level 70, and feeling the pressure, she had also recently reached level 70. She had thought this might close the gap between them, but within a year Guan Yu had broken through to level 80. Advancing from level 70 to 80 in just 2 years was incredibly fast. Guan Yu nodded affirmatively, subtly releasing a slight wave of soul power. Feeling the strong soul power fluctuations from Guan Yu, Qian Rinxue clearly understood that the situation was indeed as Guan Yu described. Amidst her shock, Qian Rinxue found herself contemplating a thought she rarely entertained before, that she should quickly wrap up affairs in the Tiando Empire and then return to the Spirit Hall to undertake the Angel God assessment. Proud as she was, Qian Rinxue felt she had no advantages before Guan Yu, not in soul power level, not in domain, and not even in God position assessments, as Guan Yu had already passed several stages while Qian Rinxue had not yet started. "Do you have a target for your 8th soul ring?" Somehow Qian Rinxue also inquired more about Guan Yu, knowing that to impress a strong woman like her, one needs to be stronger and more striking, making her unable to forget you. She was aware of Guan Yu's soul ring configuration. From the 5th soul ring, all of Guan Yu's rings were 100,000-year ones. Qian Rinxue could feel the immense pressure from Guan Yu's 7th soul ring, clearly not a typical 100,000-year soul ring. Thus, considering Guan Yu's current configuration, his 8th soul ring couldn't possibly be a mere 10,000-year soul ring, given the rarity of 100,000-year soul beasts. And now that Guan Yu was asking to borrow 2 elders, it was clear he had something in mind. "In the heart of the Star Do Great Forest." In the heart of the Star Do Great Forest? Are you referring to the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python? This was the conclusion Light Feather came to after much contemplation. There are only so many 100,000-year soul beasts, and with the current limitations Light Feather faced, tackling the 200,000-year soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest seemed a simpler task. At least they were terrestrial soul beasts, which meant that the land-based soul masters from the Spirit Hall wouldn't be restricted by soul crystals. Moreover, Light Feather's decision to borrow the 2 elders from Qian Rinxue was not just for show. The toxin of the porcupine Douluo was crucial. Among soul masters who use poisons normally without any tricks, porcupine Douluo was indeed stronger than poison Douluo Douluo, especially since Douluo was already dead. In the original story, Bibi Dong's poison was key during the siege against De Ming and Air Ming. It was Bibi Dong's toxin that prevented them from escaping, eventually leading them to fall into Tang San's hands. Even with Uncle Seshue and Uncle Shi assisting you, they might not match up against the 2 forest overlords of the Star Do Great Forest. At this point, Light Feather also revealed his final plan and team configuration. It wasn't just the Porcupine Elder and the Spear Lance Elder. The already recovered Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo, as well as the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 7th elders from the offerings, would assist. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue's expression finally relaxed. For elders plus 4 elders, this lineup, even if it couldn't subdue the 2 kings of the forest, could ensure their own safety. The 3rd elder, Cheng Luan Douluo, the 5th elder, Guangling Douluo, and the 7th elder, Zhang Yamo Douluo, were the 3 among the 7 great elders who had the best relationship with Light Feather and were often his go-to fighters. As for the 4th elder, the male lion Douluo, his soul skill could counteract soul beasts and soul masters with beast type martial souls, which was crucial since their target was the Star Do Great Forest. Thus, after Qian Rinxue agreed, 3 days later, Light Feather led Porcupine Douluo, Spear Lance Douluo, and Guangling Douluo to meet at the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. seeing all four great elders of the spirit hall present, Porcupine Douluo and Spear Lance Douluo who followed Light Feather were also startled. To hunt a soul ring, even deploying four great elders of the spirit hall, could it be that Light Feather was the darling of the spirit hall's elders' chamber? After exchanging simple greetings, they entered the Star Do Great Forest, as the largest forest in the Douluo continent spanning between the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires. Its area was naturally immense. The Star Do Great Forest even provided a strategic buffer zone for the two great empires. Once inside, the fourth elder male lion Douluo demonstrated another of his abilities. He could actually control the soul beasts of the Star Do Great Forest to scout for him. Light Feather wasn't sure what species of lion the male lion Douluo's martial soul was, but given the relationship between martial soul quality and cultivation level, being able to cultivate to the 97th level, the male lion Douluo's martial soul was certainly not an ordinary beast-type lion. With the soul beast scouting ahead for them, Guan Yu and his companions did not have to worry about alerting the targets of their expedition. The several worshippers from the martial soul hall were long renowned experts who were well aware of the two soul beasts deep within the Star Do Great Forest, so their journey was marked by a clear objective. Along the way, occasionally some imprudent soul beasts attacked the group, but they were all turned into ice sculptures by the brilliance of Guanling Douluo. Compared to the actions of others, Guanling Douluo's methods were quieter, causing minimal disturbance and thus not alarming other nearby soul beasts. As night fell, the group camped in the woods and resumed their journey at dawn. After 3 days, they finally reached the deepest parts of the Star Do Great Forest. The soul beasts they encountered along the way grew increasingly powerful. Almost none were under 10,000 years old. After a while, Xiongshi Douluo, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. "We are only 5 kilometers away from the central lake of the Star Do Great Forest," he said. "As we move deeper, we need to be more cautious. Once soul beasts cultivate for over 100,000 years, they evolve their own domains, which can give them an advantage even over us, the titled Douluos. Any slight mistake could alert them." However, just as Xiongshi Douluo finished speaking, a thunderous roar came from the distance. "Have we been discovered?" asked Zhang Ma Douluo immediately. Guangling Douluo quickly added, "Is that the roar of the Titan giant ape or the sky green bull python? It's so loud." Upon hearing the roar, Xiongshi Douluo frowned and looked in the direction of the sound, which was coming from the central lake of the Star Do Great Forest. "Strange. This roar doesn't seem to belong to either the Titan giant ape or the sky green bull python. This roar, it's filled with a powerful thunder element's soul power." After the roar echoed through the area, Shima Douluo, looking in the direction of the sound, was the first to speak. Following him, the third worship Xingwan Douluo slightly shook her head. "It's filled with a rich wind element's soul power, nearly as strong as a 100,000-year soul beast." Xiongshi Douluo also spoke up. "From its roar, its strength is not inferior to that of the Titan giant ape and the sky green bull python of the Star Do Great Forest." When did such a soul beast appear in the Star Do Great Forest? Being a lion, the king of beasts, and possessing the skill to subdue hundreds of animals, Xiongshi Douluo could discern much from this roar. As everyone voiced their speculations based on the roar, Guan Yu also sensed a strong energy impact from it. However, the energy Guan Yu felt was neither the thunder element's soul power sensed by Shima Douluo nor the wind element's soul power felt by Xingwan Douluo, but rather an evil dark aura. The inherent attributes of a soul master determine their sensitivity to similar attributes. Shima Douluo, who cultivated thunder element's soul power, felt the thunder element fluctuations most distinctly, while Xingwan Douluo, with her wind element's soul power, was the first to sense the wind element fluctuations, and Guan Yu felt the presence of evil and dark forces, evil, darkness, thunder, wind. These different elemental powers converged together, making Guan Yu think of a special kind of soul beast. Firstly, these varied elemental powers must come from the same soul beast, a fact that both Guan Yu and the other present dignitaries and elders could confirm. Evil, darkness, thunder, wind. Could it be the dark demon evil god tiger? Guan Yu speculated internally, also leaning towards this conclusion. In fact, the dark demon evil god tiger possesses attributes of evil, darkness, thunder, wind, time and space, 6 in total. Perhaps due to the profound and mysterious nature of time and space, no one could perceive them, only able to detect the other attributes. The original texts mentioned that the dark demon evil god tiger once troubled the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Could it be that this time they had stumbled upon it by chance? According to the timeline, this indeed happened 3 years earlier than when the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape made their sacrifices in the original story. If the dark demon evil god tiger was also present, it was uncertain whether its presence would be advantageous or detrimental to their plans. At this moment the lion Douluo also brought forth a new conclusion: this mysterious soul beast seemed to be contesting the two kings of the Star Do Great Forest, although it appeared to be somewhat suppressed. With this statement, everyone became even more curious about this mysterious soul beast. Sometimes the strength of your opponents can reflect your own power. Being able to contend with the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, naturally it was no ordinary soul beast. While things were still unclear, they decided to advance stealthily. Their opponents were currently engaged, hence less vigilant about their surroundings. Xinghuan Douluo said, whether it was the elders of the Soul Hall or the other dignitaries, all nodded in agreement, a clear indication of the hierarchy among them. As the group converged their soul power and moved towards the lake at the center of the Star Do Great Forest, the fluctuations in soul power they felt grew stronger, occasionally accompanied by powerful gusts and loud impacts. When they arrived within 100 meters of the lake center, Xinghuan Douluo signaled everyone to halt. Even though the three soul beasts were engaged in battle, focusing mainly on the fight, it did not mean they were completely unaware of their surroundings. Moreover, 100,000-year soul beasts possess domain skills, a fact Guanyu, who also had domain skills, was well aware of. The 100-meter area ahead was under the influence of 3 domain skills. It was normal for the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape to have domains, but the dark demon evil god tiger also had domain skills due to its uniqueness. Considering it related to his 8th soul ring, Guanyu now also informed everyone about the presence of the dark demon evil god tiger, and as for how he knew, he would just make up a reason later. I think I might have guessed what that mysterious soul beast is. Hearing Guanyu speak, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Seeing the look in everyone's eyes, whether dignitaries or elders, curiosity was evident, for most people still harbored curiosity towards the unknown. Moreover, from everyone's gaze, Guanyu truly felt that he was being seen as an equal. This shift in power has its effects, including the Guangling Douluo, who should no longer see himself as a child. Guangling Douluo promptly interrupted Guanyu's train of thought. Little Feather, do you know from which soul beast that mysterious roar came? If you know, tell us quickly so we don't suffer later. Guanyu then explained in detail. If I'm not mistaken, the soul beast daring to challenge the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape should be the dark demon evil god tiger. It is said to possess the ultimate evil attribute left by the evil god, with an extremely domineering nature. Its growth doesn't come from its own cultivation, rather it is extremely difficult for it to cultivate on its own. It can only rapidly increase its strength by devouring other soul beasts or the soul power of human soul masters. The dark demon evil god tiger is extremely powerful. Generally, soul beasts can become the martial souls of humans, but this dark demon evil god tiger is an exception. No one's martial soul has ever been it. It doesn't have a dark attribute, but the ultimate evil attribute left by the evil god, which human bodies cannot withstand. It possesses attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time and space, and is highly intelligent. However, the good news is that because of its temperament, it doesn't get along with the 200,000-year-old soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest, and their conflicts could provide us with a good opportunity for a sneak attack. As they digested the information provided by Guanyu, the group also plotted their strategy. The priests and elders, having worked together for many years, naturally had no issues with coordination. In the world of soul masters, cooperation is key. Hence, even if they are titled Douluo with high soul power levels, they have experienced coordinated combat. The highest ranking Xinghuan Douluo arranged. Lion, you lead the charge with the 100 beasts. Guangling, you will deliver the first deadly strike. After Lion and Guangling, Little Feather, you are responsible for using your slaughter domain to suppress those 3 soul beasts. Although your slaughter domain might not be able to suppress them continuously, it can serve a brief controlling function to allow the rest of us to make our moves. Blood Spike, you start by covering the entire central lake with your porcupine poison. As long as your porcupine poison takes effect, they won't be able to escape. After detailed arrangements were made, Xinghuan Douluo turned his gaze back to Guangling Douluo. This time you are hunting soul rings for your own grandchild. Guangling, make sure to be careful. Guangling Douluo also waved his hand. Alright, I know, I guarantee there won't be any mistakes. 100 meters away on the other side, a lake which was originally clear now splashed waves more fierce than the surging sea. The water splashes, accompanied by strong soul power fluctuations, washed everything around repeatedly. At the center of this clash of soul powers, one could see the silhouettes of three huge soul beasts. One, a robust giant ape with hands planted on the ground, had red flaming patterns on its body, standing over 20 meters tall. Another, standing in the center of the lake, only showed half its upper body, resembling a snake, but with a bull's head all over in green. Even just its half body stood as tall as the giant ape on land, and its aura was even stronger than that of the giant ape. In the presence of two soul beasts, each exudes a suffocating pressure, yet before these mighty creatures stood another beast of comparable size, its form just as fierce. Even the dim sky seemed mysteriously connected to it. It was a massive black tiger, its body entirely black with eyes a sinister red filled with a chilling ferocity, although 10 meters in length. Slightly smaller than the other two soul beasts, its muscles bulged impressively. It showed no fear, constantly roaring at the other two beasts. Most peculiar was its tail, long and tipped with a huge barb that stood erect, shimmering with a cold, ghostly light. At that moment the giant ape astonishingly spoke human words. "Big brother, this fellow has grown much stronger than 30 years ago. It's able to withstand our attacks for so long." The bull-headed python in the lake responded, "It has been absorbing other soul beasts to enhance its strength, naturally quickening its cultivation. Little brother, we must stop it this time, or soon no one in the entire Douluo Great Forest will be able to control it, and it will surely bring disaster upon the forest." "Evil tiger, you can't escape this time," agreed the giant ape, then looked at the black tiger in front of it and raised its strong arms to fiercely pound the ground. Gravity mire. The battlefield was undoubtedly between the azure bull python, the titan giant ape, and the dark demon evil god tiger. An invisible force pressed down on the black tiger, significantly increasing its burden, causing it to roar once again. The dark demon evil god tiger, having devoured several thousand years soul beasts and greatly increased in strength, was overly confident. It challenged the rulers of the Douluo Great Forest, the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, only to find itself at a disadvantage. Intelligent as it was, the dark demon evil god tiger realized it couldn't defeat these two allied 100,000-year soul beasts and would need to devour more soul beasts to stand a chance. However, as the dark demon evil god tiger thought about retreating, the azure bull python and the titan giant ape sensed the threat posed by its terrifying growth rate. Just as the dark demon evil god tiger considered how to withdraw, it glanced around with its massive black tiger head. Roar! Known for its bad temper, the dark demon evil god tiger noticed several soul beasts, some 1,000 and even 10,000 years old, approaching from all directions. Not just the dark demon evil god tiger, but the azure bull python and the titan giant ape felt the presence of other soul beasts as well. Roar! Both beasts roared in an attempt to intimidate these soul beasts and drive them away. However, they soon realized something was amiss, as their previously infallible roars seemed to have no effect on these approaching creatures. "Little brother, something's not right," said the titan giant ape. Initially, these soul beasts approached slowly, but then they began to run, crawl, and fly rapidly towards the center of the lake, directly towards the azure bull python, the titan giant ape, and the dark demon evil god tiger. Known for their tempers and challenged in their status, the azure bull python, the titan giant ape, and the dark demon evil god tiger decided to teach these reckless soul beasts a lesson. Just as the sky blue bull python spat out lightning, the titan giant ape raised a giant rock, and the dark demon evil god tiger was about to strike with its raised claws. The soul beasts around them suddenly burst into explosions before they could even attack. Boom! 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 The millennia-old and century-old soul beasts exploded suddenly like bombs, detonating one after another. Flesh and blood, along with surges of soul power, quickly left the three soul beasts in a sorry state. Soon the sky blue bull python, titan giant ape, and dark demon evil god tiger all felt as if they were locked onto by some force. Then immediately following this, the eighth soul skill, end limit. As the words fell, icy blue arrow shadows appeared beneath the feet of the sky blue bull python, titan giant ape, and dark demon evil god tiger. Endless feathered arrows flew out from beneath them, attacking once more. This sudden barrage caused significant injuries to the three beasts. Amidst these two waves of attacks, Light Feather arrived within the range that the slaughter domain could cover. Holding the Azura magic sword, all of his corporeal clones deployed the slaughter domain, layer upon layer, directly enveloping the sky blue bull python, titan giant ape, and dark demon evil god tiger. Caught off guard, the three mighty soul beasts lost their advantage. Although the primary function of the slaughter domain was to seal demons, the terrifying murderous aura also played a strong restrictive role. Bang! Another muffled sound followed as a huge creature plummeted from the sky. It was a giant spiky porcupine fish, now swollen and floating above the lake's surface. Standing atop the spiky porcupine were 4 figures: the elders of the Hall of Souls, Magic Bear, Ghost Panther, Serpent Spear, and Blood Thorn. Following this, the spines on the giant spiky porcupine bristled, its body swelled slightly more, and then with a whoosh a thick purple smoke sprayed out from its mouth, instantly covering the entire central lake area for hundreds of meters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The last 3 sounds of cutting wind arose. In the forest, 2 hurricane-formed orbs of wind burst out, followed by a giant crimson stick that swept through, flattening countless trees in its path. All 3 attacks solidly hit the sky blue bull python, titan giant ape, and dark demon evil god tiger. With this, the ambush by Light Feather and his companions came to a temporary close. Yet, the expressions on their faces were anything but relaxed, for they were dealing with the rulers of the Stardow Forest, 200,000-year-old soul beasts and 1 special soul beast not much weaker than the 100,000-year ones. The soul beasts, known for their formidable defense, could perhaps withstand coordinated attacks that would instantly kill many titled Douluo, but these 3 soul beasts might not be so easily defeated. After a moment, amidst the smoke, 3 furious roars emerged. Roar! With a huge sound, rings of sound waves quickly dispersed the smoke. Then the sky blue bull python, titan giant ape, and dark demon evil god tiger, all massive in size, reappeared before Light Feather and his companions, gasping heavily and showing even more injuries. The spiky porcupine Douluo's poison had also successfully hit the 3 soul beasts, and even if they could flee, the spiky porcupine Douluo could track them down using the poison. Perhaps due to the nature of its own attributes, while afflicted by the pufferfish poison, Guanyu could still sense that among the 3 soul beasts present, the dark demon evil god tiger was in the best condition, not the sky blue bull python, which held the highest cultivation level. Damn humans! As the Guanyu group got a closer look at the 3 soul beasts, it was also the first time these soul beasts encountered the Guanyu group. The titan giant ape spoke angrily, "Get lost quickly." The titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python had long resided here, but since the titan giant ape often went out while the sky blue bull python rarely did, the former's aura was even stronger. The sky blue bull python then brought its massive bull head close to the titan giant ape. "Second brother, these humans mean us no good. I just don't know if they're after us brothers, or if it's the evil tiger they want." The titan giant ape nodded, also whispering to the sky blue bull python, "Big brother, I've been poisoned. It must have been that fat fish. I can feel the toxin eroding my vitality." Worry filled the eyes of the sky blue bull python, but it then shifted its gaze towards the dark demon evil god tiger. "Evil tiger, faced with these humans, perhaps we should set aside our grievances for now and deal with these people first." With a growl, the dark demon evil god tiger slowly paced forward, responding with 2 sounds. Although the dark demon evil god tiger could not speak human language and it was unclear what it meant, its actions clearly indicated a willingness to join forces with the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. This alliance of the 3 soul beasts also brought some pressure onto the Guanyu group. On the Guanyu side, arrangements were quickly made. Qinghuan Douluo, Spiny Puffer Douluo, and Ghost Panther Douluo were tasked with handling the sky blue bull python, lion Douluo, Exorcist Douluo, and Demon Bear Douluo. All strong attackers were to confront the titan giant ape, while Glittering Feather Douluo and Spear Serpent Douluo took on the dark demon evil god tiger. After the division of labor, each titled Douluo found their respective targets. As the battle commenced, the battlefield was divided into 3 areas. Among the 3 soul beasts, the sky blue bull python was the fastest, especially in the lake center where its speed was as fast as lightning. Thus Qinghuan Douluo arranged for Spiny Puffer Douluo, also a water attribute, to take on the sky blue bull python. The 5th soul ring on Spiny Puffer Douluo lit up and his body first contracted and then expanded like lightning, spraying nearly 100 poison spikes in an instant, covering the sky blue bull python's movement path like a rain of flowers. The poison spikes covered a large area of the sky blue bull python's escape route, yet the agile beast twisted its body, dodging wave after wave of attacks. Spiny Puffer Douluo, visibly annoyed, clenched his fist tightly. The dense poison spikes in the air suddenly began to explode, turning into a shower of fragments that splattered everywhere, accompanied by a thick purple fog. These fragments and the purple fog not only covered the sky blue bull python but also enveloped the entire lake. Spiny puffer Douluo, large in size but not foolish, thought, since you want to dodge, I might as well just contaminate the entire lake with poison and see how you can dodge then. In an instant, spiny puffer Douluo's body swelled up once again, enlarging almost exponentially compared to before. In the blink of an eye, the person had transformed into a massive sphere with a diameter of 10 meters, and the previously shot purple spikes had regrown. Each spike was about 1 to 2 meters long, resembling a gigantic porcupine. In the next moment, the enormous porcupine opened its vast mouth, from which a purple glow akin to a black hole was ejected. However, this purple glow was not aimed at the sky blue python but at the entire lake's water. Under the control of the porcupine Douluo, the lake's water quickly turned into a dense dark purple, instilling fear in those who saw it. Damn it! The sky blue python leapt out of the lake, furious to see the once clear water transformed into this state. For the sky blue python, which had lived in the lake for years, this was its home. Opening its wide mouth, a blue-white thunderbolt shot out, clearly not ordinary lightning but known for its incredible speed. However, the ghost panther Douluo was also swift. Having taken an antidote provided by the porcupine Douluo beforehand, the ghost panther Douluo did not need to worry about being accidentally poisoned and could move so fast that his figure was barely visible, only causing rapid ripples on the lake's surface. The porcupine Douluo himself swiftly burrowed into the massive fish body beneath him. The Qinghuan Douluo was not slow either, having positioned herself in the air right from the start. As the sky blue python ascended, the enormous Qinghuan phantom beast behind Qinghuan Douluo dived directly down like a predator hunting its prey, extending its sharp claws toward the body of the sky blue python. Whether the sky blue python was a snake or not, Guan Yu didn't know, but the method used by the Qinghuan phantom beast seemed precisely designed to deal with snake-like soul beasts. The two sharp claws swiftly and precisely targeted the sky blue python, tearing through the air. However, just as they were about to strike, a sudden burst of blue light flashed in the python's eyes. Instantly, everything around the sky blue python slowed down. This was the sky blue python's domain skill, the slowing field. It wasn't a time-related skill but simply reduced the speed of its opponents, and it was during this brief slowdown that the sky blue python seized the moment to twist its body and slippery escape. Ghost Panther Strike, Ghost Panther Blades. Suddenly, the Ghost Panther Douluo burst forth, his twin black claws meeting their target head-on. Similar to the Ghost Douluo, the Ghost Panther Douluo's attack was mixed with dark energy, making any wounds inflicted particularly difficult to heal, tormenting the opponent like maggots boring into bone, somewhat resembling Guan Yu's sixth soul skill, Celestial Fire Scorch. The two dark claws directly grabbed onto the head of the sky blue python, leaving 3 sets of dark black scars from which even wisps of black air were emerging. As the Qinghuan Douluo was restrained by the sky blue python, a blue glow appeared around her body, scanning over her from head to toe like a sweep. Soon after, her body was enveloped in a faint blue glow, and the slowing effect of the sky blue python was also lifted from her at that moment. This is one of the soul skills of Qinghuan Douluo, which can eliminate all negative effects on himself in one go, much like the spirited left leg bone of Light Feather. Once he regains his freedom, leveraging the speed advantage of his wind element, Qinghuan Douluo swiftly catches up to the sky blue python. Twisting his body, his right leg swings out in a powerful strike. Known for his leg techniques, Qinghuan Douluo is unlike the casual light plume Douluo. He is highly focused, which is why he excels in both alchemy and cultivation, earning him the position of the third offering. Years of combat experience have honed his leg techniques to maturity. Facing the sky blue python, he alternates between whipping kicks and executing the lightning-fast solo dragon drill. His attacks, aided by the wind attribute, flow with exceptional smoothness. Moreover, his wind element's soul power seems to reach its fullest potential in tandem with his leg techniques, slashing at the sky blue python while the chaotic winds inflict additional lacerating damage. The thick scales of the sky blue python cannot fully withstand the cutting force of Qinghuan Douluo's wind, leaving non-fatal yet significant wounds that cannot be ignored. Seeing his attacks take effect, a slight smile curls on the cool and handsome face of Qinghuan Douluo. With his extensive experience battling soul beasts, he knows they can't defeat the sky blue python in one hit. It requires gradual attrition, especially against a 100,000-year soul beast, which needs to be worn down slowly. Meanwhile, the porcupine Douluo, who had been dodging the sky blue python's thunderous attacks, is not idle either. At this moment, his inflated porcupine fish bounces repeatedly on the surface of the lake before suddenly ramming into the sky blue python. The ninth soul skill, Porcupine Bomb. Boom. the giant porcupine fish explodes on impact, sending a massive shockwave that even flips the massive body of the sky blue python, ghost blade combo. For soul masters like Ghost Leopard Douluo, it's all about seizing opportunities, and he's ready to strike the sky blue python again, though the body of the sky blue python is somewhat out of control. Its eyes blaze with fury, and arcs of electricity flicker over its body. Flash, Xinghuan Douluo, always in control of the battlefield, is the first to notice something amiss with the sky blue python and shouts a warning. In the next second, the blue-white arcs of electricity on the sky blue python's body intensify and eventually burst outwards. Sky blue annihilation thunder. Despite Xinghuan Douluo's warning and their quick retreat, Ghost Leopard Douluo is still caught in the thunder. The previously hidden black figure also appears, falling downwards, also enveloped in blue-white electric arcs. Afterwards, the sky blue python readjusts its body coils in the void and fixes its blue eyes on Xinghuan Douluo and Porcupine Douluo, who still have fighting capability. From its nostrils, a dense white mist is exhaled, mixed with traces of dark purple. The wounds are also showing dark purple blood, clearly the result of Porcupine Douluo's toxic quills. Witnessing the scene, Guan Yu couldn't help but sigh at how delightful it was to be immune to poison. The sky blue python turned its head to the side, where the Titan giant ape was also entangled in a fierce battle with three titled Douluo. After the beast spirit possession, the lion Douluo and the demon bear Douluo, although still somewhat smaller compared to the Titan giant ape, were like little giants compared to the normal stature of Guan Yu and others. Moreover, even though their sizes were not as immense as the Titan giant ape, the lion Douluo and demon bear Douluo could shake the massive body of the Titan giant ape with the strength they wielded after spirit possession. Spirit masters might physically be inferior to spirit beasts, but they excel with the combination of spirit abilities. Both the lion Douluo and demon bear Douluo had spirit bodies that enhanced their strength and defense, so as titled Douluo, their physical strength was formidable. Although the Douluo continent is a place of mystical fantasy, among the titled Douluo there are still those with extraordinary physical abilities. For instance, when the golden crocodile Douluo first appeared, even though he was defeated by Tang Hao, his strike could shatter city walls. Demon Bear's heavy punch, Lion King's binding strike, a punch and a claw fiercely hit the Titan giant ape, pushing its massive body to stagger back several steps. Gravity mud, a halo of light spilled from the body of the Titan giant ape, restraining the lion Douluo and demon bear Douluo once again. At the same time, the Titan giant ape raised its arms high and then slammed them into the ground. By using the gravity mud to restrict its opponents, it followed up with the Titan tremor to shake them. The Titan tremor could stun the opponents. However, the lion Douluo and demon bear Douluo experienced as they were quickly retreated the moment they were caught in the gravity mud. When an opponent uses a control skill, their next move is either to flee or to prepare for a powerful new attack. Even though the lion Douluo and demon bear Douluo had their responses, the Titan giant ape did not cease its actions. Titan Sky Cannon. The combination of gravity mud and Titan tremor first controlled the situation, then the big move, Titan Sky Cannon, finished it. After two booming sounds, two black torrents rushed towards the demon bear Douluo and lion Douluo. Caught off guard, they hastily raised their hands to block. Boom! After a muffled sound, the robes of the demon bear Douluo and lion Douluo, who had endured a hit from the Titan Sky Cannon, were torn apart. Trails of blood flowed down their strong muscular contours. The aura around them was visibly diminished, yet even so the Titan giant ape showed no signs of relaxation and instead looked up at the sky with an even more solemn expression. The ninth spirit ability, Universal Salvation. Watching the red giant stick piercing through the clouds coming down towards itself, the Titan giant ape's body grew larger once again as it raised its hands to meet the attack. Boom! The giant panlong stick stopped descending at that moment, but the feet of the Titan giant ape were deeply rooted in the ground. The demon-suppressing Douluo leaped down, landing on top of the panlong stick, his feet apart, exerting force, pushing the giant panlong stick down a few more inches until the Titan giant ape could only resist with great difficulty using its shoulders. Brother! The azure bull python swung its massive tail with a whooshing sound, and the tail covered in blue scales collided with the gigantic coiling dragon staff, causing the staff to tilt to one side. This allowed the Titan giant ape to break free from the suppression of the demon-subduing warlord's ninth soul skill. However, due to the warlord's pressure, the Titan giant ape couldn't help but feel a surge of blood, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with streaks of dark purple, indicative of the porcupine poison. Brother, don't keep dragging this out, find an opportunity to leave. Behind the dark demon evil god tiger, the enormous evil god hook slowly lifted, gently swaying behind it. With each sway it created a series of distorted, bizarre halos in the air. Although the dark demon evil god tiger was black, the energy waves it released were gray, filled with an evil aura. As the figure of the dark demon evil god tiger shifted, the gray evil halo moved with it. Everything around, including any living creature with a life force, avoided the gray evil aura at all costs. What was even more terrifying was that the dark demon evil god tiger did not engage in a fierce battle with the light feather warlord and the serpent spear warlord like the azure bull python and the titan giant ape did. Instead, it moved with tiger steps and leapt to change its position, its blood-red eyes showing a cunning, almost human-like intelligence. The members of the Qinghuan warlord group were not very familiar with the characteristics of this dark demon evil god tiger, so for safety's sake, they assigned the light feather warlord to deal with it. After all, when facing an unknown soul beast, the light feather warlord, who excels in long-range attacks, was undoubtedly the best choice. As for the serpent spear warlord, being a weapon soul, he was also easier to handle than other beast souls. Apart from the light feather warlord and the serpent spear warlord, the other members of the spirit hall who were present all possessed beast souls. As high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall, they were well aware that beast souls were closely connected to the soul masters themselves. Damage to the soul would similarly affect the soul master. Therefore, facing the dark demon evil god tiger without knowing its capabilities, they first let the light feather warlord and the serpent spear warlord test it out. Lord of the Fifth Offering, it seems this creature is looking for our weaknesses, noted the serpent spear warlord, who also had notable battlefield experience. Upon realizing the dark demon evil god tiger's intentions, unlike most soul beasts that would directly pounce on their opponents, this dark demon evil god tiger was more cautious and patient, entangling itself with the light feather warlord and the serpent spear warlord. The delicate, youthful-looking light feather warlord was visibly annoyed. Not only that, but this creature seemed quite intelligent, knowing to conserve soul power. It merely dodged to deal with our attacks, not expending a significant amount of soul power before deciding to strike. As the light feather warlord said, while the azure bull python and the titan giant ape had already used a number of skills, consuming a considerable amount of soul power, the dark demon evil god tiger had hardly used any abilities, at most only releasing its unique domain to more conveniently dodge the light feather warlord's attacks. Having dodged attack after attack, and with several arrows shot into emptiness, the light feather warlord was now truly riled up. Dodge, you don't want to use your full strength, I'll force you to use your full strength. Surrounded by 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black, the 7th soul ring gradually intensified its glow. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, was activated. At that moment, the aura of Guangling Douluo shifted dramatically, his entire demeanor becoming colder, as if the air around him had frozen. Snake Spear Douluo, who was fighting alongside Guangling Douluo, also sensed this change, and his face showed a trace of surprise. He hadn't expected that the seemingly carefree Fifth Elder would possess such formidable strength when serious. The sheer pressure of his soul power was enough to dissuade any thoughts of enmity. It was no wonder, considering Snake Spear Douluo's soul power was only at level 92, while Guangling Douluo's reached an impressive level 97. Behind him a will of icy light appeared, and pale blue ice elemental soul power gathered in Guangling Douluo's hands, forming dense ice elemental arrows on his ice bow. As he aimed at the dark demon evil god tiger, Guangling Douluo's icy left eye suddenly snapped open. "Let's see how you dodge this," he declared. The 5th soul skill's Seamless Strike was unleashed. As Guangling Douluo released the bowstring, what seemed to be a single ice arrow multiplied into several, all shooting out together. These arrows moved incredibly fast, reaching the dark demon evil god tiger in the blink of an eye. Guangling Douluo's 5th soul skill included a locking effect. However, as the ice arrows approached, the dark demon evil god tiger moved, its action stirring a bloody wind that violently shook the surrounding air. In the next moment, the tiger's figure vanished from Guangling Douluo's line of sight. Surprised, Guangling Douluo quickly turned his head to the other side. If it weren't for his strong spiritual power and concentration as an archer, he might have lost track of the tiger's exact position. Wind, space, this tiger truly possessed multiple attributes. Drawing his bow once again, Guangling Douluo swiftly turned around and released the string without even aiming. This arrow also missed, but the suddenly appearing dark demon evil god tiger, poised to pounce from behind, also froze mid-air, its huge body crashing to the ground. Landing on all fours, the tiger's body lunged again towards Guangling Douluo in the air. now facing the two arrows that had just been shot. The tiger raised its black claws, which resembled dark scythes capable of easily devouring a life. Everything happened rapidly, from Guangling Douluo initiating the attack to the dark demon evil god tiger dodging repeatedly, and now it was the tiger launching an attack towards Guangling Douluo. No matter how strong or fast you are, drawing the bow takes time, and the moment after firing an ice arrow always left Guangling Douluo vulnerably exposed. The best strategy against such an opponent was to maintain distance, but clearly in the melee Guangling Douluo hadn't managed to keep the tiger at bay. As he dodged using the ice wings on his back, a long spear suddenly blocked the black tiger claws in their path. The tip of the spear was twisted into several curves, much like a snake writhing its body. The one who wielded this weapon was none other than the serpent spear Douluo. His companion, the radiant feather Douluo, was not known for his speed, so even though he had just used his radiant feather wings, his chances of dodging the dark demon evil god tiger's claw attacks were only about 50%. With the intervention of the serpent spear Douluo, however, radiant feather Douluo naturally found the time to evade the fierce attacks of the dark demon evil god tiger. Facing the tiger's claws, the serpent spear Douluo's figure was also struck down, but upon hitting the ground he did not pause. Instead, he leapt up again, brandishing his long spear and launching an assault on the dark demon evil god tiger. He slashed, stabbed, swept and thrust, fully utilizing the advantage of his weapons' reach, making the air whistle as he swung his serpent spear. Despite the tiger's speed and strength, the serpent spear Douluo continuously managed to counter its attacks while simultaneously striking back. As they grappled at close range, the serpent spear Douluo gradually began to gain the upper hand. Users of spears and lances are exceptionally adept at attacking, and in terms of sheer offensive power, the serpent spear Douluo was not inferior to the spiked porcupine Douluo, who was a level higher in soul power. The original story's outcome, where he couldn't defeat Yang Wudi, was solely because Yang Wudi was protected by the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, how could a mere soul Douluo truly compare to a titled Douluo? Would the broken clan really decline so badly? Seemingly annoyed by the serpent spear Douluo's persistence, the dark demon evil god tiger's eyes flashed red, and it suddenly spread its wings on its back. With a powerful flap, it soared into the air, creating distance between itself and the serpent spear Douluo. As the serpent spear Douluo held his spear ready to pursue the dark demon evil god tiger, suspended in the air, had dark glows swirling around its wings. With a sudden shake, numerous dark beams burst forth, transforming into dozens of blade-like projectiles aimed directly at the serpent spear Douluo. The serpent spear Douluo spun his spear like a giant windmill, blocking countless blades. However, not all were intercepted, and his spear was knocked from his grip. The thrown spear stuck in the ground, hissing as it was corroded by a dark energy. These seemingly inconspicuous dark blades were actually a hybrid attack combining wind, evil and darkness elements. The remaining dark blades continued their assault on the serpent spear Douluo. Third soul skill, high explosive piercing strike. With a light shout, an ice arrow shot into the midst of the dark blades. The ice arrow exploded and a fierce bone-chilling cold instantly swept through, freezing all the dark blades. Radiant feathered Douluo had taken action once again. The dark demon evil god tiger, failing once more, cast a ferocious gaze towards radiant feathered Douluo. It perhaps forgot that its opponents were never just one titled Douluo, but both radiant feathered Douluo and serpent spear Douluo together. Their teamwork left the dark demon evil god tiger unable to find any significant openings, at least not for the moment. Just when it could have injured radiant feathered Douluo, serpent spear Douluo suddenly intervened, and just as it was about to seriously wound serpent spear Douluo, after a brief struggle, radiant feathered Douluo again stepped in to disrupt. The dark demon evil god tiger, already known for its high intelligence, was well aware that continuing the fight would only lead to its own disadvantage. Thus, the dark demon evil god tiger no longer wished to fight, it wanted to flee. With a glance from its blood-red tiger eyes towards the direction of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, it could sense a faint connection of soul power between them. Those two fools, whispering among themselves, are surely plotting against me, it thought. Rather than being outwitted by others, the dark demon evil god tiger preferred to take the initiative. At this moment, the light feathered Douluo also landed beside the serpent spear Douluo. Perhaps due to the formidable strength of the dark demon evil god tiger, coupled with the previous close calls, as well as this expedition into the Star Do forest being for his own grandson, the light feathered Douluo was not as reckless as usual. He once again raised his light feather ice bow, and his ninth soul ring immediately lit up. The ninth soul skill, Purple Mink Fur Warms the Northern Wind Yangtze Ice Light Shoots Sun and Moon, was activated. A crystal-like azure blue feathered arrow formed on the bow, its surface shimmering with a colorful halo, and the ice blue light at the arrowhead continuously compressed until it completely merged into the arrow. As the light-feathered Douluo released the bowstring with his right hand, a piercing ice blue beam shot towards the dark demon evil god tiger. The serpent spear Douluo also unleashed his ninth soul skill. As his ninth soul ring glowed with a dark luminescence, his serpent spear's soul, enveloped in green light, transformed into a long emerald snake that darted towards the dark demon evil god tiger like a streak of green light. Although the serpent spear Douluo's snake was also green, it was different from that of Zhuge Bo. The head of his snake was triangular and small, indicating greater speed. The ninth soul skill, Spear Turns into Snake, was executed, faced. With the ninth soul skills of both the light-feathered Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo, the dark demon evil god tiger, having already considered retreating, naturally chose not to meet their attacks head-on. Instead, it used the same method as before, leveraging its wind and space elements to dodge the two attacks with a swift movement. However, as the strongest attacks of the light-feathered Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo, their ninth soul skills were not to be evaded so easily. The light-feathered Douluo, having absorbed the soul ring of a golden-winged eagle, also possessed a soul skill that could lock onto the enemy. Thus the ice blue light arrow immediately turned and pursued the dark demon evil god tiger. Similarly, the serpent spear Douluo brought his fingers together, and with a swift motion the emerald snake also turned its direction towards the dark demon evil god tiger. With anger and a hint of cunning filling its eyes, the dark demon evil god tiger once again used its wind and space elements to blink away, reappearing near the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. Its sudden appearance puzzled the two, who were just about to discuss fleeing. Had this creature overheard their conversation? Before they could figure it out, the dark demon evil god tiger vanished once more from in front of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, leaving them staring in shock. An ice arrow and a green snake were hurtling towards them. Damn you, evil tiger, you despicable creature. Faced with this attack, the azure bull python and the titan giant ape didn't have the wind and spatial element skills that the dark demon evil god tiger possessed. Therefore, the azure bull python and the titan giant ape summoned their soul power to counter the incoming attacks. Azure thunderbolt annihilation, titan sky cannon, boom. The attacks collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air, and amidst the chaos, the dark demon evil god tiger reappeared in front of the azure bull python. Caught off guard, the tiger's dark, glossy claws slashed across the scales of the azure bull python. Despite the hardness of its scales, they were ultimately breached by the sinister claws, and blood flowed freely. Big brother. Nearby, the titan giant ape immediately noticed the dark demon evil god tiger's sneak attack on the azure bull python and roared in anger. Unperturbed by the giant ape, the evil tiger bit deeply into the azure bull python, devouring part of its vital energy and even ripping a chunk of flesh from its body. The titan giant ape's furious glare followed the tiger as it used its skills to escape once again, perhaps due to the dark demon evil god tiger's cultivation being less than 70,000 years. The title Douluo did not pursue it immediately. At this moment, their focus was on the 200,000-year soul beasts, the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. They believed that the 8th soul ring of Lightfeather should be chosen from one of these two. However, as the biggest beneficiary of this operation, others might not understand the dark demon evil god tiger, but Lightfeather knew quite a bit about it. This guy can't be let go. Slaughter Domain, 7th soul skilled martial soul true body. Following this, Lightfeather set up his massive crossbow martial soul and fired repeatedly at the dark demon evil god tiger. The tiger only wanted to leave, and as for the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, it wished for their demise. If even one were to die, the other would hardly be able to stop him afterward. So, despite being capable of handling Lightfeather's attacks, the dark demon evil god tiger did not want to engage, knowing it would waste his chance of escape. Once engaged, the archer and the spear wielder would catch up to him. With a flap of his giant wings, a surge of black energy emerged from the dark demon evil god tiger and positioned itself between him and Lightfeather. This black energy slowly spun, quickly forming a black hole. A strong suction force, cold and profoundly evil, acted upon Lightfeather, pulling him towards the black hole uncontrollably. Lightfeather was aware of this move of the dark demon evil god tiger, but he did not expect it to be used directly against him, wondering why it hadn't been used against Lightfeather Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo before. Meanwhile, the dark demon evil god tiger's body was covered in a layer of gray luminescence, obviously a protective layer that shielded him from the black hole's effects. Dark Demon Evil Tiger planned to use the black hole to distract Guan Yu, the last obstacle in its path, ensuring no one could stop it in time. Just before entering the black hole, Guan Yu retracted his soul crossbow and instead summoned a blood-red giant sword in his hand. Wielding the Shura demon sword, he put all his strength into a swing. The red swordlight slashed not at the engulfing black hole but at the dark demon evil tiger on the other side. The gray energy enveloping the tiger, a power of the evil god, could only be broken by divine force. While the original Tang San used the sea god's trident and the light of the sea god, Guan Yu relied on the Shura demon sword and Shura divine power. The result did not disappoint Guan Yu. His sword not only shattered the gray protective shield but also severely injured the tiger. Stripped of its energy shield, the dark demon evil tiger lost its immunity to the black hole and its massive body was pulled back like a toy. Eventually, both man and tiger were sucked into the black hole. Guan Yu, witnessing him being drawn into the black hole, Guangling Douluo along with other followers and elders couldn't help but exclaim. Their focus wasn't really on the dark demon evil tiger. They were more concerned about finding 100,000-year soul ring for Guan Yu. The escape of the dark demon evil tiger was not a significant loss for them. They could even concentrate more manpower to deal with the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. However, they never expected Guan Yu himself to intervene and stop the fleeing beast. Inside the black hole, surrounded by darkness, Guan Yu felt weightless, as if floating in space. His soul power fluctuated, growing weaker, and not just his soul power, his strength, defense, speed, and even the vital force throughout his body were changing. Even the Shura divine power he had acquired seemed mysteriously blocked. Knowing the abilities of the dark demon evil tiger, Guan Yu understood what was happening and what changes were occurring in his body. This was likely the dark demon evil tiger's spacetime skill, the arena of life and death, and all the changes were due to Guan Yu's age reversing. Though he understood this, experiencing it firsthand was still unexpectedly astonishing and magical. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened and Guan Yu was no longer floating but standing on solid ground. He quickly looked around and found himself in a huge circular arena emitting a faint black glow. Here, it seemed there was nothing but the massive arena and endless darkness. At that moment, Guan Yu also saw his opponent, unsurprisingly the dark demon evil tiger, which had also been sucked in and undergone a transformation. The tiger, originally about 10 meters long, had now shrunk to the size of a normal tiger, about 1 or 2 meters, and its evil god hooktail had disappeared. If before the dark demon evil god tiger could still impose a slight sense of threat on Guan Yu, now this tiger seemed nothing but adorable, akin to a large black cat. Even its cute red eyes, though still filled with anger, no longer inspired awe but only added to its cuteness. Of course, Guan Yu also noticed significant changes in his own body. First and foremost was his height, which had reverted to about 1.2 meters. His limbs and skin had become tender and smooth, losing their former robustness and sense of power. Certainly, Guan Yu's appearance must have changed as well, although he couldn't see it himself. At this moment, Guan Yu had neither soul rings nor soul bones. His only possession was a newly awakened Zhuge crossbow. Shortly after the 2-inch man and tiger appeared in the arena, a strange voice echoed from all directions. "Welcome to the life and death arena. One must die for this battle to end and to leave this space. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin." As the countdown ended, the dark demon evil god tiger transformed into a black shadow, instantly pouncing towards Guan Yu. Guan Yu had thwarted the tiger's plan to escape. Even if the tiger managed to flee, it would inevitably face the siege of numerous titled powerhouses. Thinking of this, the tiger couldn't help but rage. This rage and the subsequent results were beyond its control now. At least it wanted to vent its anger on Guan Yu first. For the current Guan Yu, the threat of the dark demon evil god tiger was still immense. Utilizing its beastly body, which was far superior to any human's, each of its claws and pounces could inflict fatal wounds on Guan Yu. If it were anyone else at the age of 6, they likely wouldn't be able to dodge even a casual strike from the tiger. After all, what could a 6-year-old child do? But the dark demon evil god tiger was now facing Guan Yu, who, although not powerful at 6 years old, was a prodigy among his peers. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Guan Yu had been relentlessly training his physical condition since arriving in the Douluo continent to enhance the awakening and mutation of his martial soul. Thus, his physical fitness was quite impressive. Additionally, his reduced body size did not weaken his agility. With a quick roll, Guan Yu swiftly dodged the tiger's initial lunge. After evading the dark demon evil god tiger's attack, Guan Yu tightened his grip on the Zhuge crossbow in his right hand. Based on where the tiger landed, In the original story, Tang San used the Zhuge crossbow to kill the dark demon evil god tiger, and Guan Yu's martial soul was the same Zhuge crossbow whose real power was certainly no less than Tang San's hidden weapon. Now Guan Yu was simply waiting for an opportunity. A chance for a sure hit. Missing its strike, the tiger quickly rebounded off the ground, then stabilized itself. Puzzled by the human in front of it who had returned to childhood yet retained such agility, the tiger turned around, preparing to pounce on Guan Yu again, only to see the thin young Guan Yu raising a black crossbow about a foot long in his right hand. For Guan Yu at this moment it was somewhat difficult to steady the Zhuge crossbow with just one hand, so she used both hands. Her delicate fingers quickly set up the crossbow, and as the clanking of the mechanism rang out, silver bolts shot forth one after another. Facing these silver bolts, the dark demon evil god tiger did not choose to dodge at first. From the soul power overflowing from the hand crossbow in Guan Yu's hands, the dark demon evil god tiger could confirm that this was Guan Yu's martial soul. But what of it? A newly awakened martial soul, how powerful could it be, and how could the weakest soul master inflict fatal damage on him? With a low roar, gray streams of air began to rise from the body of the dark demon evil god tiger, forming a vortex that slowly condensed in front of him. Being in its juvenile phase, the dark demon evil god tiger also had limited energy, but what formed in front of it was a dark demon evil thunder. At this moment, the dark demon evil god tiger wanted to use this dark demon evil thunder to end the fight with Guan Yu. Guan Yu was fast, but the dark demon evil god tiger believed that this evil-charged dark demon evil thunder, even if it missed Guan Yu herself, would explode near her body. Just the blast wave alone would be enough to severely injure Guan Yu, suppress her, and possibly end the battle. Whoosh! The dark demon evil thunder shot out, colliding with a dozen silver bolts. Boom! The first to explode was the dark demon evil thunder, and its explosive power was indeed shocking, altering the direction of many silver bolts, scattering them. However, amidst the explosion, a batch of silver bolts broke through the aftermath of the dark demon evil thunder, striking the body of the dark demon evil god tiger. Gray mists of blood burst forth from the body of the dark demon evil god tiger. No matter how tough its body had been this time in its juvenile state, it could not withstand the attack from the Zhuge crossbow. It was the underestimation of the power of Guan Yu's martial soul that led to the dark demon evil god tiger's downfall. After all, who could have anticipated that a newly awakened martial soul could unleash an attack comparable to that of a level 40 or 50 soul power? This defeat also meant that the dark demon evil god tiger no longer had any chance for regret, as this single mistake led to the shattering of all life essence in its body under those silver bolts. Everything around began to twist, cracks appeared in all space instantly, and then endless darkness swept over once more. Knowing that there was no longer any danger, Guan Yu completely relaxed her body, although the attack from the dark demon evil thunder inflicted severe injuries on her. However, this was not a concern for Guan Yu. Once she left this life and death arena, she could rely on the self-healing ability of her resilient right leg bone to heal. Thus, at this moment, Guan Yu was not overly concerned about her injuries. Instead, her eyes focused intently on the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger, as if waiting for something. Upon the enormous carcass of the dark demon evil god tiger, a peculiar bead eerily hovered. This bead, though pitch black, emitted a blend of green and blue lights. The moment it appeared, there was a fleeting fluctuation in the sure divine power within Guan Yu. This bead was precisely what Guan Yu had been waiting for, a chance even the original Tang San had missed. Just as Guan Yu leapt towards the bead, space shattered completely at that moment, pulling both Guan Yu and the body of the dark demon evil god tiger back into the black hole that had reappeared. This time, however, the bead moved closer to the black hole first. At this critical moment, Guan Yu once again grabbed his Zhuge crossbow, and with a dull twang of the bowstring, he shot a crossbow bolt. While the bolt only grazed the bead and did not completely stop it from being sucked into the black hole, it significantly slowed the bead's velocity. This brief delay allowed Guan Yu to catch up and snatch the bead in his hand at the last moment. As Guan Yu secured the bead, the entire space around them completely fractured, and both he and the carcass of the dark demon evil god tiger were transported once again. Outside, after Guan Yu was sucked into the black hole released by the dark demon evil god tiger, Guangling Douluo was profoundly affected. The playful smile that had always graced the face of the eternally youthful Guangling Douluo was now gone, and this time he was truly angered. With his left hand tightly gripping the Guangling ice bow and his right hand repeatedly drawing and releasing the bowstring, a barrage of ice arrows continuously shot towards the sky green bull python and the Titan giant ape. Guangling Douluo needed to vent. He would have preferred to continue targeting the dark demon evil god tiger, but the beast had also been drawn into the black hole. At this point he could no longer concern himself with whether they were 100,000-year soul rings or not. Guangling Douluo simply wanted to vent. As the beloved mascot of the worship hall, Guangling Douluo's anger was palpable, and the other three worshippers also began to exert their full power. With the increased soul power output from Qinghuan Douluo, Lion Douluo, and Exorcist Douluo, the intense soul force pressure made it extremely difficult to even breathe in that space. The four worshippers were now truly serious, and the title Douluo was one rank below them: Bear Douluo, Phantom Panther Douluo, Spiny Porcupine Douluo, and Serpent Spear Douluo found it embarrassing and dared not slack off. Thus, the four elders also started to unleash their attacks without holding back. Now that Guangling Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo had joined the group besieging the Sky Green Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, the number of title Douluos each beast faced had increased from 3 to 4. Moreover, with all of them exerting their full strength, the pressure on the Sky Green Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape was immense. The ninth soul skills were unleashed. Purple sable fur warms the biting wind, stunning reflection of water and ice shooting sun and moon. The ninth soul skill, Moon Falls and River Sky darkens, long wind howls in rage. The ninth soul skill, a single call and all creatures are overwhelmed. What of the hunting hawk and the slave? The ninth soul skill, Salvation of all beings. The ninth soul skill. The four worshippers and four elders, a total of 8 title Douluos, spared no effort in deploying their most powerful offensive techniques. Even the Sky Green Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, who had been preparing to flee, had no choice but to confront them head-on. Roar! The sky turns blue as the thunder clashes. The Titan Sky Cannon. Accompanied by furious roars, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape also launched their most powerful attacks. Boom! All the attacks collided together, creating an unprecedented shockwave that started from the central lake of the Star Do Great Forest and swept violently around. Trees within dozens of meters were uprooted, and those further away, although not uprooted, were bent outward. As the aftershocks dissipated, 8 title Douluos of the Spirit Hall were suspended in the air, each showing varying degrees of weakness, gasping heavily. Soon after, the Porcupine Douluo and the Ghost Panther Douluo could no longer hold on and fell from the sky, followed by the rest of the titled ones. In contrast, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape still stood erect. However, after a moment, both began to sway slightly, their eyelids drooping uncontrollably, and both spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which was now completely black. The fierce battle had accelerated the erosion of the porcupine poison, which had now fully invaded their organs. The final collision was the last straw for both beasts. With a thud, after spitting out blood, the two beasts wobbled and finally fell heavily to the ground. Although they were still breathing, it seemed as if they could stop at any moment. As the two beasts fell, a black hole suddenly reappeared in the sky, and Light Feather and the dark demon evil god tiger returned, 1 man and 1 tiger respectively. However, while Light Feather could still stand, the dark demon evil god tiger collapsed to the ground. Seeing Light Feather and the now dead dark demon evil god tiger emerging from the black hole, everyone was both shocked and amazed, especially the Spear Douluo, who had fought the dark demon evil god tiger before. Although the tiger had not reached 100,000 years, it was extremely tough to deal with, and yet Light Feather had managed to handle it alone. Light Feather's strength and growth rate left the Spear Douluo unable to calm down for a long time. Light Wing Douluo, however, did not think much, and after the joy he merely whispered, "Your timely little one, these 2 soul beasts have been dealt with, choose one to take down and absorb the soul ring." Observing the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, whose lives were nearing their end, Light Feather also marveled at the efficiency of his fellows, resolving the 2 soul beasts so quickly. Indeed, the strength of the 8 title Douluos was not inferior to that of BB Dong's team when hunting soul beasts in the original story, and perhaps even stronger, so it was not surprising that they could handle the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Light Feather glanced at the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger, which now sported a black soul ring. He then approached the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, sparing neither, and summoned the Azura demon sword to end them. Watching the emergence of 2 red 100,000-year soul rings from the bodies of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, along with the black soul ring from the dark demon evil god tiger, Light Feather suddenly had a crazy idea: choosing a spirit ring. That's child's play. I want them all. As the mighty corpses of the Sky Blue Bull Python, the Titan Giant Ape, and the dark demon evil god tiger lay on the ground, everyone present, whether they were elders or envoys of the Spirit Hall, couldn't help but take a deep breath. even for those high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall. Battles of such magnitude were rare, yet this time they had achieved an almost complete victory without a single casualty, which had indeed given their muscles and bones a good workout. Afterwards, all eyes shifted back and forth between the massive bodies and the spirit rings, greed evident in their gazes. The dark demon evil god tiger was one thing, but the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were two 100,000-year spirit beasts. Apart from the 100,000-year spirit rings as 100,000-year spirit beasts, these two also produced a 100,000-year spirit bone. Unfortunately, none of the titled Douluo present owned a 100,000-year spirit ring or bone, so the temptation was enormous. However, it was just a temptation. First, they already had 9 spirit rings, leaving no room for a 100,000-year spirit ring. Moreover, both 100,000-year spirit beasts had been slain by Guan Yu, making the spirit rings essentially out of reach for them. As for the spirit bone, that seemed unlikely as well. At this moment, Guangling Douluo approached Guan Yu and glanced at the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, somewhat regretful. Boy, why did you kill both of these spirit beasts? You could have killed one and crippled the other, keeping it alive for us to raise. Then when you need your 9th spirit ring you could slaughter it. Although 100,000-year spirit beasts were precious, Guangling Douluo did not blame Guan Yu but felt it was a waste. Guan Yu did not understand Guangling Douluo's thriftiness, especially since Guangling Douluo didn't have a 100,000-year spirit ring and was always very careful about it. However, Guan Yu had his own plans. At the same time, Qinghuan Douluo also approached Guan Yu and said softly, "Alright Guangling, this operation was organized by Xiao Yu, so how to handle it should be his own decision. Stop trying to arrange things." Qinghuan Douluo's words carried a deeper meaning, seemingly not only directed at Guan Yu but also at the 4 elders. As Qinghuan Douluo spoke, Mo Xiong Douluo, Gui Bao Douluo, Xiai Tun Douluo and Shi Mao Douluo all restrained their greedy gazes. Besides the spirit rings, it seemed everything, including the spirit bones, was to be left to Guan Yu. Seeing the 4 elders' minds cool down, Qinghuan Douluo then asked again Xiao Yu, "Which 100,000-year spirit ring do you plan to absorb?" In terms of age, the sky blue bull python is superior to the titan giant ape, and its attributes are water and thunder, which might relate to the soul skills you gain and could also enhance your mental power. The titan giant ape, on the other hand, has earth and fire attributes, which could help strengthen your body. So it's up to you to choose. Without much deliberation, Guan Yu soon shared his bold idea. "Esteemed elders and grand elders, I do not intend to absorb the soul rings of the sky blue bull python or the titan giant ape alone. I plan to absorb both at the same time, not just these two, but also the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger. I intend to absorb all 3 soul rings." Everyone, Radiant Feather Douluo, here we go again. You young man never cease to stir up trouble with your soul rings. Each of the elders and grand elders present is a seasoned and well-informed individual, yet they all felt it was far-fetched when they heard Radiant Feather's words. Typically, soul masters can absorb a new soul ring every 10 levels of soul power and only one at a time. No one has ever heard of absorbing multiple soul rings simultaneously. If that were possible, it would throw the whole world of soul masters into chaos. Radiant Feather Douluo, quicker to react than the others, was the first to question, "Little Feather, is it even possible to absorb 3 soul rings at once? What are your chances of success?" Having been shocked by Radiant Feather time and again, Radiant Feather Douluo had somewhat become immune to surprises, and so he was the first to digest what was said. Radiant Feather replied, "Grandfather, theoretically, it's feasible. As for the success rate, it might be 50-50. Radiant Feather had always been considering, with his current capabilities, merely choosing either the sky blue bull python or the titan giant ape seemed insufficient, especially since the 7th soul ring represents 300,000 years. Thus, Radiant Feather's ambitions grew. While thinking it over, a crazy idea suddenly popped into his head, perhaps when he discovered that the dark demon evil god tiger was also present with the other 2. These 3 soul beasts were among the apex existences of terrestrial soul beasts. Just one seemed inadequate. Combining all 3 might just satisfy Radiant Feather's burgeoning ambition. Of course, Radiant Feather wasn't making baseless assumptions. He had substantial grounds to dare such a bold venture. Firstly, the simultaneous absorption of 3 soul rings had already been achieved by Tang San in the original story, who simultaneously absorbed 3 soul rings from the 1,000 heavy ants. Proving that absorbing multiple soul rings was feasible, The problem then was that Tang San had multiple soul ring slots available, so the 3 soul rings from the 1,000 heavy ants each occupied a slot on Tang San's clear sky hammer. However, returning to the essence of soul rings, Radiant Feather firmly believed that the essence of a soul ring was actually a form of rule energy, and not necessarily that only soul beast soul rings could become soul master soul rings. In the original story, Ma Hongjun absorbed the inner core of the 10-headed fierce Yang snake as his 7th soul ring. On the Hell Road, Radiant Feather similarly absorbed the inner core of the 10-headed fierce Yang snake, Du Gubo's Danju, the energy of immortal herbs, and a substantial amount of netherworld dew, converging various energies to form his 6th soul ring. It was also the 6th soul ring where Radiant Feather did not absorb a soul beast soul ring but instead used a mixture of various energies to build his own. Thus, the Soul Master's soul ring can be set as a container that can absorb soul beast soul rings as well as any other absorbable energy. The reason why the Soul Master world solely absorbs soul beast soul rings to fill the Soul Master's soul ring container could be due to the particularities involved in absorbing other energies. That being said, Guan Yu is now preparing to absorb his 8th soul ring. Is it possible to break free from convention? Could he fill his 8th soul ring with soul rings from the Sky Blue Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, and Dark Demon Evil God Tiger? Guan Yu's 7th soul ring has already absorbed a soul ring of the 300,000-year level, naturally raising the ceiling for his 8th soul ring. So why must he use a soul ring of around 120,000 years to fill the vast capacity of his 8th ring? What do you plan to do? Qinghuan Douluo calmed his own emotions and asked the same question. Guanling Douluo had been trained by Guan Yu, and the other priests were almost the same. After all, every achievement Guan Yu made, Guanling Douluo would boast about in the temple hall. So Qinghuan Douluo wanted to hear Guan Yu's detailed thoughts at this moment. If the idea was rational and well-founded, Qinghuan Douluo wouldn't mind letting Guan Yu give it a try. Guan Yu passed his palm over the soul guidance device ring on his finger, then flipped his hand, revealing a bead that was dark all over, emitting shades of green and blue, lying quietly in the palm of his hand. This bead, which had fallen from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, contained a huge amount of evil god power as well as the essence of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. What Guan Yu intended to do was compress the soul ring energies of the Sky Blue Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, and Dark Demon Evil God Tiger into this bead. Later, by absorbing this bead, he would obtain his 8th soul ring. His 6th soul ring was obtained by absorbing the energies of the 10-headed fierce sun snake and the Douluo Boden bead, so absorbing this energy-filled bead should also allow him to acquire the 8th soul ring. As for why he first needed to collect the energies of the 3 soul rings into this evil god bead, Guan Yu also provided his explanation. The powers of the Sky Blue Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, and Dark Demon Evil God Tiger soul rings varied greatly, and what Guan Yu needed to do now was to mix these 3 energies together, much like mixing ingredients, which besides the ingredients themselves, also required a container to hold them, and the evil god bead was that container. If Guan Yu directly absorbed the 3 soul rings at the same time, and if the 3 soul rings repelled each other inside his body or underwent some violent changes during the fusion process, wouldn't that be unfortunate for Guan Yu? So it was better to mix them outside first, completely merging the 3 forces into one, and then later refill them into Guan Yu's 8th soul ring. To bear the energy of the Sky Blue Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, and Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's soul rings was not something ordinary items could accomplish, yet Guan Yu was full of confidence in the evil god bead. The only difficulty now was how to transfer the energies of the 3 soul rings into the evil god bead. Just as Guan Yu was beginning to worry about this, the area around the evil god bead began to emit gray energy anew, slowly rotating and finally transforming into a swirling black hole. Within the black hole, a sudden suction force appeared. The 3 soul rings of the Sky Blue Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, and Dark Demon Evil God Tiger were pulled by this suction force, turning into streams of energy that were absorbed into it. How did the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger come into being? It originated when the malevolent thoughts of an evil god possessed a tiger. Thus, the devouring power and various formidable abilities of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger were gifts from the evil god, or more precisely, from the evil god's pearl. The pearl now demonstrated its devouring ability as Guan Yu and others watched, both shocked and curious, as it completely absorbed the soul rings of the Azure Bull Python, the Titan Giant Ape, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. After absorbing the energy of the 3 soul rings, the pearl's pale gray light transformed into a deep gray, and the spirit energy emanating from it grew exceptionally powerful. the dark demon evil god tiger had always desired to defeat and devour the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, and now it had indirectly achieved this goal. However, when Guan Yu prepared to collect the deep gray evil god's pearl, it unexpectedly released deep gray halos of light blocking Guan Yu from approaching. Everything was somewhat similar to Guan Yu's plan, though there were some discrepancies. Guan Yu hadn't anticipated that after absorbing the energy of the 3 soul rings, the pearl would begin to resist him. Moreover, the deep gray energy also contained the divine power of the evil god, making it difficult even for the venerated Douluo like Qingyuan Douluo to approach. Frowning, Guan Yu was not willing to engage in a losing deal. Divine power of the evil god, impressive. With a firm resolve, Guan Yu also mobilized the Shura god's divine power within him. Apart from his soul power, the elders of the spirit hall soon noticed the change in Guan Yu, and their eyes turned back to him. Under the cold aura enveloping him, his black hair turned completely white from root to tip, just like Guan Yu Douluo, and the sword pattern on his forehead became more distinct. The most astonishing change was happening behind Guan Yu. Initially, a circle of Shura demon sword phantoms formed, and then 8 white translucent arms materialized behind him. This transformation in Guan Yu elicited exclamations from Guan Yu Douluo. Qingyuan Douluo's eyes widened in shock, including those of the lion Douluo and the exorcist Douluo. Divine power. Has Xiaoyu's divine succession reached this stage? Following his transformation, Guan Yu's emotionless eyes fixed again on the evil god's pearl, radiating an air of undeniable pride. As the Shura god's power was unleashed, the 8 white translucent arms behind Guan Yu reached out towards the evil god's pearl. The pearl resisted, but how could the evil god's power withstand the Shura god's divine force? Seconds later, the pearl was fiercely grasped by Guan Yu's 8 white translucent arms. Simultaneously, a devouring force acted, and the energy of the evil god's pearl was transferred into Guan Yu's body through the 8 arms. The Shura god also possessed devouring power. The entire process was indeed novel, yet the sensation was not much different from absorbing soul rings. The onlookers also saw Guan Yu beginning to absorb the energy of the evil god's pearl, and they conscientiously guarded around him to protect him. As the energy from the evil god's pearl was absorbed by Guan Yu through his 8 translucent white arms, Guan Yu's own soul power also began to climb steadily. 1 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, 3 red, a total of 7 soul rings rose from under Guan Yu's feet, rhythmically undulating around his body. Then right after those 7 soul rings, a new soul ring gradually formed. Initially, the soul ring was white, but in the blink of an eye it turned yellow, then purple, and then black. The black lasted slightly longer, but after several breaths, the 8th soul ring finally turned completely red, a vibrant red denoting 100,000 years. Seeing this, Guangling Douluo, who had a deep obsession with 100,000-year soul rings, finally let out a sigh of relief. With this, Guan Yu now possessed 400,000-year soul rings. Everyone could feel that the soul power fluctuation of the 8th soul ring was still increasing. The power contained in the evil god pearl was not merely that of a standard 100,000-year soul ring. As to how much energy it truly held, even Guan Yu, who was absorbing it, could not fully estimate. The crimson color of the 8th soul ring grew richer, and within that redness it seemed as if something different was appearing. It looked like impurities forming in a pure crystal. As Guan Yu continued to absorb the evil god pearl, those impurities became more evident, turning into strands of golden threads within the 8th soul ring with a tendency to grow further. Only when the evil god pearl turned into specks of gray light and was completely absorbed by Guan Yu did the golden threads finally cease to grow. Guan Yu's 8 soul rings pulsed rhythmically around him. The 8th soul ring, crystalline and jade-like in its blood-red color, was enveloped by a circle of golden threads. As the fluctuations of the 8th soul ring became more stable, the soul power aura around Guan Yu also experienced a surge in growth. This dramatic increase made the elders and envoys of the martial soul hall envious. Most importantly, when Guan Yu's aura stabilized, everyone found that he now exuded an extremely dangerous presence. Even Qingyuan Douluo, who had the highest soul power level at 98, felt a sense of danger emanating from Guan Yu. Could it be a mistake? Guan Yu was only at what level now? He was just a soul Douluo who had just absorbed the 8th soul ring, yet he could give Qingyuan Douluo such a strong sense of danger. This was not unfounded, as many powerful beings indeed possess an intuition. When such a sense of danger arises, it indicates that the opponent has capabilities that could pose a threat. Seeing that Guan Yu had finished absorbing the 8th soul ring, Guangling Douluo, Qingyuan Douluo, and a few other envoys came over. Again, while the other 4 elders continued to stand guard from a distance. First, they scrutinized Guan Yu carefully from head to toe, then Guangling Douluo finally spoke. Little Yu, after absorbing that pearl and obtaining the 8th soul ring, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Concerned just like Guangling Douluo, Guan Yu was also checking his own physical condition. The evil god pearl was not like the gallbladder of the 10-headed fierce sun snake. The latter had been experienced by Ma Hongjun in the original story, so Guan Yu knew that although absorbing the 10-headed fierce sun snake was painful, it might not necessarily cause irreversible damage to the body. However, the evil god pearl was different. It was a treasure missed by Tang San in the original story, now obtained by Guan Yu, and he was trying it blindly, so Guan Yu also checked his body immediately to avoid any mishaps. After a long while, Guan Yu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, completely relaxing himself. Grandfather, my body is not in any serious trouble. This time, the absorption was even smoother than the previous times I absorbed soul rings, and it didn't cause much damage to my body. Hearing this, Guangling Douluo finally set his mind at ease. Guan Yu had now become the lifeblood of Guangling Douluo. Jiang Mo Douluo was observing the peculiar soul ring on Guan Yu, which was a mixture of blood red and gold. Xiao Yu, your soul ring looks different from the normal 100,000-year soul rings, remarked Guangling Douluo and Qingyuan Douluo as they shifted their focus from Guan Yu to this unusual 8th soul ring. Xiao Yu, how old is this 8th soul ring? Qingyuan Douluo felt an overwhelming soul force emanating from it, which piqued his curiosity even more about the age of Guan Yu's 8th soul ring. Guangling Douluo's expression was one of amazement as he too examined the 8th soul ring intently. He was the only witness to Guan Yu's 7th soul ring, and now he found that the 8th soul ring was even stronger than the 7th. Guan Yu was feeling the feedback from his 8th soul ring, his face showing a trace of surprise. He had been busy checking his body for any issues, so he hadn't immediately paid attention to the age of his 8th soul ring, but now after a thorough examination he was startled. After sensing it again with some disbelief, a broad smile spread across Guan Yu's face. His 8th soul ring had actually reached 500,000 years? The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were 100,000-year soul beasts, roughly around 123,000 years old each. The dark demon evil god tiger was close to 70,000 years old, sky blue bull python, about 123,000 years, plus titan giant ape, about 123,000 years, plus dark demon evil god tiger, 70,000 years, plus evil god pearl equals 500,000 years? Logically, with the soul rings of the sky blue bull python, titan giant ape and dark demon evil god tiger, his 8th soul ring shouldn't have reached 500,000 years. The only plausible explanation was that his 8th soul ring had mutated. Similarly, in the original story, Tang San absorbed 3 30-ton ants each with a lifespan of 90,000 years. After absorbing 3 soul rings simultaneously, Tang San's 3 soul rings mutated, turning into 300,000-year soul rings. Now, it seemed that due to a mutation, Guan Yu's 8th soul ring had also reached the level of 500,000 years. My 8th soul ring seems to be 500,000 years. What, 500,000 years? Guangling Douluo, Qingyuan Douluo, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. For them, who didn't even possess a 100,000-year soul ring, the concept of a 500,000-year soul ring was unimaginable. In their understanding, a 500,000-year soul ring was probably the highest age limit in the Soul Master realm. There couldn't possibly be anything stronger than that. No wonder Guan Yu now gave them a sense of danger. Although Guan Yu's soul power level is still more than 10 levels behind them, the world of soul masters isn't solely determined by soul power levels. Soul bones and soul rings are key factors too. Guan Yu may have one less soul ring than them, but none of his soul rings are ordinary. Each one surpasses the limit, and starting from the 5th soul ring, all are over 100,000 years old, including the extraordinarily powerful 7th and 8th soul rings, which are several 100,000 years old. Additionally, Guan Yu possesses 5 divine-grade soul bones. In the world of soul masters, those who have 5 soul bones are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. With the superior quality of his soul rings and soul bones, how could Guan Yu not bridge the gap with the title Douluo? This sense of danger piqued the curiosity of Qingyuan Douluo about Guan Yu's 8th soul skill. The age of a soul ring determines the strength of the skill it grants, and with a duration of 500,000 years, it signifies that Guan Yu's 8th soul skill would be immensely powerful. Guan Yu, what is your 8th soul skill? But before Guan Yu could respond, Guangling Douluo interjected, old bluebird, if you want to know about Guan Yu's 8th soul skill, can't you find it out on your own later? Why ask in such detail now? With this retort from Guangling Douluo, Qinghuan Douluo also realized something. The soul skills after the 7th, such as the 8th and 9th, are essentially a soul master's trump cards. Asking about Guan Yu's 8th soul skill now was akin to probing his secrets, a much more private matter than the first 6 soul skills, which could be discussed more freely. In the world of soul masters, where someone might study and target your soul skills after understanding them, such inquiries could be risky. Even with close relationships, some boundaries always remain. However, Guan Yu didn't intend to conceal his 8th soul skill from Qinghuan Douluo, Xiongshi Douluo, or Jiangma Douluo. The venerable elders have watched me grow up. I have nothing to hide from you. My 8th soul skill has 2 aspects. Sharing this naturally earned him further affection from Qinghuan Douluo, Xiongshi Douluo, and Jiangma Douluo. They glanced reproachfully at Guangling Douluo, then turned their attention back to Guan Yu as he prepared to reveal his 8th soul skill. They could see that Guan Yu was approachable, unlike Guangling. My first 8th soul skill is called Endless Arrow, Blade, which is a state skill. Under the effect of the Endless Arrow, Blade, my next 8 arrows will achieve a 100% critical hit rate. Under the critical effect, the damage of the crossbow arrows will increase by 500%. Upon understanding his 8th soul skill, Guan Yu immediately realized something. Isn't this just a super enhanced version of the Endless Blade? This skill was likely a fusion of lightning, earth, and wind elements. By absorbing the soul rings of 3 soul beasts, these 3 had also granted Guan Yu numerous attributes, indicating that his 8th soul skill could have many possibilities. Moreover, this ability will be divine, boosting damage by 500%. If further augmented by the soul bone fusion technique, Guan Yu and his soul bone fusion armor could see his 8th soul skill's damage soar to over 1000%. Although it only consists of 8 arrows, such an attack is terrifyingly powerful. No wonder the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall sense a threat. Guan Yu, already vastly more powerful than an ordinary soul fighter, could see his attack power increase tenfold. Which titled Douluo would dare to underestimate him? Azure Phoenix Douluo and Light Feather Douluo, although unaware of Guan Yu's soul bone fusion technique, were utterly shocked by just the effects of the 8th soul skill alone. Xiaoyu Z, what about your other skill? 100,000-year soul ring provides 2 soul skills, and if one is already this fearsome, the other must be extraordinary as well. Speaking of his other 8th soul skill, Guan Yu's expression turned peculiar. Seeing the change in Guan Yu's expression, Light Feather Douluo couldn't help but speculate. What, is the other skill somewhat lackluster? Even if it's lackluster, just having the endless arrows is enough to make others envious. Lackluster, the complexity in Guan Yu's expression wasn't due to the other soul skill being weak, but because it was eerily similar to another skill next door. My other skill is called the Sinister Flying Seal, which allows me to instantly teleport near any marked object or location. This must be a space-time ability. Everyone was stunned. Guan Yu's skill seemed to derive from the spatial and temporal attributes of the dark demon evil god Tiger, perhaps enhanced by the powers of the evil god Pearl. Consider this, the skill is just like the Flying Thunder god technique next door. With this ability, Guan Yu could even become the fastest man in the Douluo continent. The combat power rankings of the Douluo continent are not necessarily weaker than those of certain other realms, and since Flying Thunder God holds a place in such realms, just by having this skill, Guan Yu could instantly join the ranks of the top echelons of the continent. The old folks of the Spirit Hall might not know about the Flying Thunder God, but from Guan Yu's description, they could well imagine how powerful this skill is. Their previous worries that Guan Yu's expression meant his skills were lackluster were unfounded. Far from it. The practicality of his abilities was off the charts. Moreover, even if these 2 skills were exposed, what then? Knowing them doesn't make them any easier to counter. Besides the soul ring skills, your soul power level must have also increased significantly, right? Guan Yu nodded. My soul power level has now reached level 85, every level up in the realm of Soul Douluo requires a massive amount of soul power, and many spend half their lives stuck at the Soul Douluo level without any progress. Yet, having absorbed the soul rings and acquired 2 powerful soul skills, Guan Yu's soul power level could increase by 5 levels, an enviable feat indeed. The key thing is, Guan Yu is only 19 years old, 19 and at level 85, breaking the record for the youngest titled Douluo would simply be a walk in the park. The group did not choose to leave immediately but decided to rest by the lake of the Star Do Great Forest. Firstly, it allowed the priests and elders of the Spirit Hall to adjust their own condition. Secondly, it was for Guan Yu to adapt to the surge in his strength. Half a day later, once they had all adjusted their physical conditions to their best, Guan Yu then turned his attention to the corpses of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, each lying beside an arm, two soul bones, the left arm bone of the titan giant ape and the right arm bone of the azure bull python. Both the potency of these soul bones and the skills they conferred were exceedingly suitable for Guan Yu. The 100,000-year titan giant ape's left arm bone with skills, Gravity Mire and Titan Skybreaker. Titan Skybreaker was rather ordinary, but Gravity Mire was certainly a controlling skill. Guan Yu, possessing only one martial soul with an offensive positioning, was inherently lacking in control skills. The killing field did not completely count as a control skill, but Gravity Mire aptly filled this gap. The 100,000-year Azure Bull Python's right arm bone possessed skills, Azure Slow Divine Claw, Azure Silent Thunder and Azure Slow Divine Claw, which also counted as a control skill. Now, what Guan Yu needed were the left and right arm soul bones and the torso bone. Anyone familiar with Douluo would know which three types of soul beasts these three soul bones should come from. Now that the arm soul bones were complete, all that was left was a torso bone. As for Guan Yu's preparation to absorb the left and right arm soul bones, the priests and elders of the Spirit Hall had no objections. Their attitude towards Guan Yu had shifted from jealousy to a pathological fawning. After this wave of enhancement, everyone knew that Guan Yu had not only caught up with them but was even more formidable. Thus, no one dared to challenge Guan Yu out of old pride. The enhancement in strength gave Guan Yu ample confidence and pride, leading him to choose to absorb both soul bones simultaneously. As the two soul bones were quickly absorbed by Guan Yu, his recently stabilized blood and soul power surged again. The energy of the two soul bones gradually flowed into Guan Yu's body, causing him to frown. At this moment, not one but three streams of emotion flooded his mind, with the deepest grudge voicing out, "Roar, despicable humans, how dare you plunder and absorb my power? Well, I originally intended to seize the powers of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, and now I can use your body to achieve it." The dark demon evil god tiger, although only less than 70,000 years old, and not as old as the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, was more troublesome in terms of difficulty. Whether it was during the previous encirclement of the three soul beasts, where the dark demon evil god tiger showed the strongest resistance to the spiny poison, or now with the residual grudge, the combined strength of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape was no match for the dark demon evil god tiger. The Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape at most had a strong antagonistic emotion within the soul bone, perhaps because both were formidable orthodox 100,000-year soul beasts. Their soul bones retained a large amount of their own emotions. After Tang San in the original story absorbed the soul bones of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, he occasionally communicated spiritually with the two soul bones, indicating that 100,000-year soul bones possess a strong autonomous consciousness. Regarding Guan Yu's first 100,000-year soul bone, the tenacious right leg bone, it might be because the splitting goo insect's mother wasn't a true 100,000-year soul beast but had accumulated cultivation by continuously devouring others to reach 100,000 years. Hence, the soul bone from the splitting goo insect's mother wasn't that troublesome. When Guan Yu saw the dark demon evil god tiger stepping on a gray airflow appearing in his spiritual world, he couldn't claim to be unalarmed. That would be false. He was aware of such instances where soul beasts' resentment attacked, just like in the original story where Tang San faced the deep-sea demon whale king's resentment during the sea god's trial. However, back then it was the sea god's divine consciousness that intervened, erasing the last of the deep-sea demon whale king's resentments. Guan Yu hadn't expected to face a similar situation himself. Who could he rely on now? Could he hope for the Azura god to appear and erase the dark demon evil god tiger for him? No matter how much Guan Yu hoped, the Azura god did not intervene, and instead he faced the attack of the dark demon evil god tiger. The tiger, stepping on the gray airflow, lunged at Guan Yu just as it had done in their previous encounter. However, this time it happened inside Guan Yu's own body. Outside, the light feather Douluo and the green phoenix Douluo, among others, had already turned pale. At this moment, as Guan Yu absorbed the soul bones of the heaven green bull python and the Titan Giant Ape, a layer of gray substance enveloped his body. They weren't sure what this substance was, but they felt a power similar to that of the Azura god and the angel god from it. Divine power? Little Yu. Although they were anxious, they knew they couldn't help Guan Yu at this moment, nor could they intervene, fearing that their rash actions might make things worse. The dark demon evil god tiger's pounce sent Guan Yu flying out within his own body. However, when Guan Yu landed, he didn't show much pain but wore a face full of confusion. Rubbing his chest, Guan Yu found that the attack from the dark demon evil god tiger hadn't hurt him. In fact, it didn't hurt at all, it felt more like a tickle. Meanwhile, the expression on the dark demon evil god tiger drastically changed. Gone was its previous arrogance, replaced by a look of panic as it stared at Guan Yu. Divine spiritual power? How is that possible? How could you possess divine spiritual power? The words of the dark demon evil god tiger reminded Guan Yu. In the outside world, he needed to rely on soul power to compete with the dark demon evil god tiger, but now, as it tried to possess him, they had to compete in spiritual power. And crucially, after the 8th trial of the Azura god, Guan Yu's spiritual power, like his soul bones, had reached the divine level. What did divine level mean? It was the level that soul beasts like the dark demon evil god tiger had always aspired to reach. The entire body of the dark demon evil god tiger trembled. Anger, shock, and eventually fear appeared on its face. In the arena of life and death, the tiger couldn't defeat a 6 or 7-year-old Guan Yu, and now trying to possess him in a battle of spiritual powers where Guan Yu possessed divine spiritual power and it still couldn't win was just too much. The complex emotions of the dark demon evil god tiger included an unwillingness and confusion. Why, how could such a young kid, not even a fraction of his age, not only possess strong soul power but also terrifying mental strength? Once Guan Yu fully realized this, he calmed down completely, unleashing all his mental power to form a crossbow in his hands. Seeing the crossbow, all emotions in the crimson eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger were replaced by fear. Guan Yu's divine mental power was not something this mere remnant of resentment could contend with. In fact, it might have been easier to challenge Guan Yu in a battle of soul power. Soon the dark demon evil god tiger began to beg for mercy. I was wrong, please don't. Indeed, the dark demon evil god tiger was dead, but its presence in this world was not completely erased, leaving behind not only the energy of soul rings but also this wisp of resentment, the last trace of the dark demon evil god tiger in this world. If this wisp of resentment were also eliminated, it would truly mean the end of the dark demon evil god tiger. After becoming a god, the original Tang San also resurrected De Ming and Er Ming. Theoretically, the dark demon evil god tiger could also be resurrected. However, if this wisp of resentful spirit were erased by Guan Yu, then the dark demon evil god tiger would indeed be truly dead. For an enemy who had tried to kill him, Guan Yu would not show mercy. He lifted the crossbow, pulled the trigger, and several bolts shot out, stirring his inner world deeply. The previously arrogant dark demon evil god tiger vanished in smoke under the attack of the crossbow. The resentful spirit of the dark demon evil god tiger disappeared, but at its original location there remained a cluster of gray aura. Looking at this gray aura, Guan Yu could not sense any presence of the dark demon evil god tiger. On the contrary, when Guan Yu perceived this gray aura, a powerful oppressive force spread from it, making even Guan Yu with his divine mental power feel threatened. Divine mental power meant that Guan Yu was on par with gods in the mental realm, and to make him feel threatened, the spiritual level of this gray aura must also be divine. The gray aura then transformed into a gray whirlwind under Guan Yu's gaze, and from within the whirlwind a figure in a gray robe with 2 crescent moon blades on his back and ash-gray long hair walked out, his eyes deep. He smiled faintly at Guan Yu and spoke first. It's interesting that a human possesses the divine powers of the Azura god, Rakshasa god, and Angel god. This appearance of the gray figure only made Guan Yu more certain of the other's divine mental level, or rather, divine consciousness. The following words also confirmed Guan Yu's suspicion. Would you be interested in accepting my inheritance, the evil god's inheritance? Upon hearing this, Guan Yu murmured to himself, as expected, it's the evil god's divine consciousness. The dark demon evil god tiger's birth was itself a manifestation of the evil god's aura attached to a tiger, and now that the dark demon evil god tiger was thoroughly dead, the evil god's divine consciousness appeared. Guan Yu was capable of thoroughly defeating the dark demon evil god tiger, yet it was impossible for him to completely eradicate the essence of the evil god. To Guan Yu's surprise, the evil god even tried to win him over, much like the Rakshasa god had done before, but this made him wonder, why were the gods who sought to pass their legacies onto him always those associated with darkness and not the more benevolent deities? Was he truly suited for these darker beings, although he had already undergone the trials of the Azura god? Guan Yu did not outright refuse, but he disclosed that he had accepted the trials of the Azura god. To the consciousness of the evil god, this was hardly a secret. The evil god always wore a smile, suggesting that everything was still possible as long as Guan Yu had not fully accepted the mantle of the Azura god. in the human realm, there's a saying that as long as one is not married, competition remains open. The inheritance of a godly mantle is much the same, the evil god mused, observing the evil god's consciousness. Guan Yu felt that something was unusual. The evil god didn't appear as the ferocious demon he had imagined, but rather seemed somewhat unreliable, almost comical, like the light-feathered Douluo. However, the true extent of the evil god's power was not clearly defined in the fight, though the difficulty posed by the dark demon evil god tiger suggested that the evil god was no simple foe. What benefits can I gain if I accept your legacy? Guan Yu asked directly, which didn't seem to discomfort the evil god's consciousness. Instead, it continued to smile. Kid, you need to understand the situation first. By killing the dark demon evil god tiger, you've essentially severed a link in my legacy. If I let you go unharmed without accepting my legacy, wouldn't I lose face in the divine realm? As he spoke, the evil god's great divine power spread out, suppressing Guan Yu's spiritual force. Although both possessed divine-level spiritual power, there were still hierarchies within the divine level, and Guan Yu, who had just reached this level, was clearly no match for the evil god even in this diminished form. Just as Guan Yu was beginning to relax due to the evil god's seemingly jovial demeanor, he suddenly felt tense again as the god's mood shifted unpredictably. However, Guan Yu quickly suppressed his fear and responded, your legacy is broken and you are angered. If you strike me down, it would mean severing the Azura god's legacy as well, and I believe that would lead to more than just a loss of face for you in the divine realm, especially since I'm close to completing the 9 trials of Azura. The evil god laughed even more heartily at this. Interesting, kid, are you threatening a god? But you underestimate me and overestimate Azura. If Azura were truly so powerful, would Raksha dare to oppose him? And if Azura can't handle Raksha, what makes him think he can handle me? Kid, I'll give you another chance. You don't have to give up Azura's legacy, just accept both his and mine. How about that? Guan Yu was taken aback. Isn't it that a person can only accept the legacy of one deity? Tang San was able to inherit dual godly powers primarily because of Xiao Wu's influence. Normally, it's impossible for a person to receive the legacies of 2 gods. But as they say, nothing is absolute. While Azura's power is indeed formidable, being solely focused on slaughter, my powers encompass darkness, evil, wind, thunder, space and time, perhaps not lesser benefits compared to Azura. Just as Guan Yu was about to speak, the sword pattern on his forehead flickered with a red glow. This change did not escape the evil god's notice, who continued to speak. Young one, you don't need to make a choice now. Before accepting the Azura's legacy, you can decide at any time. Believe me, you will choose the path of the evil god. With these words, the consciousness of the evil god dissipated before Guan Yu. At the same time, a stream of grey evil god's power infused into Guan Yu's body. Outside, the Douluo, Guang Ling and others saw Guan Yu, originally enveloped in grey divine power, suddenly surge with red Azura divine power. Both powers mingled around Guan Yu's body for a moment before settling inside him. When Guan Yu reopened his eyes, his right eye was crimson marked with a symbol of slaughter. His left eye turned grey, also displaying an ancient pattern. After a moment, the glow in both eyes faded, returning to normal pupils. Azura, you've cast a wide net for an inheritor over the years, and now you've actually found quite an interesting fellow, said a tall figure dressed in a grey robe and armor identical in appearance to the evil god's consciousness, appearing beside a dark purple figure smiling. The dark purple figure did not turn his head, responding coldly. Indeed, after all these years he is the most suitable for the Azura legacy. That maybe so, the first figure continued, but he's not just suitable for your legacy, he's also a perfect fit for my evil god legacy and likely for evil and destruction as well, perhaps even for that useless Rakshasa. And if it weren't for your interference, I'm pretty sure this boy might waver and choose my legacy instead. The dark purple figure known as Azura seemed to see everything. You're right about the boy's nature. He might indeed choose so, although suitable for his own legacy, this boy is not one of firm will, always prioritizing personal gain. The evil god spoke, unheeded by Azura. You know how hard it is for me to find a successor. This time I finally found a small white tiger raised for over 60,000 years, and then this boy just slaughters it for a soul ring. Azura did not continue on this topic but turned to the evil god, asking, did you really mean what you said earlier? Do you actually plan to let this boy accept your evil god legacy even alongside my Azura legacy? Though it's not usually possible for one to receive 2 godly legacies, like you said, nothing is absolute. Seeing Azura inquire, the evil god's lips curled up, a sinister aura rising on his fearsome face. Why not? If even a soul beast can't become a god, I can accept a little. White tiger, so what's stopping me from coexisting with another deity? It's been too long to raise another little white tiger, and besides, you are a deity of the Azura, so it's not too much of a downgrade. After eliminating the resentment and spirit of the dark demon evil god tiger, dealing with the remnants of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape was somewhat easier, especially since the spiritual power of light feather is of god level. Thus, after resolving the dark demon evil god tiger, it only took a moment for light feather to completely expel the numbness and burning sensation coming from his arms. The lingering spirit of the azure bull python in the right arm primarily manifested as an electric shock numbness, while the remnants of the titan giant ape appeared as a burning sensation in the left arm. Facing characters like BD Dong in the original Soul Beast saga, they planned to destroy their own soul rings, preferring death over benefiting BD Dong. However, faced with the siege of light feather and others, they did not even have the chance to self-destruct. After completely eradicating the last remnants of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, light feather's arms returned to normal. He moved his arms, swinging several punches, and although he had not yet tried the skills of the azure bull python's right arm bone and the titan giant ape's left arm bone, light feather could feel that his strength had significantly improved after absorbing these 200,000 years soul bones. Not to mention anything else, just considering his soul power, light feather's level jumped directly from 85 to 89 after absorbing the 2 soul bones. A 500,000 year soul ring only took light feather from level 80 to 85, yet 200,000 year soul bones took him from 85 to 89. Could this mean that the 200,000 year soul bones were stronger than a 500,000 year soul ring? Naturally, it wasn't just that. The surge of evil god power into his body also played a role in enhancing light feather's strength. The Guardians could all feel light feather's power had undergone a revolutionary change. This trip to the heart of the Star Do Great Forest was a complete windfall for light feather. Now at soul power level 89 with 7 soul bones and 400,000 year soul rings, light feather's true combat power was now comparable to those presiding elders and high priests in the Spirit Hall. Therefore, seeing the awakened light feather, these presiding elders and high priests of the Spirit Hall were somewhat uncomfortable, unaccustomed to the attitude shift brought by his newfound strength. If light feather's progress had been slower, they might have gradually accepted his catching up and even surpassing them, but who could have anticipated such a meteoric rise? At not even 20 years old, a level 89 was unheard of, especially with such a monstrous configuration of soul rings and soul bones. On the side, light plume Douluo, smiling broadly, approached just after light feather had absorbed the right arm bone of the azure bull python and the left arm bone of the titan giant ape. How about it, little Faye? It seems it was a close call without danger, right? Light feather's recent transformation was clearly not missed by light plume Douluo's watchful eyes. He did not know what had happened when Guan Yu absorbed the soul bones just now, but it seemed that there were no problems now. Seeing Guan Yu nod, Guanling Douluo continued to ask, after absorbing those 2 soul bones, how much has your soul power level increased? Guan Yu had nothing to hide from Guanling Douluo. Grandfather, my soul power level has now reached level 89, level 89. Hearing Guan Yu's soul power level, Guanling Douluo's eyes widened and even his sealed left eye almost opened. Honestly, if Guan Yu were at level 29 or 39, Guanling Douluo would even consider finding a new soul ring for Guan Yu. However, for Guan Yu at level 89, there was no rush for the 9th soul ring. Although he was just 1 level away from 90, Guan Yu still needed several months, and most crucially, he needed to stabilize his strength that had surged suddenly. It's often said that grandparents have a special bond with their grandchildren, witnessing step by step as Guan Yu's strength grew stronger. Guanling Douluo felt an immense joy. After his elation, Guanling Douluo asked, "Do you need more time to rest? Shall we return to the Spirit Hall now or wait a bit longer?" "Grandfather, let's wait a moment longer," Guan Yu said, and suddenly his figure split into 3, as the 8th soul ring on him lit up with a pure blood-red light. The 3 figures instantly flashed and reappeared, each standing on the corpses of the Tianqing bull python, the titan giant ape, and the dark demon evil god tiger. Then, the 3 figures activated the devouring ability of the tenacious right leg bone. The vital energy and soul power from the bodies of the Tianqing bull python and the titan giant ape surged crazily into Guan Yu's body. Besides the soul rings, soul bones, and the evil god pearls, the corpses of these soul beasts were treasures to Guan Yu. After devouring and absorbing the Tianqing bull python and the titan giant ape, Guan Yu felt his strength multiply several times and his soul power level was even inching closer to level 90, all was well, but during the absorption process, Guan Yu noticed that the grey evil god power within him was flowing into his 8 soul rings along with his soul power. After thorough checks later confirming no discomfort, Guan Yu stopped dwelling on it and returned to the spirit hall with Guanling Douluo and others. Back at the spirit hall, Guanling Douluo and others needed to return and report, while Guan Yu went straight to his residence. Now he needed to continuously solidify his strength, and as for the report of the entire operation, it was sufficient for Guanling Douluo and others to report to Qian Douluo. The next day, next to the Temple of Offerings, at his residence, Guan Yu, who was planning to temper his suddenly increased soul power, suddenly exclaimed. After rubbing his temples to help himself calm down and clear his head, Guan Yu directly summoned his soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black and 4 red. A total of 8 soul rings circled around Guan Yu, seemingly unchanged. However, as Guan Yu focused his spiritual power on his 8 soul rings, he noticed an incredible or rather inexplicable change. It seems that the age of each of my 8 soul rings has increased by 100 years. For some soul rings like the 100,000-year ones of Guan Yu did not have an exact record of their ages, however for distinctive soul rings like the first and third, Guan Yu was quite certain. After repeatedly confirming and with the aid of the calculation, Guan Yu was sure that their ages had indeed increased by 100 years. The first soul ring went from 829 years to 929 years and the third soul ring from 10,001 years to 10,101 years. Such an increase in a soul ring's age seemed to only occur during divine trials, yet now it had appeared inexplicably, leaving Guan Yu puzzled about what was going on. This time Guan Yu learned to be wise, using the calculation to record the age of all 8 soul rings. Then a day passed in anticipation. Upon waking the next morning, another cry of surprise could be heard from Guan Yu's residence. Even before getting out of bed, Guan Yu checked the 8 soul rings and found with clear data support that each had increased by another 100 years compared to the record from the day before. The first soul ring had even reached 1,029 years, changing from pale yellow to deep purple. Guan Yu thought of the evil god's power that had surged into the soul rings yesterday. Could it be related to the evil god? Could it be that all soul rings increase by 100 years each day? That would mean over 36,000 years in 1 year, and in just 3 years, all soul rings would reach 100,000 years. Could this be the evil god subtly tempting him? After all, an evil god, possessing 6 attributes like ordinary gods, could increase the age of soul rings? In the spirit hall, under the oppressive atmosphere, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Guei stood with ashen faces next to Bibi Dong, not daring to breathe loudly for fear of drawing her ire. Yet, despite their silence, Bibi Dong approached them directly. Guei, tell me everything you have learned. Ghost Douluo looked helplessly at Chrysanthemum Douluo across from him, who turned his head away as if not seeing. With no choice, Ghost Douluo standing before Bibi Dong, who sat on the Pope's throne holding her scepter, reported, Your Holiness, according to reliable information a few days ago, the temple's envoys Chang Luan, Xiongshi, Guang Ling and Jiang Mo along with several elders went out to hunt for Guan Yu's 8th soul ring. Their targets were 2 magical beasts in the heart of the Star Do forest. It is said that they have succeeded in their hunt. As Ghost Douluo finished, a chill seemed to sweep through the entire spirit hall. Even for Ghost Douluo, whose spirit was of a dark and shadowy nature, it felt unusually cold, not to mention Chrysanthemum Douluo, who instinctively crossed his arms and rubbed them slowly. Yes, yes, yes. Bibi Dong's voice grew increasingly fierce until her jade hand left a print on the papal chair. Since the decision to cultivate Guan Yu in the shrine, Bibi Dong had faced some difficulties over the years but had not suffered significant losses. However, this time was different. The 2 soul beasts in the heart of the Star Do Great Forest Lake, or more precisely 3 soul beasts, were intended by Bibi Dong for her second martial soul, the devouring soul spider, and were all 100,000-year soul beasts. But now, the outcome was that Xiaowu directly sacrificed Tang San after the Soul Master contest, and those 2 soul beasts from the lake center were intercepted by the shrine's people. It was bad enough they intercepted, but to make matters worse, they slaughtered both beasts. In the end, Bibi Dong, who had planned for a long time, didn't get a single hair from those 3 soul beasts. How strong must one's mentality be to swallow such a blow? Moments later, as Bibi Dong exhaled deeply, seemingly adjusting her mindset, the entire papal hall finally returned to normal. However, the next moment Bibi Dong directly addressed Zhu Douluo beside her. Yuguan, how are the preparations for the establishment of the Spirit Empire going? Hearing this, Yuguan, who was in charge of the shrine's educational affairs, couldn't help but grimace. Establishing the Spirit Empire was not an easy task. His progress was already not slow, but no matter how he responded, he was bound to receive a barrage of criticism from Bibi Dong, who was currently irate. Douluo honestly replied, "Your Holiness, the subtemples in the two great empires of Tiando and Xingluo are still organizing educational affairs, and personnel and resources are gathering around the Spirit Hall. The surrounding cities, about a dozen of them, are generally ready. The neighboring countries and kingdoms have not yet given a clear response and seem hesitant to openly confront the two great empires of Tiando and Xingluo. The Holy Dragon Sect, Elephant Armor Sect, Black Tiger Sect, Sparrowbee Sect, Windsword Sect, Fire Leopard Sect and Rock Antelope Sect have secretly chosen to pledge allegiance to our Spirit Hall. The White Tiger Sect and the four single attribute clans of Strength, Defense, Destruction and Agility are still in negotiations." Before he could mention the Ironsmiths Guild in Gangshin City, cough cough. Douluo was just about to speak of the Gangshin City Ironsmiths Association when Douluo kindly coughed twice to remind him. Douluo quickly realized that the matter related to the Ironsmiths Association was connected to that young man whom His Holiness detested, promptly changing the subject. "Your Holiness, overall, if we wish to establish the Spirit Empire, we would still need about 2 more years of preparation." Bibi Dong could easily see through the cautious minds of Gue and Douluo. But she was not satisfied with Douluo's 2-year time frame. Not 2 years, only 1 year. 1 year from now the Spirit Hall will officially become a nation. After saying this, not allowing Douluo to retort, Bibi Dong then turned to Douluo. "Gueme, how is the preparation of the 20,000 soul masters you were tasked with?" The Gueme, whose thoughts were finer than Douluo's, noticed that Bibi Dong was now directly calling their names, a change from before when she would at least call him Elder Gueme. Gueme respectfully bowed to Bibi Dong and honestly replied, "Your Holiness, the Spirit Hall currently has about 6,000 soul masters that can be assembled instantly across various locations." "Only 6,000? I can't wait any longer. Have everyone prepare and summon the elders Ni Huang Lingyan and Hai Gue back to the palace to initiate the soul hunt plan early." This, concerning the soul hunt plan, as Bibi Dong's right-hand men Douluo and Douluo are well aware, it is about reshuffling the continental forces and reshuffling the 7 major sects. "His Holiness, even though we have 6,000 soul masters, if we are to strike decisively against the 3 sects, even excluding the closed-door Hautian sect, just relying on a few elders and 6,000 soul masters might not be enough to cleanse the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect." Bibi Dong, holding the scepter and dressed in a purple pope robe, also stood up from the pope's throne at this time, her purple eyes completely filled with ambition. "Taking on both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect at once is indeed a bit strained, but what if we only deal with one of them?" Douluo also stepped forward at this moment. "Your Holiness, if we can't annihilate both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect in one strike and only target one of them, the other will surely be alerted and dealing with them later will become very troublesome." Bibi Dong's face showed a cold smile. "Who said I want to resolve them one by one? We are only responsible for dealing with one of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the other will be handled by someone else." "Handled by someone else?" Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances, both puzzled. Bibi Dong then continued to explain her plan. "The elders in the worship hall also hold considerable power, so let them deal with another of the top 3 sects. If Bibi Dong is determined to act against the 3 sects and the worship hall cannot stop her, then for the best interest of the Spirit Hall itself, the best outcome would naturally be to take advantage of the 3 sects being unguarded and launch a surprise attack on both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. If only one is dealt with and the other becomes guarded, dealing with them later would inevitably lead to significant casualties for the Spirit Hall. Thus, for the benefit of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong is confident that those in the worship hall will take action, and Qian Douluo will also have to compromise and agree, as he too understands this logic." Not far from the worship hall, in the residence of Guangyu, at this moment, inside and outside the house there are surges of powerful soul force fluctuations spilling out. It can be seen that more than one Guangyu is cultivating both inside and outside the house, with those inside cultivating soul force and those outside tempering their combat skills. Quickly mastering and stabilizing their newly gained strength might only be achieved step by step through practice for others, but for Guangyu it can be said there is a shortcut. Without using the soul-bone fusion technique, Guan Yu can now split into 8 physical clones, and if using the soul-bone fusion technique with the 5th soul skill's physical split enhancement, Guan Yu can even directly split into 16 physical clones. As all 7 soul bones are gathered, the soul bone fusion technique's effect is 100%, enhancing the soul skill by 100%. 8x, 100% plus 100% equals 16. Apart from one physical clone stationed in the City of Slaughter, all of Guan Yu's remaining physical clones were engaged in cultivation. Among them, 2 figures transformed into 2 streaks of red light, continuously colliding in the open space outside the house. It had been a month since the hunt for soul beasts in the central lake of the Star Do Great Forest, and Guan Yu was becoming increasingly proficient with his 8th soul skill, particularly favoring the Flying Wicked God Seal. Firstly, the Flying Wicked God Seal was highly flexible and fast. Being like a sniper who could change positions on the battlefield at will, he was virtually invincible. Secondly, he couldn't practice the endless arrows now, as its power was somewhat excessive. Even if soul masters from the Spirit Hall were to be brought in for sparring, including elders and worshippers, it could end badly, possibly taking them away. So for a month Guan Yu had been consolidating his 9 levels of soul power and cultivating his Flying Wicked God Seal. That day Guangling Douluo arrived at Guan Yu's residence. He ignored the physical clones and went straight into the house. It seemed as though Guangling Douluo could see through the clones, knowing they weren't Guan Yu himself. In fact, if they were all together, Guangling Douluo really couldn't tell them apart, but now those who were cultivating were definitely not the main body. The main body was likely still lying flat in the house. Indeed, upon opening the door, Guangling Douluo saw Guan Yu popping grapes into his mouth. Zhuge, you used to be so diligent in your cultivation, have you become slack just because you acquired the 5th soul skill? Guangling Douluo seemed dissatisfied, but then again, for Guan Yu to have reached this level of strength at his age was already a miracle. Even Guangling Douluo might not be able to defeat him now. Guan Yu looked at Guangling Douluo unfazed. Grandpa, if you had such a soul skill, you would be lazy too. This comment made Guangling Douluo feel a bit sour. After all, Guan Yu's formidable array of soul rings also represented his powerful soul skills. Guangling Douluo sighed slightly but didn't dwell on the matter. Fortunately, Guan Yu was playing by himself. The other physical clones weren't joining in his laziness but were tirelessly cultivating, so Guan Yu's strength hadn't fallen behind much and was even progressing faster than others. If Guan Yu were to gather them all together to play a few rounds of Fight the Landlord, that would be truly hopeless. Sitting on Guan Yu's bed, Guangling Douluo also picked up a bunch of grapes from the table and bit into a few. Zhuge, the Grand Worshipper has new arrangements for you. Honestly, as his own strength increased, Guan Yu's reverence for the Grand Worshipper Qian Daolu was gradually fading. What Guan Yu was now more concerned about was when Qian Rinxue would officially start the Angelic Gods assessment so he could send Qian Daolu to his demise. After all, Guan Yu had already obtained the right arm bone of the sky blue bull python and the left arm bone of the titan giant ape, and to elevate these 2 soul bones to god level, he would need to eliminate 2 out of Qian Daolu, Emperor Shui and Tang San. Since Tang San fled the Soul Master competition, there has been no news about him, so Qian Daolu and Emperor Shui now have more options for their plans. What new arrangements? Look at how indifferent you are. The Grand Priest has arranged for you to collaborate with that woman Bibi Dong on the soul hunt plan, said Guangling Douluo. Hearing this, Guan Yu swiftly sat up from his bed. The soul hunt plan? Guan Yu's thoughts raced. Wasn't the soul hunt plan supposed to be 2 years from now, and wasn't it entirely orchestrated by Bibi Dong? After executing the soul hunt plan, Bibi Dong then took the opportunity to establish the Spirit Empire and started reshuffling the powers across the continent. Seeing Guan Yu's reaction, Guangling Douluo thought he was unaware of the soul hunt plan and continued to explain. The soul hunt plan is to purge the forces on the continent that do not comply with the Spirit Hall, mainly targeting the Hao Tian sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family among the top 3 sects. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Yu spoke up. Did Bibi Dong convince the Grand Priest to cooperate with the soul hunt plan? Guangling Douluo nodded. Bibi Dong insists on starting the soul hunt plan now. The Grand Priest's Hall cannot stop her, so to reduce future troubles the Grand Priest had no choice but to be dragged into this by Bibi Dong, forced to carry out the plan now. However, Bibi Dong's actions are somewhat hasty and she lacks manpower, so this time she wants the Grand Priest to contribute forces, essentially to weaken our Priest Hall's power. After all, in recent years, the new forces of the Spirit Hall have all flowed into the Pope Hall, and our Priest Hall lacks fresh blood. Once depleted, it truly means losing numbers permanently. Hearing this, Guan Yu was also somewhat aware of these issues. It's feasible to execute the soul hunt plan, but does the Grand Priest still plan to let Bibi Dong continue her reckless actions? She's also a divine successor. Originally, the priest hall was unaware that Bibi Dong was also conducting the Rakshasa God assessment, but now that Qian Douluo knows, logically he shouldn't condone it. Guangling Douluo sighed. Others in the priest hall do want to act against Bibi Dong, but Qian Douluo has always been pressing down. Who knows what he's thinking, or perhaps what Wei Xiao is thinking. The Grand Priest currently has no intention of taking action against her. It seems everything is waiting for the young master to return. Guan Yu snorted lightly. The Grand Priest may want to wait, but I'm not so keen on waiting. I want to deal with that woman Bibi Dong. Hearing this, Guangling Douluo was visibly startled, his expression turning unnatural. Young Guan Yu, don't be rash. However, seeing Guan Yu's calm gaze, Guangling Douluo grew even more anxious. Guangling Douluo knew Guan Yu well and could tell that he wasn't joking. This young man was really planning to make a move against her. Guangling Douluo thought to himself, but with the Grand Priest. No, young Guan Yu, what exactly are you planning? Guan Yu just smiled. Nothing much, I just want to see her fall from the peak to the depths of the valley. Grandfather, don't you think that would be interesting? Watching Guan Yu's expression at that moment, Guangling Douluo felt uncomfortable for the first time, realizing that Guan Yu had changed. Over the years, Guan Yu has changed not only in terms of his own strength but also in some intangible ways, at least in how he now presents himself, which even startled the light-feathered Douluo. However, despite the surprise, light-feathered Douluo eventually said, "Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. First handle the tasks assigned by the Grand Worship. The soul hunting mission is short of hands because of Bibi Dong, that woman. Apart from the secluded Hao Tian sect, they can only deal with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Therefore, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has requested our worship hall to take action. The Grand Worship has assigned this task to you. You are fully responsible for the operation to annihilate the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Besides the Demon Bear Douluo and the Ghost Panther Douluo, the rest of us in the worship hall cannot assist you. The Thorn Douluo and the Spear Douluo from the young master's side are also tied up, and the worship hall can't spare any soul masters either. You can only rely on the soul masters from the City of Slaughter under your command." Hearing this, Guan Yu frowned. After all this time, Bibi Dong hands this matter over to our worship hall and you push it onto me? What do you mean, your worship hall? You're part of it too. Light-feathered Douluo snorted dismissively. Bibi Dong actually wants to test and wear down the Angel Legion under the Grand Worship. We naturally can't let her succeed. So you're using my people? Are you still my grandfather to set up your own grandson like this? Guan Yu was dumbfounded. Light-feathered Douluo continued, what kind of people make up the Angel Legion? And what about those from your City of Slaughter? Although you can control them with the nether dude, they are inherently fallen beings who lurk in the shadows. Using them as cannon fodder is better than using our direct descendants. Looking at light-feathered Douluo, Guan Yu suddenly realized that to reach such a level of cultivation and hold a position in the worship within the Spirit Hall, these people's hearts were somewhat ruthless and cold. It wasn't that Guan Yu felt pity for the people of the City of Slaughter, but rather he lamented the choices these worships made in their hearts. Light-feathered Douluo, being both a grandfather and a grandson to Guan Yu, naturally showed familial affection, but as a loyal member of the angel lineage he also considered things from that perspective. Perhaps this was why Qian Douluo had Light-feather come to talk to him. Anyone else in Guan Yu would likely have outright refused. The mission to destroy the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect would surely result in massive casualties. Why should it all fall on his people? After a tense moment, Light-feathered Douluo spoke again. Don't feel too troubled. The Grand Worship has promised that if you succeed in this mission he will grant you a divine weapon. A divine weapon? What kind of divine weapon? Light-feathered Douluo waved his hand, playing coy. Don't worry about it now. Once you've completed the Grand Worship's task and destroyed the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, then we can talk about that divine weapon. But let me tell you, this mission won't be easy. We few worships won't be intervening, and while you have enough soul masters to deal with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, high-end combat forces like Ningfengji Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo Gu Ron will not be easy to handle. Rest assured, Grandpa, although the combination of Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo and Ningfengji is strong, my current strength is not what it was a month ago. Just be careful in everything. If you can't eliminate the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, it's not a big deal. Your life is the most important thing. As long as you have time, you will surely surpass all of us in the future. After a laugh, Light Feather Douluo spoke with a very serious expression. It was this sincere concern from Light Feather Douluo that warmed Light Feather's heart a bit. Grandpa, I understand. When does the soul hunting plan start? In 7 days, Light Feather Douluo said. You start preparing. After saying this, Light Feather Douluo did not stay any longer but left directly. After Light Feather Douluo departed, Light Feather began to wonder what kind of divine artifact Lord Qian Douluo had promised. Being of the angel lineage, it was highly likely that the divine artifact was related to the angel god. However, recalling the original story during the great battle between Qian Rinxue and Tang San, aside from the angelic holy sword, there were no other artifacts. As for the angelic holy sword, Qian Douluo would definitely not promise that, as it is a symbol of the angel god, something he couldn't possibly give to himself. After suppressing his curiosity, Light Feather soon began to prepare for the soul hunting plan. In the city of Slaughter, within the palace, Light Feather's physical clone, who seemed to be meditating with closed eyes on the throne, suddenly opened his eyes. Being connected in perception, he naturally knew about the soul hunting plan. Immediately mobilize 5,000 soul masters and gather near the 7 treasure glazed tile sect within 5 days. As soon as he finished speaking, the female housekeeper of the city of Slaughter, shocked by this, blurted out, gather near the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? My king, are you planning to? Light Feather's physical clone merely glanced at the female housekeeper, and a terrifying murderous aura made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. You talk too much. Watching Light Feather's physical clone, the female housekeeper immediately knelt down to admit her mistake. At this moment, she felt a fear from Light Feather not inferior to the previous king of Slaughter. Fortunately, all of Light Feather's soul masters were gathered in the city of Slaughter, so even though 5,000 soul masters was a large number, it only took half a day to integrate and assemble them. Then in batches they moved through different paths towards the Heaven Do Empire, where the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was located. As for Light Feather's main body, he had already arrived at the Heaven Do Empire, Prince's Palace. Qian Rinxue looked at the suddenly appearing Light Feather, her face showing surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. After your journey in the Star Do Great Forest, your strength has indeed increased a lot. No wonder Grandpa has entrusted you with the full responsibility of annihilating the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Qian Rinxue belonged to those women who admire strength, much like gold diggers admire wealth. She has a special fondness for powerful individuals, especially if they are young, and even more so if they are handsome. So what initially attracted Qian Rinxue was not entirely Tang Yin's performance on the harp, but rather the fact that Tang San had outplayed her in their encounters. Bibi Dong was unaware of the specifics of Light Feather's journey in the Star Do Great Forest, but Qian Rinxue understood it very well. After all, at this time both the Porcupine Douluo and the Serpent Spear Douluo had returned to Qian Rinxue's side, thus the specifics of what had occurred in the Star Do Great Forest were naturally known to her. Guan Yu did not pick up Qian Rinxue's topic but stated his purpose directly. It seems you have acknowledged Ning Fengji as your teacher? Qian Rinxue smiled and replied, to be precise, it is Xue Qinghe who has taken Ning Fengji as his master. Guan Yu then continued, well, I hope you can find a way to get Ning Fengji back to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect within 5 days. Guan Yu had found out that Ning Fengji was currently not at the sect but in Heaven Do City. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow. The 7 treasure glazed tile tower of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect is the foremost auxiliary soul in the world, and the enhancement of Ning Fengji, a 7-ringed soul saint, is undeniably strong. Isn't it more convenient for your actions that he is not at the sect? Guan Yu snorted, no need, I want to catch them all in one go. After saying this, Guan Yu turned to leave, but before he did, he added another piece of information. With Ning Fengji leaving Heaven Do City, the Sword Douluo who is responsible for his protection will surely leave as well, and then Heaven Do City will be without the intervention of a titled Douluo. You should consider taking over Heaven Do. Facing Guan Yu's instructions, Qian Rinxue did not show much resistance. On the contrary, her gaze towards Guan Yu subtly changed at this moment. If Guan Yu decided to strike at the 7 treasure glazed tile sect while Ning Fengji was away, since one of the Sword Bone Douluo would have to protect Ning Fengji, then he would only face one of them. Instead, Guan Yu's visit this time was actually to make her facilitate Ning Fengji's return to the sect, then to sweep the 7 treasure glazed tile sect in one fell swoop. This confidence, this dominance, unexpectedly stirred something in Qian Rinxue's heart. It might be far-fetched, but that's just how unpredictable the women of the Spirit Hall are. given that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was not far from the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City. After much deliberation with Qianrenxue, she finally decided to act simultaneously with Guan Yu's surprise attack on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, launching a coup to take control of the Heavendo Empire. However, Guan Yu was unaware of how Qianrenxue would eventually treat Emperor Shui Yi, whether she would let him die soon or let him live a bit longer only to die from the poison of the porcupine Douluo later. Given the current situation, the latter was more likely because the death of Emperor Shui would affect Qianrenxue's reputation. If the emperor died during the coup, those opposing Qianrenxue could accuse her of patricide and usurping the throne. As long as Emperor Shui was still alive, such rumors could be prevented. In the days that followed, Guan Yu did not leave Heavendo City until the night of the action, outside the castle of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Under the cover of night, numerous shadows lurked in the bushes. Lord King of Slaughter, when do we launch the surprise attack on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? The sect's guard is very high with patrols and many sentries around. We need to eliminate these watchers to proceed with the surprise attack. Speaking were two soul fighters from the city of Slaughter under the command of Guan Yu. It was unbelievable for ordinary soul masters to confront the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but for those from the city of Slaughter it was nothing extraordinary. They held no reverence for one of the top three sects, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Indeed, the defenses of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect were remarkably high. As a shadow attribute agile attack type soul master, Ghost Leopard Douluo could detect a large number of defensive soul masters outside the sect's castle. I will lead people to clear out their peripheral soul masters, Magic Bear Douluo volunteered. However, Guan Yu rejected their suggestion. To deal with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, there is no need for such trouble. Command it to be a direct assault. Having said that, Guan Yu was seen holding a blood-red Shura demon sword in his hand, and before everyone could react, he spun around 270 degrees and hurled the Shura demon sword. The sword transformed into a streak of red light crossing over the castle of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and into the sky above the sect. What is that? The soul masters responsible for guarding the castle quickly noticed the red streak in the night sky. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Qinshin also stepped out from a room. Sword Douluo Qinshin sighed. I didn't expect Rongrong to have such deep feelings for that food system's soul master. Upon returning to the sect, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Qinshin heard that Ning Rongrong's condition had been worsening, losing interest in food and drink. During their visit, Ning Rongrong asked Ning Fengji to help rescue Oscar. Both were distressed and helpless. Ning Fengji was no exception. Ning Fengji somberly said not to mention that the boy is a food system support soul master. Even if we go to rescue him, how could we possibly succeed? As he spoke, Ning Fengji's gaze sadly glanced at the empty right sleeve of Sword Douluo Qinshin. Qinshin shook his head slightly. None of the envoys from the Spirit Hall are easy to deal with, and that young man from the Spirit Hall also gives me a very dangerous feeling. If he is there, the Spirit Hall is unlikely to be peaceful. At that moment, Ning Fengji also frowned. Uncle Sword, I've been feeling uneasy lately, as if something big is about to happen. Sword Douluo Qinshin knew that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect not only had support and treasure-seeking functions but also had a somewhat vague ability to predict danger, leaning more towards intuition. However, even so, Qinshin still reassured him, Fengji, don't overthink it, you're just tired lately. Just as Sword Douluo Qinshin finished speaking, Ning Fengji turned his head and followed Qinshin's gaze into the distance. In the sky, a red glow was shooting towards the sect. It's an enemy attack. As soon as Qinshin spoke, he summoned his own martial soul, the seven-killing sword, and with a fierce stomp on the ground he shot towards the approaching red light. Approaching and seeing clearly the object within that red flowing light, it turned out to be a sword. Upon recognizing the sword, Sword Douluo Qinshin's eyes narrowed, filled with suspicion. This sword was not unfamiliar to him. It was the Shura Devil sword that had ambushed him and his companions, striking down the golden iron triangle. But what did the presence of this sword here signify? Did it represent that young man from the Spirit Hall seeking trouble with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, or did it mean that the entire Spirit Hall was after him? Sword Douluo Qinshin swung his 7-kill sword spirit, and a giant array of intersecting sword energies rushed towards the Shura Devil sword. At the center of the sword energy array was the character for kill, the kill word formula. With a loud crash, the attack collided, and the trajectory of the Shura Devil sword changed. At that moment, Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji saw a figure suddenly appear beside the Shura Devil sword. the figure reached out with his right hand, grabbing the hilt of the Shura Devil sword, and then swung with full force, a trail of blood-red sword light chasing after the figure of Sword Douluo Qinshin, the fourth soul skill aura of murder. Sword Douluo Qinshin gripped his 7 kills sword tightly. Among his 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, the fourth soul ring emitted a unique purple light. Then he unleashed a sword blade, sharp beyond compare, slicing directly towards the blood-red sword light. The 2 beams of sword light collided in midair, the shockwave affecting an area nearly 100 meters in diameter. The 2 sword-wielding figures were each shaken back. After distancing themselves, Sword Douluo gazed at where his opponent had landed, his expression far from relaxed. From the clash just now, Sword Douluo had already concluded that the newcomer was no ordinary adversary. Although he had only used his fourth soul skill, it was enough to suggest the considerable prowess of the newcomer. Moreover, this person seemed to have some knowledge of swordsmanship. Among the titled Douluos, who could it be? As Sword Douluo Qinshin pondered the various titled Douluos across the continent and compared them one by one, the dust stirred up by their collision settled. Both Ningfengji and Sword Douluo Qinshin could now clearly see the identity of the newcomer. There, in front of them, the blood-red Shura Devil sword was planted straight into the ground, and atop its hilt stood a figure. Could it be him? How could it be him? Standing on the Shura Devil sword's hilt was none other than the young man from the spirit hall they had just been discussing, Guangyu. Although Sword Douluo Qinshin knew that the blood-red Shura Devil sword seemed to be Guangyu's favored sword, the attack just now clearly demonstrated the strength of a titled Douluo. Thus, Sword Douluo Qinshin had not initially thought of Guangyu but had been guessing which titled Douluo from the spirit hall it might be. However, seeing Guangyu standing there was almost unbelievable for both Ningfengji and Sword Douluo Qinshin. How much time had passed since their last ambush? Only 2 or 3 years, and yet how had this young man's strength increased so much? Unlike Ningfengji and Sword Douluo Qinshin's shock, Guangyu simply stood on the Shura Devil sword and activated his killing domain. A ring of invisible spatial ripples spread out from Guangyu as the center, moving outward in all directions. As Guangyu's power continued to rise, the effectiveness of his slaughter domain also increased. Now his slaughter domain covered the entire city of Slaughter. Under the influence of the slaughter domain, all the soul masters from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect turned pale, their soul skills sealed. This was a first-time experience for them, naturally causing immense panic. Moreover, once the direct disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect used their soul skill amplifications, the combat strength of the other sect members significantly increased. Sword Douluo Qinshin was also enveloped within this domain, and this time he too unleashed his own sword domain. Countless sharp blades tore and sliced through Guangyu's invisible slaughter domain, but this confrontation somewhat surprised Sword Douluo Qinshin. He had told Guangyu after the Soul Master competition that if Guangyu's soul power level reached the titled Douluo level, even Qinshin would find it difficult to break his slaughter domain. Now Qinshin could feel that Guangyu's soul power level had not reached the titled Douluo level, yet Guangyu's strength had increased significantly since the Soul Master competition. At least now Guangyu's slaughter domain was not so easily broken by Sword Douluo Qinshin. Under the effect of the slaughter domain, both Sword Douluo and Ningfengji's soul skills were suppressed by Guangyu. Unlike Ningfengji's chaos, Sword Douluo Qinshin focused on the cultivation of swordsmanship, so even if his soul skills were sealed, as long as he could wield his sword, Qinshin's attacks were hardly weakened. Qinshin's soul skills were essentially sword moves. Apart from these, much like the Hautanen sect, Qinshin still had attack techniques similar to the killing word technique. Sword Douluo Qinshin positioned the 7-kill sword in front of him, and as his soul power surged rapidly, a sword chi ravaged formation appeared and a killing character materialized. Sword Douluo's second killing character was launched at Guangyu as he swung his sword. Guangyu pulled the Azura demon sword from the ground. At this moment his strength enhanced, and having absorbed the essence and soul power of the sky blue bull python, the titan giant ape, and the dark demon evil god tiger, Guangyu's power had far surpassed others at the same level. With the Azura demon sword infused with the divine power of Azura, a single swing tore apart Sword Douluo Qinshin's killing word technique. Only then did Sword Douluo Qinshin fully realize that Guangyu's strength had caught up to his own. As for what Guangyu had experienced over these 2 years to achieve such a tremendous increase in strength, Qinshin was no longer concerned. Qinshin immediately mobilized his soul power again, repeatedly swinging several killing words at Guangyu, wielding the A Jura demon sword slashing left and right. Guan Yu blocked 2 of Sword Douluo Qinshin's killing words, and simultaneously 8 transparent arms extended from his back, continuously swinging, blocking another killing word from Sword Douluo Qinshin. Douluo had once blocked 7 killing words from Sword Douluo Qinshin's father, the Western sword hero Qin Jianjun, counterattacking and leading to Qin Jianjun's defeat and death, now having already withstood the 6 deadly strikes of Sword Douluo Qinshin. It was soon met with the 7th, a fierce blow aimed at Guan Yu. Instead of swinging the Azura demon sword again, Guan Yu raised his left hand, which did not wield the sword, and counterattacked the 7th strike directly. Titan Sky Cannon. A dark red glow emanated from Guan Yu's left arm, and a beam of soul power, continuously compressing and gathering, shot towards Sword Douluo Qinshin. With Guan Yu's current strength, coupled with the fact that the Titan Sky Cannon was a 100,000-year soul bone skill, it naturally blocked Qinshin's 7th strike. After parrying this blow, Guan Yu quickly gathered a blue-green electric arc in his right hand, and the sky-blue silent thunder strike was unleashed directly at Qinshin. Unlike the Titan Sky Cannon, the sky-blue silent thunder strike was an area attack. Therefore, its target was not only Sword Douluo Qinshin but also Ningfengji, who had already lost his supportive role. Just as Qinshin and Ningfengji's expressions changed due to the sky-blue silent thunderstrike, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Spikes of bone burst forth from the earth, spreading across the terrain. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. The 4th soul skill, Bone Prison. As bones do not conduct electricity, these bone spikes acted like protective cages around Qinshin and Ningfengji, effectively blocking Guan Yu's sky-blue silent thunderstrike. Bone Douluo did not possess domain abilities, but Bone Douluo Guran's 4th soul skill, Bone Prison, effectively acted as a weakened domain ability. Now, the Bone Prison skill combined with Qinshin's sword domain briefly enhanced its strength, pulling Guan Yu into a standoff. "Old Bones, how did you get here?" Sword Douluo asked. Bone Douluo Guran glanced at Qinshin and said, "With such a commotion, how could I not notice? Our sect is currently under attack, with many soul masters invading and slaughtering our disciples." Hearing this, both Sword Douluo Qinshin and Ningfengji couldn't help but show deep concern on their faces. Bone Douluo didn't finish, but it wasn't hard for Ningfengji to imagine the casualties. With Guan Yu's domain of slaughter deployed, how could the other members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan who had lost their soul skills stand against the soul masters from the City of Slaughter? Moreover, since these soul masters from the City of Slaughter were accustomed to life and death battles, they possessed exceptionally high combat awareness, quickly gaining the upper hand against the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. Hearing Bone Douluo's report, both Ningfengji and Sword Douluo's gaze towards Guan Yu changed. Initially, they thought it was just Guan Yu alone or with a few people from the Spirit Hall causing trouble, but it turned out he had brought a large force intent on annihilating their sect. This was an entirely different scenario, and now Ningfengji and Sword Douluo's eyes filled with a surge of hatred towards Guan Yu. With the blessings of the Bone Douluo's skeletal realm and the Sword Douluo's swordsmanship domain, although the slaughter domain of Guan Yu had not been breached, it was forcibly torn open by the joint efforts of the Sword and Bone Douluos. This allowed Ningfengji to break the slaughter domain seal and regain the right to use his soul skills. With the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda in action, they chanted, "First, Enhance, second, Speed, third, Soul." Ningfengji promptly applied a 70% enhancement to the 2 titled Douluo's Sword and Bone. With the boost from Ningfengji's sword, Douluo leaped up and swung his 7-kill sword mightily once more. His 4th soul skill, Aura of Murder, was unleashed. A formidable sword aura coalesced with the swing of his 7-kill sword, forming a giant sword shadow that quickly slashed towards Guan Yu. Similarly, employing his 4th soul skill and now enhanced by Ningfengji's sword, Douluo's attack was significantly amplified. However, Guan Yu, wielding the Shura Devil Sword, countered with a slash of his own. The crimson sword light surged once again, breaking through Sword Douluo's attack. Despite not having a soul power level as high as Sword Douluo's, Guan Yu's advantage in soul bones and soul rings was enough to keep him not far behind in strength. Sword Douluo had the boost from Ningfengji, whereas Guan Yu had the advantage of his divine weapon. Just like Tang San wielding the Sea God Trident, divine weapons like the Shura Devil Sword also grow stronger with the user's power. After absorbing the remains of the Sky Blue Bull Python, the Titan Giant Ape and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, Guan Yu could almost fully wield the Shura Devil Sword, treating it as if it were no different from a regular long sword. Having countered Sword Douluo's 4th soul skill, Guan Yu even took the initiative to seek out combat opportunities. in a few flashes he closed the distance to just a few meters away from Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo Qinshin's reaction was swift. Even having lost the arm that excelled in swordsmanship did not significantly weaken his combat effectiveness. With a flip of his left hand he thrust the 7-kill sword into the ground, triggering a burst of explosive sword energy that swept outwards in a ferocious storm. His fifth soul skill Earthshaking might use this sword energy storm to force Guan Yu back. Sword Douluo then raised his sword high, and as he channeled his soul power, thousands of swords condensed out of thin air around him. With a flick of his fingers, these swords shot towards Guan Yu like arrows. Unperturbed by the barrage of light swords, Guan Yu summoned his soul weapon, the continuous crossbow, with his left hand. Meanwhile, the configuration of his soul rings, 2 purple 2 black 4 red, was once again revealed to Ningfengji and the 2 Douluos, who were curious about why Guan Yu's first soul ring was 1,000-year purple, though it was certainly not the time to inquire. They only saw multiple soul rings on Guan Yu light up, including the 5th, 6th and 7th. His 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, was activated, enlarging his continuous crossbow to match his own size. Now with greatly enhanced vitality and strength, Guan Yu could wield the Shura Devil Sword with one hand while similarly lifting the now gigantic continuous crossbow with the other, aiming diagonally upward at the myriad of light swords descending upon him. The 5th soul skill, Splitting, the 6th soul skill, Explosion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of densely packed mechanical sounds burst forth all at once, and amidst the piercing noise Guan Yu shot over 100 silvery light crossbow arrows. Under the effect of the 5th soul skill Splitting, these 100+ arrows instantly transformed into over 1,000, then these 1,000 arrows, like miniature bombs, exploded thunderously in the air. The spectacle was so grand that it illuminated the entire 7 treasure glazed tile sect in the night, a sight to behold. Even the Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo, who were leading teams to exterminate the 7 treasure glazed tile sect elsewhere, were utterly shocked upon seeing the sky filled with red light. They had not expected Guan Yu to actually fight to such an extent with Swordbone Douluo, and while they were effortlessly slaughtering the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect within Guan Yu's killing domain, they couldn't help but acknowledge the power of Guan Yu's domain. Furthermore, based on the effects of the domain, they could also infer Guan Yu's own condition. Despite the fierce collision just now, Guan Yu's killing domain remained as stable as ever, indicating that he had not been injured. Sword Douluo, including Ningfengji, who was watching from the side, hadn't expected Guan Yu to be able to withstand Sword Douluo's attack like that. Previously, they always felt that although Guan Yu of the Spirit Hall had terrifying talent, he still needed time to grow. But today they realized they were wrong. Guan Yu is already grown up. Sword Douluo, with a determined heart, gathered a massive sword using the 7-kill sword as a medium, his 6th soul skill. Besides being able to launch a group attack with countless light swords, could also form a gigantic light sword. The light sword then fell towards Guan Yu. Facing the incoming light sword, this time Guan Yu did not take it head on. Instead, he vanished in an instant right when the light sword was about to strike. Who said you have to take every attack head on? After all, this area was all part of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's territory, so the destruction caused by Sword Douluo's strike was not Guan Yu's loss. Missing his strike and seeing Guan Yu dodge it, Sword Douluo Qinshin's eyebrows were already twisted in frustration. He had already noticed that, apart from an increase in soul power, Guan Yu's speed had also undergone a drastic change. Now, speaking purely of speed, even Sword Douluo Qinshin admitted he couldn't match his opponent. This was not a good thing. No matter how strong the attack, what use was it if it couldn't hit? Following that, Sword Douluo Qinshin placed the 7-kill sword horizontally in front of him, and with a swipe of his left hand over the sword, it was as if he had endowed the 7-kill sword with a spirit, making the entire blade burst forth with endless blue light. It had been a long time since Uncle's sword had used this move. Watching Sword Douluo's starting stance, Ningfengji couldn't help but sigh while his gaze towards Guan Yu was filled with complexity. How old was the opponent? Only a few years older than Rongrong, yet now he was able to force Uncle's sword to use this move. The disparity. At this moment, Guan Yu also felt the difference in Sword Douluo Qinshin. Although he seemed as sharp as a sword, his entire presence was somewhat ethereal, as if blending into the surrounding space. The 7-kill sword merged with the Sword Douluo not as one of his 9 soul skills, but as a unique move created beyond those abilities. Although the techniques were not overly complex, each of Sword Douluo Qinshin's movements carried a distinct flavor at this moment. Was it the way of the sword, or the intent of the sword? In front of Guan Yu there was no longer Sword Douluo Qinshin or the 7-kill sword. It seemed as if there was only one entity. It was as if Sword Douluo had transformed into the 7-kill sword, or perhaps the 7-kill sword was indeed the Sword Douluo, or maybe the two had become one. Accompanied by the sound of cutting wind, the bizarre blue-glowing 7-kill sword thrust straight at Guan Yu. At that moment, even though Guan Yu initially thought to dodge, he found himself seemingly fixed in place by the sword. The strike was inescapable and had to be faced. Shocked, Guan Yu quickly made his choice. He stowed away his massive crossbow martial soul and shifted from holding a sword with one hand to gripping the Azura demon's sword with both hands. The tip of the sword pointed slightly downward, poised with potential. In the next second, all the disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect felt the oppressive sensation that sealed their soul skills dissipate. The entire slaughter domain, along with all of Guan Yu's own murderous aura, now converged towards the Azura demon's sword in his hands. As a vast amount of murderous aura continued to pour into the Azura demon sword, it radiated an endless red glow, under which eerie wails sounded. The first form of the Azura sword technique, Judgment, when the last trace of murderous aura was also drawn into the Azura demon sword, Guan Yu finally swung his sword. With that stroke, the endless red glow turned into an extremely thin line of light, as if to split heaven and earth into two. When the two swords collided, there was no loud noise, not even a slight dissonance. It was as if the two swords hadn't met at all. As for the outcome of the clash, even Bone Douluo and Ningfengji couldn't tell, for they did not understand the sword. They only felt a profound threat from the attacks of both sides. As to who was stronger or weaker, frankly, it seemed that Guan Yu felt more formidable. Eventually, the blue glow on the 7-kill sword's blade gradually faded, returning to a single man with a sword. The next moment, Sword Douluo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His aura completely deflated in that instant. Kneeling on the ground, Sword Douluo leaned on the 7-kill sword, his gaze fixed on Guan Yu. Now, aside from the outcome of the battle, it seemed he had a more pressing question for Guan Yu. What was that sword intent? Hearing Sword Douluo's question, Guan Yu paused for a moment. Sword intent? Guan Yu had merely executed the first form of the Azura sword technique, Judgment. If there was any sword intent involved, the sword intent must be murderous aura, the intent to slaughter. Hearing this, Sword Douluo Qinshin couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile, as if struck by a blow. If it were just a loss, perhaps it wouldn't have been so painful, but he had also lost in the contest of sword intents, slaughter. With a soft murmur, Sword Douluo Qinshin's already deflated aura was further crushed. The 7-kill sword, the 7-kill sword. Sword Douluo Qinshin had once practiced the killing sword intent, but later abandoned it. After joining the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Sword Douluo Qinshin realized that killing could not solve everything, and thus pursued the unity of man and sword. However, today he was defeated by the killing sword intent, which seemed to negate the choices he had made over the decades. Named the 7 kills, yet he had forsaken the killing sword intent. Bone Douluo and Ningfengji now looked at the dejected Sword Douluo with faces full of worry. Even Bone Douluo, who had been partners with Sword Douluo for decades, had never seen him so severely struck down. At this moment, Guan Yu was not idle. Everything that had happened today had already set the stage for enmity between the two families. The current low spirits of Sword Douluo would not elicit sympathy from Guan Yu. Guan Yu immediately lifted the Shura Devil Sword and slashed towards Sword Douluo. The 7th soul skill, Ancient Dragon True Body. The 4th soul skill, Bone Prison. As Bone Douluo shouted, he unleashed his martial soul True Body, instantly enhancing the range of the bone prison and the length of the bone spikes. Some of the larger bone spikes thickened and extended, blocking between Guan Yu and Sword Douluo. Although these bone spikes could not stop Guan Yu's Shura Devil Sword and were directly cut by it, they still delayed Guan Yu's attack. Taking advantage of this interval, Bone Douluo helped Sword Douluo to retreat to Ningfengji's side. After setting down Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo did not relax at all. Knowing that Guan Yu could defeat Sword Douluo, Qinshin put immense pressure on Bone Douluo. Qinshin, what time is it now, and you still have time to be despondent? Bone Douluo scolded him, then clasped his hands together with his soul power wildly surging out. Within the original bone prison, countless bone spikes grew taller again, eventually reaching 3 to 4 meters high like trees. The 5th soul skill, Bone Forest. Now Ningfengji could only assist Bone Douluo alone, although he could easily assist too with his divided attention control. Regardless of how divided his attention, assisting one always yielded the best results. The 8th soul skill, Bone Flesh Escape. With his vision blocked by the dense bone forest and hearing Bone Douluo's voice, Guan Yu also sensed the murderous intent from all around. Knowing less about Bone Douluo's moves and soul skills, Guan Yu was unclear about what they entailed and their functions. Even if Bone Douluo's strength was not equal to Sword Douluo's, this unknown mystery still made Guan Yu wary, highly alert, and keeping an eye on his surroundings. Guan Yu's best choice was naturally to leave the dense bone forest. As he spread his blood feather wings, destroying the surrounding bone spikes, Guan Yu was about to take flight. However, at the moment of ascent, the bone spikes extended again, blocking Guan Yu, and at the tip of the bone spikes blocking Guan Yu, the figure of Bone Douluo suddenly appeared, holding a sharp bone blade stabbing towards Guan Yu. With a horizontal swing of the Shura Devil Sword, Guan Yu blocked the bone blade and shattered it. Before Guan Yu could counterattack, the figure of Gu Douluo disappeared instantly, only to reappear beneath him wielding a new bone blade aimed at Guan Yu. Barely dodging this strike, Guan Yu then suffered a series of rapid attacks from Gu Douluo. With swiftly changing movements, although Guan Yu could still fend them off for now, it was inevitable that if this continued he would eventually be overwhelmed. However, while resisting Gu Douluo's attacks, Guan Yu also analyzed the functions of Gu Douluo's soul skills. Gu Douluo's ability to quickly change positions seemed to be the effect of his 8th soul skill. Could Gu Douluo's 8th soul skill be a type of movement technique, perhaps teleportation? Guan Yu thought not exactly. It appeared that Gu Douluo's 8th soul skill had special limitations or requirements. For instance, it seemed that Gu Douluo could only instantly appear near bones or within this bone forest. Otherwise, why would Gu Douluo go to such lengths to continuously release and maintain his bone forest skill? Trapping Guan Yu in this way didn't seem to make much sense. Hence it was likely that the existence of these bone forests allowed Gu Douluo to appear at any position at will. For an ordinary person, this would definitely create a disadvantage. They would either have to destroy the surrounding bone forest, which would consume a significant amount of soul power, and not everyone could destroy these bone spikes as easily as Guan Yu could. If it was a matter of speed, Guan Yu was confident he wouldn't lose. If it were before he reached the level of Soul Douluo, Guan Yu might have been equally troubled, but now he was not worried. Gu Douluo could launch sudden attacks from any angle with the help of the bone forest, but Guan Yu was equally fast. His 8th soul skill, the Flying Evil God Seal, was a divine technique in this aspect. Meanwhile, outside the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a physical clone of Guan Yu dispelled its skill effects. Portions of soul power, murderous aura, and vital energy reconverged within Guan Yu's body. As Guan Yu gradually deduced the functions of Gu Douluo's soul skills, his mind steadied once again. Although Gu Douluo's soul power level was only 95, not as high as Sword Douluo, facing a 95 level title Douluo without any understanding could lead to severe disadvantages, so understanding the opponent's strength and soul skill effects made a significant difference. Moreover, Gu Douluo's use of his 5th soul skill, Bone Forest, in combination with his 8th soul skill, Bone Flesh Escape, allowed him to constantly shift his form and attack opponents within the Bone Forest, giving Guan Yu new insights. Guan Yu's 8th soul skill, Flying Evil God Seal, was similar to the Flying Thunder God technique, but the difference was that the Flying Thunder God required a specific ritual to achieve instant teleportation. In contrast, Guan Yu's Flying Evil God Seal only needed a marker, which could be Guan Yu's aura, soul power, or vital energy, etc. Just like when Guan Yu had previously thrown the Shura Demon Sword, which naturally carried his aura, allowing him to instantly appear near the Shura Demon Sword. Now inspired by Gu Douluo and after regaining his soul power, vital energy, and murderous aura, especially the murderous aura, Guan Yu was ready to continue the fight. As soon as Guan Yu regained his murderous aura, he immediately reactivated his slaughter domain. Although the slaughter domain still couldn't trouble the Bone Douluo and Ningfengji protected by the Bone Forest Sword domain, it did provide Guan Yu with a special kind of support. The so-called marking could also be a murderous aura. Thus, within the entire slaughter domain, Guan Yu's Face Xie Divine Seal could appear at any location at any time. How extensive was Guan Yu's slaughter domain? The answer is over 2,000 meters in diameter, especially after passing the 8th Azura test, which enhanced his Azura divine power, now covering most of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. This range was even broader than that of the Bone Douluo's Bone Forest. On the periphery, the Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo, responsible for annihilating the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, finally relaxed their tense hearts. Upon feeling Guan Yu's slaughter domain again, realizing that Guan Yu was unharmed, they ceased their rescue efforts and instead continued to encircle and suppress the sect's disciples. Bang bang bang, a series of collision sounds echoed. Even the Sword Douluo and Ningfengji could not see clearly what was happening in the Bone Forest. They could only hear sounds and barely catch glimpses of fleeting afterimages. Under certain specific conditions, the bone Douluo's speed in the bone forest could also be considered fast. Even when facing the bone Douluo, the sword Douluo would choose to use the all swords return to clan technique to completely destroy the bone forest. With the bone forest intact, it was difficult for the sword Douluo to deal with the bone Douluo, but once destroyed, the bone Douluo was entirely at the mercy of the sword Douluo. However, Guan Yu, to their surprise, chose not to destroy the bone forest and even engaged in back-and-forth combat within it, and with each collision, the fragments that flew were remnants of the bone Douluo's shattered bone blades. At that moment, within the bone forest, Guan Yu, with a soul power level of 89 and the 95 level bone Douluo, seemed to be the fastest two individuals on the continent, engaging in high-speed combat for nearly half an hour. As time passed, Guan Yu gradually began to take the initiative. The bone Douluo's tactics were well developed, but it was only today that Guan Yu truly understood them and came up with the strategy of combining the slaughter domain with the Fei Se divine seal. Initially, Guan Yu's proficiency was not enough, akin to crossing the river by feeling the stones, but as the half-hour sparring progressed, the equally fast bone Douluo became the perfect sparring partner and whetstone. Thus, Guan Yu's progress was rapid. Now both his speed and proficiency were increasingly strong. Besides, there was the consumption of soul power. Even with the soul power amplification from Ningfengji, the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, bone Douluo had to maintain the vast bone forest, which was the biggest difference from Guan Yu, whose slaughter domain relied on murderous aura, while the bone Douluo's bone forest consumed his own soul power. No matter the situation, Guan Yu could always transfer soul power to his numerous physical avatars at any time, thus his supply of soul power far exceeded that of Douluo, who was the first to falter between the two. Jian once again severed Douluo's bone spurs, but in the next moment Guan Yu suddenly appeared behind Douluo using the Fei Se seal. Raising the Shura demon sword in his hand, he struck at Douluo, who had yet to react. Caught off guard, Douluo had to resort to his strongest technique, 9th Soul Skill Bone Dragon Transformation. Roar! As the 9th soul ring on Douluo lit up, a bone dragon over a dozen meters long suddenly appeared, blocking Guan Yu's strike with its body. Despite several fractures on its body from the divine weapon Shura demon sword, the bone dragon still stood firm for Douluo. Just as they were about to clash again, flames lit up around them. The fire from the Chibo Liuli sect added to the chaos, making Ningfengji unbearable. Fire always created a sense of panic, and now the whole Chibo Liuli sect was in disarray. Ningfengji could no longer allow Guan Yu to continue like this, nor could Douluo afford to continue the stalemate with Guan Yu. If it were merely a sparring match, the two could fight indefinitely. However, this was a battle of life and death that also determined the fate of others in the Chibo Liuli sect, with Jian Douluo and Ningfengji held up here by Guan Yu, who in the outer Chibo Liuli sect could withstand the Soul Master teams led by the Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo. Thus, the ultimate outcome was that the Chibo Liuli sect was now engulfed in a great fire, and those outside the sect had already suffered heavy losses, yet the three of them could not leave. Every second they delayed here meant more disciples outside would die. For the sake of the disciples of the Chibo Liuli sect, the three had to quickly overcome Guan Yu and rescue the besieged disciples of the sect. Ningfengji cried out in urgency. There's no time left, unleash the ultimate moves now. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. Following Ningfengji's shout, Douluo finally revealed himself next to Douluo. At this moment Douluo's condition had also improved, and he slowly stood up from the ground. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding what ultimate move Ningfengji was about to use. 7 soul skill, 7 kill true body, 7 soul skill ancient dragon true body. 2 sets of identical soul rings once again appeared in front of Guan Yu, ultimate moves, and Ningfengji's words also left Guan Yu somewhat astonished. By now he had already defeated Douluo, and Douluo had been completely suppressed by him. Even though he had used his strongest 9th soul skill, summoning the bone dragon, defeat was only a matter of time. As for Ningfengji, the moment Douluo and Douluo were defeated, it would be his time to fall. However, now with Ningfengji's shout, Guan Yu couldn't help but guess perhaps there was something else he didn't know about. Thus, during the period, Guan Yu did not rush to make a move. Douluo, after using the 7 kill true body, had a tall soul power phantom shadow emerge behind him. Meanwhile, on Douluo's side, the huge bone dragon also expanded several times, becoming as large as the tall phantom shadow behind Douluo. On Ning Fengji's body, there was also a shimmering mix of colorful light, a powerful auxiliary glow showered on sword bone Douluo, and a tremendously strong aura seemed to be slowly emerging from the cooperation of the three. Wait, could it be that the three of them also? Observing the subtle connections and changes between the 3-inch Guanyu had a bold speculation. At this moment Bone Douluo's bone dragon also disassembled, with the bones attaching themselves to the huge phantom behind sword Douluo. As they combined, the phantom behind sword Douluo appeared as if it was clad in a bone armor, and the aura of the person surged tremendously, especially after the 7 treasures' colorful light from Ning Fengji fell upon him. The aura reached a peak. Seeing the bone armor phantom that finally appeared before him, Guanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he was mistaken. There was no soul fusion skill or triad fusion technique between sword bone Douluo and Ning Fengji. They were just combined through a marvelous coordination involving more of quantitative change and perhaps qualitative change, but not much. However, on the other hand, if the three of them had a soul fusion skill, wouldn't the original author have used it in the Great Battle of Jiaoling Pass? Nevertheless, this bone armor sword phantom was indeed a new move. At this moment, as sword Douluo waved the 7-kill sword in his hand, the bone-armored sword phantom also swung the now significantly larger 7-kill sword phantom. The sword chi circulated, and the sharp wind howled fiercely. I may have lost to you, but the 7-treasure glazed tile school cannot be defeated. Saying this, sword Douluo slashed at Guanyu with his sword, and the bone armor battle phantom behind him similarly directed a sword shadow downwards. Watching the imposing sword shadow, Guanyu was not panicked. Even though he could feel the incredible strength of the sword path phantom's attack, Guanyu still had no fear. On the contrary, what he had was sheer madness and fighting spirit. Since his strength had greatly increased, Guanyu's newly added 8th spirit ability was not just the flying evil god seal, he also had the offensive skill endless arrows, and the strength of this move could be inferred from the fact that no one from the spirit hall ever wanted to practice with him. Guanyu's whole body, except for his chest, was emitting different lights. Azura 9 wills 9 fox tails resilient right leg bone spirited left leg bone Medusa staring skull azure bull python right arm bone titan giant ape left arm bone, 7 soul bones in total. This guy actually has 7 soul bones, and those are 2 external attachment soul bones. Now thinking of Guanyu's soul ring configuration, sword bone Douluo and Ning Fengji could no longer think of what to call Guanyu. A genius. Clearly that was not enough. Perhaps only a monster could describe him. This terrifying and unconventional configuration of soul rings and soul bones, other than a monster, they could not think of who else could possess such. The 7 soul bones quickly formed some special connections amongst each other, closely connecting under the astonished gaze of sword bone Douluo and Ning Fengji. A blood-red close-fitting armor draped over Guanyu's body. The Azura 9 wills released a captivating red glow from his back. The 9 fox tails transformed into 9 blood ribbons weaving around his upper body and arms, and on his head was a majestic face helmet. This is the soul bone fusion skill in the state of the 7 soul bone wings, although lacking a torso soul bone. Guanyu has an additional external soul bone, making the effect of the soul bone fusion technique reach a perfect 7/7 or 100% effectiveness. Seeing Guanyu covered in a layer of mysterious armor, sword bone Douluo and Ning Rongji thought he was summoning soul bone armor to defend against their attacks. However, they were surprised to see Guanyu plant the Shura demon's sword into the ground and once again set up his crossbow soul to face the massive sword shadow. On Guanyu, the 7th soul skill martial soul true body is activated. The 8th soul skill endless arrows and the 6th soul skill skyfire are followed by the 6th soul skill explosion and the 5th soul skill soul capture. Unleashed, with the passive effect of the soul bone fusion technique, all of Guanyu's soul skills are enhanced by 100%. The damage of endless arrows has skyrocketed from 500% to 1000%, 10 times the usual. Previously, with his own strength, Guanyu had already battled sword bone Douluo to this state. Now, with his attack power increased tenfold, how could sword bone Douluo, who does not have a soul fusion technique, withstand this? A dazzling white light shimmers on the massive crossbow, and around the bolt hole a circular white halo forms with 9 silver points rotating around it. One of these points infuses into the crossbow, instantly transforming it into a normal-looking but extraordinarily powerful bolt. This is Guanyu's first time fully demonstrating the 8th soul skill endless arrows in his peak state without any reservations. Come on, don't disappoint me. Boom, with the pulling of the trigger unlike usual, a roaring sound echoes and the powerful recoil forces Guanyu to step back 3 times, causing the crossbow to flip backwards. Accompanying this intense fluctuation, a silver beam of light also charges towards the bone-armored sword's shadow. Upon collision, there is a momentary silence. A dazzling white light emerges from the impact, followed by a gust of wind as powerful as the roar of a giant beast sweeping around. Even the soul masters of Slaughter City and the Seven Treasures Glass sect who are fighting in the distance are affected, with many being swept up like fallen leaves in an autumn breeze. The magic bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo also watch in shock as the white light on the mountain signifies an energy collision unlike any they have seen before. As they gaze at the white light, a thunderous roar that blasts everyone's eardrums finally resounds. The roar is so powerful that even space itself trembles, the massive explosion like the apocalypse arriving. Inside the Seven Treasures Glass sect, a fierce explosion roars, sending a huge shockwave that leaves the entire mountain gate of the Seven Treasures Glass sect in utter disarray. The massive disturbance is so powerful that it causes the fighting Soul Master teams to momentarily stop their actions, all bracing against the fierce wind. At this moment, the Soul Masters from Slaughter City, as well as the Magic Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo from the Spirit Hall, are all incredibly shaken. For the people of the City of Slaughter, many are still bewildered by the recent change in their king, the King of Slaughter. However, today's battle has intimately acquainted them with the terror of the new King of Slaughter. The reverential fear in all their eyes has significantly escalated, and the prestige of Guan Yu among the Soul Masters of the City of Slaughter has likewise begun to rise. Previously, Guan Yu's control over the city was largely due to his control over the Nether Dew. Now Guan Yu's grip on the city has been fortified by another element, sheer power and intimidation. Both the Devil Bear Douluo and the Ghost Panther Douluo are filled with emotion. They remember when the Grand Worshipper had them work close to Guan Yu, who, although outstanding then, was only among peers of his age, not even close to combating titled Douluos, and many Soul Masters could suppress him. Yet, in such a short time, they couldn't fathom how Guan Yu had developed so rapidly. Was that chance encounter in the Stardow Forest truly transformative? Unlike the team from the Spirit Hall, the members of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect felt uneasy. They were internally drumming, pondering who would win after this fierce clash. Before the elite competition, disciples of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect would have confidently believed that Jin Douluo Qinshin could win, defending the sect like a pillar. But now, their opinions have shifted. The reason? After the elite competition ended, Jin Douluo Qinshin returned to the sect missing his right arm. For a sect, the strongest warrior often symbolizes the sect's confidence. Qinshin had embodied this role. Although they were unaware of the specifics, the fact was that Jin Douluo Qinshin's arm was gone, and importantly, it was his sword-wielding right arm. Thus, the loss affected not only Qinshin but also the confidence of all disciples within the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect. With little time passed, many disciples were still reeling from this impact, leading them to doubt whether Jin Douluo could prevail this time. The scale of the attack on the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect was unimaginable. They never expected that one day thousands of Soul Masters would assault one of the top three sects. Meanwhile, at the center of the great battle, as the thick dust settled, a huge crater several meters in diameter appeared. On either side of the crater stood figures from both sides, a sphere wrapped in bones which then shed its bones, revealing the figures of Bone Douluo and Ningfengji. They immediately looked towards the figure of Jin Douluo standing in front of them. Although Jin Douluo was still standing, they quickly noticed something amiss. Drip, drip. In the silence, a faint sound of dripping was heard, and they saw Jin Douluo bleeding, his left arm soaked in blood. Uncle Jian. Ningfengji started to speak, but Jin Douluo cut him off, turning to Bone Douluo and said, "Old bones, take Fengji and Rongrong and go." Bone Douluo, without any melodrama or insistence on dying together, simply nodded emphatically. The only sorrow at that moment was that he could already see Guan Yu across from him, setting up his repeating crossbow soul weapon again. The massive crossbow shimmered with dazzling white light, and around the bolt port a circular white halo spun, within which 9 silver points of light revolved. At this moment, one of them dimmed, but the other 8 remained bright. Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo and Ningfengji, as powerhouses of the continent, certainly possessed keen observational and deductive skills. Observing the circular light halo on the crossbow, it seemed to indicate that the terrifying attack from before could still be launched 8 more times. How powerful was that attack? Bone Douluo's feeling was not exactly precise, but Sword Douluo felt it most acutely. Although he had blocked that bolt from Guan Yu, his internal organs were still severely damaged. What was frightening was that the opponent could launch this attack 8 more times, and in his current state he had no chance of blocking it, let alone defeating Guan Yu. Grandpa's sword, Grandpa Bone Dad. A soft voice sounded and Ning Rongrong, dressed in plain clothes, walked out of the house. It made sense. With such a commotion during the fight, even if Ning Rongrong were asleep, she should have woken up. Stepping out of the house, Ning Rongrong stood dazed, staring at the surroundings, the sky ablaze with fire, the shattered rocks and rubble. Was this still the 7 treasure glazed tile sect she remembered? Glancing at Sword Douluo, she noticed Guan Yu and then, like mad, prepared to rush towards him. "It's you. What have you done to Oscar?" Ning Rongrong, posing no threat, naturally did not intimidate Guan Yu. However, Bone Douluo quickly intercepted Ning Rongrong, taking her and Ningfengji by the hand and summoning the bone dragon, they fled towards the distance. Grandpa's sword. Having already experienced such a parting once with Oscar, Ning Rongrong, now deeply struck, cried out loudly to Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo looked in the direction of the three departing, his face revealing a gentle smile. Then he faced Guan Yu once more, but this time his resolve seemed firmer and there was something else, a readiness to die. At that moment Sword Douluo Chen Xin grasped the 7-kill sword in his left hand again. Blood flowed from his left hand down to the hilt of the sword, then along the blade, and finally dripped from the tip. With the sword angled downward, Sword Douluo, dragging the 7-kill sword, slowly approached Guan Yu. Uncomprehending, Guan Yu raised his crossbow and shot several bolts at Sword Douluo. Strangely, Sword Douluo did not dodge or flinch, but continued walking towards Guan Yu despite being hit by several bolts. It must be said, sometimes the actions of a person unafraid of death can indeed be quite intimidating. As Sword Douluo continued to walk slowly towards him, Guan Yu admitted to feeling somewhat disordered inside. 8th soul skill, Endless Arrows. Guan Yu's second shot of Endless Arrows transformed into a white beam of light aimed at Sword Douluo Chen Xian. Facing the white beam, Sword Douluo did not evade. Instead, his resolute face revealed a chilling smile. Sword Path Domain. The 9th soul skill, Divine Demon Dual Slash. This time, Sword Douluo did not use the slaughter formula or any other sword techniques. Instead, he utilized his own 9th soul skill, the power of. This strike was formidable, slicing through the air so sharply that it seemed to cleave the very atmosphere, and the sword moved exceedingly fast, disturbing the space around it. As Guan Yu thought to use the Flying Evil God seal to dodge, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Just as a look of panic appeared on Guan Yu's face for the first time, Sword Douluo decisively spoke out. "Young man, you are a top genius of the continent, unmatched among your peers. It is precisely because of this that you must stay here today." Boom! Another fierce collision ensued. The power of the impact was hardly less than the preceding noise, and when the gust of wind swept through again, many of the structures of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect finally could not withstand it and collapsed, leaving the sect in even greater ruin. Everyone couldn't help but look up again at the center of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Many had no intention of merely spectating. After all, who could guarantee that such upheaval wouldn't occur again? Here, they could feel the terrifying force of the shockwave. If they got closer, wouldn't the consequences be even more severe? When everything finally settled down, Sword Douluo was seen standing, though his figure was somewhat unsteady, his body occasionally swaying. The weapon soul 7-kill sword was planted into the ground not far from him. The reason he no longer held the 7-kill sword was that Sword Douluo's left arm was now missing. Furthermore, the 7-kill sword itself was covered in cracks. For that final strike, Sword Douluo had paid the price with his left arm, and his soul skill had been severely damaged. However, the result was that Guan Yu was slashed down, lying on the ground motionless for a long time. Sword Douluo had realized something. He couldn't block Guan Yu's 8th soul skill attack, so he decided not to focus on defending against the opponent's attacks but instead concentrated on attacking. After all, Guan Yu, being only a soul, Douluo found it hard to withstand his own attacks, hence Sword Douluo's costly strike. The terror of Guan Yu's powers had deeply affected Sword Douluo. One aspect was Guan Yu's youth and the other was the horrifying configuration of his soul rings. Now, Guan Yu's 8th soul skill was already so formidable. Should he reach the title Douluo level, his 9th soul skill would likely be even more despairing. If Guan Yu were on his own side, it would be fortunate, but if such a person were in the opposing camp, they would have to be eradicated without reserve, for such a young talent could dominate for decades, even a century. Fortunately, Sword Douluo had won, or at least that's how he saw it. Guan Yu was down and out, and Sword Douluo could clearly sense that the life had left the body lying on the ground. With this, Sword Douluo could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the external crisis was not yet resolved, Sword Douluo now felt a sense of mission accomplishment, having severed the future of the Martial Soul Hall. With Ning Rongrong's talent, the future would surely see the revival of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Just as the sword Douluo felt a sense of satisfaction, his gaze suddenly shifted as if he had seen a ghost towards where Guan Yu was. There a figure appeared from nowhere bearing the same appearance and attire as Guan Yu. The sword Douluo's heart started to race again, an unexpected twist in the battle. The newly appeared Guan Yu glanced at the one lying on the ground, who was indeed dead. It turned out that the one on the ground was not the real Guan Yu but one of his solid avatars. From the very beginning, using the Shura Devil Sword to drop into the 7 treasure glazed tile sect to the later battle with the Bone Douluo and Ningfengji, such an aggressive style was not something the real Guan Yu would do. Moreover, Guan Yu always believed that pushing a titled Douluo to the brink of death was often dangerous. Turning his gaze back to the staggering sword Douluo, the new Guan Yu swiftly grabbed the Shura Devil Sword from the ground and leaped towards the sword Douluo. With both arms severed, how could you still wield a sword? A strike of the sword landed on the shoulder of sword Douluo, the wide blade of the Shura Devil Sword burying half into him, but sword Douluo simply tilted his head, managing to suppress the Shura Devil Sword within his body. At the same time, his body radiated a white light, not just soul power but also the aura of life. All his strength burst forth from within. Guan Yu didn't anticipate, nor could he have imagined, that sword Douluo would pull him into a self-detonation. Boom! The third loud sound from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect echoed, and though unseen, one could imagine the intensity of the battle. Far escaped Bone Douluo, Ningfengji and Ning Rongrong also turned to look back at the commotion. Dust Heart, Uncle Sword, Grandpa's sword. At this moment, they too realized what sword Douluo had done. After the explosion, there now lay 2 Guan Yus on the ground. Sword Douluo's attack was not weak. Had it not been for Guan Yu's enhanced physical condition after absorbing the bodies of the Sky Blue Bull Python, the Titan Giant Ape and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, he might have been blown to bits, leaving no intact body. As Bone Douluo, Ningfengji and Ning Rongrong fled with sword Douluo's self-detonation and Guan Yu's fall, the area momentarily calmed. But this calm lasted less than a minute before another figure appeared. This time there shouldn't be anything left to threaten my attack. The newcomer glanced at the 2 Guan Yus on the ground, waved his hand, and the 2 turned into a light red mist, merging into his body. This time, the Guan Yu who arrived was no longer a solid avatar, but genuinely the real body. Sword Douluo had once used his hand and martial soul as a price to try to replace himself, and another time his life to take Guan Yu with him, but Guan Yu had been cautious beforehand. Rubbing his temples lightly, the loss of the 2 solid avatars not only caused Guan Yu's soul power to suffer but also severely impacted his mental strength, causing a throbbing pain in his head. Now, Guan Yu really wanted to go back and rest. However, as his gaze shifted toward the direction where the 3 Bone Douluo were fleeing, Guan Yu had no intention of stopping just yet. Following closely, 4 more figures appeared. They were the other 4 substantial clones that Guan Yu could summon. 2 of these figures swiftly moved towards the outer battle circle, with the Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo leading the team. Sword Bone Douluo and Ningfengji had been entangled in this from the beginning. The outer battle circle had always been dominated by the Spirit Hall, and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was continuously retreating. Now, with 2 of Guan Yu's clones, whose strength was comparable to titled Douluo, joining the fray, the battle hastened towards its end. On a gigantic bone dragon measuring over 10 meters, 3 disheveled figures lay sprawled. As the bone dragon flapped its wings, it shot forward tens of meters with each flap, yet the 3 on its back still occasionally looked back. Their homeland, now a fiery wasteland, was behind them. Ningfengji's heart bled. He had foreseen unrest on the continent and sensed impending danger, but he never imagined it would come so swiftly. No, it wasn't that danger had arrived quickly, but rather that young man, the one he couldn't fully comprehend, had grown too rapidly, so much so that Ningfengji no longer held any confidence in the future. The double jewels of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Sword Bone Douluo, whether fighting alone or together, had been defeated by that young man. What was crucial was that this young man, still young, had vast potential for growth. Ningfengji couldn't imagine how powerful he would eventually become. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, who sat despondently on the ancient dragon's back beside him, Ningfengji suddenly harbored a thought. He no longer wished for Ning Rongrong to revive the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. It would only tire her out, especially with that man's presence, making it impossible for the sect to rise again. Moreover, even though Ning Rongrong was talented within the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, she couldn't compare to that young man, especially as she was only a support-type soul master. Now Ningfengji only hoped that Ning Rongrong could simply continue to live well. In their frantic escape, the foremost Bone Douluo suddenly cast a shocked glance to the side, and the next moment he maneuvered the bone dragon into a dive. In a flash, 2 crossbow bolts shot towards them from both sides. Following this, 2 figures appeared, neither possessing wings for flight, but each had 9 differently sized blood-red halos emerge behind them, exerting an oppressive force. With a smirk, both figures teleported and reappeared beside the bone Douluo's dragon. They simultaneously raised their left arms, each firing a Titan firmament cannon. The bone dragon twisted its body, narrowly dodging the 2 cannons, but the 3 on its back were thrown into complete disarray. Seeing the 2 figures pursuing them, a complex mix of emotions filled the bone Douluo's heart. Both figures bore Guan Yu's appearance. In his panic, the bone Douluo could no longer discern whether these were Guan Yu himself or merely his clones. All he knew was that these figures were beyond his ability to contend with. Even just one was too much for him to handle. When a person harbors timidity in their heart, their own strength tends to decline further. Thus, when the 2 solid incarnations of the light feather performed the azure silence thunder, the bone dragon and the 3 people on it could not escape and were directly blasted from the sky. Thud. After falling to the ground, the 3 were on one knee, warily surveying their surroundings. Subsequently, the 2 incarnations of light feather also appeared nearby, facing those 2 young yet terrifying figures. Ningfengji knew that they could not escape this time. The opponent's eerie speed was simply too fast and indefensible. My 7 treasure glazed tile sect has no major grudges with the spirit hall. Why must you attack and slaughter our sect? As if wanting to die with understanding, Ningfengji asked. The 2 incarnations of light feather looked at each other. One of them spoke. You'll have to ask Bibi Dong about that. If you want to settle scores, go find her. This is her arrangement. Hearing this, the image of Pope Bibi Dong couldn't help but arise in Ningfengji's mind. Indeed, to deploy such a massive number of soul masters, how could it be possible without the Pope's consent? The young man before him, the Spirit Hall and Bibi Dong were all enemies of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Now that the sect had been destroyed, Ningfengji, driven to desperation, seemed to forget that he was the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, left with only the identity of a father. If his love for Ning Rongrong previously was largely because she was the most talented among his children, then this moment's affection was undoubtedly purer. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes suddenly lit up and she fearlessly turned her head, saying, "Dad, I don't want you to die." After speaking, she fiercely glared at Light Feather. Light Feather sneered, "You have no right to bargain." Saying this, the 2 incarnations struck simultaneously, and 2 bolts as fast as lightning pierced through the foreheads of Ningfengji and Bone Douluo. As their life forces faded, the highest echelons of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect were completely annihilated. Then, looking at Ning Rongrong, who couldn't bear the shock and seemed mad with frenzy, Light Feather simply incapacitated her soul power, reducing her to a cripple but sparing her life. It wasn't because of Ningfengji's final request, nor was it out of lust for Ning Rongrong's body, but rather because Ning Rongrong could be used to control someone else. With Ning Rongrong as a threat, Light Feather wasn't worried about Oscar not complying. Oscar, a genius of the food system who was even exploited in the original story to produce sausages for the Sky Dough army, would now have to spend years providing food supplies for the Spirit Hall army. In peacetime, Light Feather wouldn't care about Oscar's fate, but now, even with the Sky Dough Empire secured, the upcoming national war with the Star Luo Empire meant that logistics would definitely be a major issue. Oscar's sausages could not only supply the army but also boost their strength. Gazing upon the 2 corpses on the ground, Guan Yu, under Ning Rongrong's fierce hissing gaze, promptly decapitated Ningfengji. The sole reason was the soul bone on Ningfengji's body. The original text did not specify how many soul bones the 3 leaders of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect had, so let's assume there was one. As Guan Yu's 2 physical clones returned to the battered headquarters of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the great battle at the sect was nearing its end. With the addition of the 2 clones, leaving only a group of about 20 prisoners, Guan Yu had a plan for keeping these prisoners. They were not ordinary disciples, but some were elders and stewards. Under intimidation, they led Guan Yu to the sect's treasury. As one of the wealthiest sects among the top 3, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's treasury was something Guan Yu could hardly resist. The group slowly made their way to the underground palace of the sect. The moment the great doors of the underground palace swung open, a luxurious radiance burst forth, revealing piles upon piles of dazzling, corruption-inspiring golden items. The sight of heaps of gold vessels and ruby jewels was even overwhelming for Guan Yu. Although nowadays some people on the continent prefer to store their gold soul coins in bank cards, it's important to understand that real vast wealth isn't just about a tiny bank card. Looking at the luxurious treasures filling the entire underground palace, Guan Yu knew that with such financial power he could easily equip hundreds of thousands of troops. Moreover, now that the blacksmith's guild was under his control, the cost of equipment could be minimized. Walking among these treasures of gold and silver, not only was Guan Yu's mind racing, but those followers fortunate enough to come along could hardly control their gaze and inner desires. Originating from the city of slaughter, they were no saints. Lacking self-control, they would have likely made bold moves to pilfer some wealth if it had been before the great battle. Having left the city of slaughter and experienced life outside it, they were well aware of the usefulness of money, especially since Guan Yu did not pay them wages. Eventually Guan Yu and his followers reached the deepest part of the underground palace. Here about a dozen exquisite cabinets were displayed. Unlike the scattered common treasures outside, these cabinets were neatly arranged and the items on them were dust-free. Guan Yu's eyes swept over them, and with his now improved vision he recognized many valuable items: medicinal herbs, soul guidance devices, treasures. Each one was not cheap, and there were thousands of items on these cabinets. Although most could not compare to the celestial herbs in the ice-fiery Yang well, still, there were quite a few worthwhile items. It was not surprising that the seven treasure glazed tile sect had such a collection, especially since Ningfengji often frequented auction houses to purchase fine items. These dazzling arrays of treasures were far more attractive to Guan Yu than the common wealth outside. His eyes scanning back and forth, suddenly Guan Yu's gaze fixed on a cabinet in a secluded corner. The items on this cabinet were all ordinary goods which would only fetch a few 100,000 at auction. Yet amidst these mundane items lay an inconspicuous dark object. Driven by curiosity, Guan Yu slowly approached the cabinet. Upon closer inspection he thought the dark object resembled a heart. As Guan Yu probed further with his mental powers, his expression gradually changed, finally turning into one of shock. To his astonishment, he realized this item seemed divine. Having encountered several gods before, Guan Yu could sense a divine aura emanating from this dark object. Though he could not tell which deity it belonged to, it wasn't surprising to Guan Yu that the Seven Treasures Glass sect possessed such an item. In fact, many powers might unknowingly possess divine objects. For instance, the Tiandou imperial family's Hanhai Chenkuan cover was known to be precious, but they were unaware it was an artifact of the sea god. The Seven Treasures Glass sect recognized the uniqueness of this dark object but was also clueless about its true nature, hence it was simply placed here. Just as Guan Yu prepared to withdraw his mental power from the dark object, an unexpected change occurred. The object suddenly burst into a dense black glow, and then under Guan Yu's gaze it transformed into a beam of light that shot into his left chest in an instant. The transformation happened swiftly and was over before anyone could react. The dark object had vanished. Startled, Guan Yu hastily opened his shirt, but there was no trace on his chest, as if nothing had happened. However, he could feel that the dark object had indeed entered his body, yet no anomalous divine power emerged. Since this was Guan Yu's real body, not a physical avatar, how could he not be anxious? He only felt his heart beating slower and slower, its rhythm gradually changing. After several minutes his heart began to feel a twitching pain. At that moment Guan Yu sensed something transforming in his heart. If he could look inside his body he would be surprised to find his originally dark red heart turning black, just like the dark object before. Fortunately, the twitching pain did not last long. After the pain subsided, Guan Yu checked himself and found no changes. There were no injuries, his resilient leg bone healing ability had not been triggered, and his strength remained unchanged. So had the transformation not affected him physically? No, that wasn't right. Guan Yu suddenly turned to look at the soul masters from the city of slaughter behind him, staring intently. Although there was no significant change in his body or strength, Guan Yu now sensed a profound shift in another aspect. Looking at the soul masters from the city of slaughter, he suddenly felt a surge of malice from them. Although the gods of evil thoughts like the Asura god and the Rakshasa god wielded the power of malevolence, what Guan Yu now sensed was the malice emanating from the soul masters of the city of slaughter. This means that Guan Yu can now actually feel others' malicious intentions towards him. Doesn't this mean that he can distinguish friends from foes based on whether they bear ill will towards him? Can he foresee who might harm him? Moreover, with the sensing of malicious intentions he can also preempt others' attacks. With the sensing of evil thoughts combined with the calculating eye, doesn't this mean that Guan Yu can foresee everyone's attacks in advance? Most terrifyingly, when Guan Yu inadvertently uses his psychic power again, his ability to sense evil thoughts strengthens and changes. Why does the King of Slaughter look at me? I hope that after this mission, the King of Slaughter will bestow more nether. Do that stuff is really delicious. The Seven Treasures Glass sect is indeed wealthy. If I had that money, it would be great. It would be nice if the King of Slaughter could suddenly die, then I could make a fortune from this and not worry about food and drink in the future. With so much money, I wonder if the King of Slaughter will share some of it with us as a reward. Absorbing the various thoughts that suddenly appeared in his mind and looking at those soul masters from the city of Slaughter behind him, Guan Yu seemed to understand something. Malicious intense sensing plus psychic power equals mind reading? After fully understanding his own changes, Guan Yu finally shifted his gaze away from those soul masters from the city of Slaughter. Whether it's malicious intense sensing or mind reading, both give Guan Yu a feeling that his journey is worthwhile. These two abilities, whether in combat or in dealing with people, are extremely useful. Whether someone is loyal or treacherous, whether they are loyal to him from now on, Guan Yu will know at a glance. Apart from that unknown dark object, Guan Yu didn't find anything else strange or unusual. In the end, he only extracted most of the collection from the Seven Treasures Glass sect, and the rest could completely be used to arm and enrich his own followers. After all, that so-called method of attracting followers through personal charisma only appears in the protagonists of novels. If Guan Yu wants others to follow him, the main thing still has to be through benefits. Now that he has malicious intense sensing and mind reading, Guan Yu is not at all worried about controlling his subordinates. Besides, what still makes Guan Yu curious is exactly which god's artifact that dark object is. From the aura on that dark object, Guan Yu feels that it does not belong to gods of justice and light like the angel god or sea god. It seems like it is from a darker, more evil deity. The world is divided into light and dark sides, and Guan Yu seems to have understood that the gods interested in him are only those from the dark side. This dark object actively merging into his body, does it represent another god choosing him? Although Guan Yu has some complaints, he will not make choices to abandon the dark and embrace the light. Not everyone wants to become light. Perhaps everything was already determined under the glory of the angel god when Guan Yu was judged as Dark Guan Yu. Tiandou Empire, Tiandou City, Palace. At this moment, the Emperor Shuiyu was not wearing his majestic imperial robe but was dressed in pajamas, weakly lying on a luxurious and wide bed at this moment, casting his final, complex gaze at the room's other occupant, his already designated successor Xue Qinghe. Emperor Snowy Night was perplexed. Despite the tumultuous events that had recently shaken the imperial capital, from the calamities that befell the second and third princes to the death of Snow Avalanche and the departure of Prince Snowstar, there was an inkling that Snow Qinghe was involved, albeit without concrete evidence. Yet even with such suspicions, Emperor Snowy Night had never considered taking action against Snow Qinghe, let alone deposing him. Royal family ties were cold. How Emperor Snowy Night had ascended to the throne was a testament to his ruthless nature. However, he couldn't understand why Snow Qinghe, having seemingly won, was in such a hurry. Why the rush to initiate a coup and seize power? With Snow Avalanche gone, Prince Snowstar absent, and Tang San no longer a factor, this coup went smoothly with minimal fuss. Snow Qinghe merely purged the last remnants of resistance in the imperial capital and prematurely seized the emperor's powers. Just then a tall figure clad in golden armor entered the room. Despite Emperor Snowy Night being weakened by the prolonged torment of the porcupine poison, his keen eyes quickly recognized the newcomer as a top-ranked title Douluo, a powerful warrior. When did his son acquire such a formidable and respectful subordinate? The newcomer was none other than the porcupine Douluo. Now that Heavendou City and the Heavendou Empire had transitioned into Snow Qinghe's hands, those who had once lurked in the shadows like Snake Spear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo could finally step into the light. Upon arriving, Porcupine Douluo didn't even glance at Emperor Snowy Night lying on the bed but instead reported directly to Snow Qinghe. Young Master, Feather Young has annihilated the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Sect leader Ningfengji, Sword Douluo, Chen Xian and Bone Douluo Gurom have all been dealt with, and out of over 3,000 disciples, barely 100 escaped. Hearing this, Qian Rinchuet, disguised as Snow Qinghe, couldn't help but smile, a smile far more ambitious and crazed than any ordinary girl's. Indeed, even without his grandfather and the major supporters, he could still destroy the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Porcupine Douluo nodded in agreement and elaborated, Young Master, although Feather Young has not yet reached the title Douluo level, his true strength far exceeds that of an ordinary title Douluo. According to the latest information, in this destruction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, Feather Young single-handedly fought against Ningfengji and the Enhanced Sword Bone Douluo, ultimately killing all three. At this, Qian Renshua's eyebrows shot up and she showed a rare moment of shock. To battle Ningfengji and Sword Bone Douluo alone, recalling her previous encounters with Guangyu, who had been able to suppress her even though he was only at the Soul Saint level at the time, it was astonishing that he now possessed the strength to single-handedly defeat enhanced opponents like Ningfengji and Sword Bone Douluo. The fall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could indeed be attributed to Guangyu alone. While others were merely astounded by Guangyu's rapid increase in strength, Qian Renshua pondered deeply. In her view, aside from his apparent talents, the primary reason for Guangyu's strength was likely the divine trials he had undergone. Furthermore, as grandfather revealed, Guangyu's divine level assessment seemed to be reaching its conclusion. With Guangyu's terrifying achievements becoming known, Qian Renshua seemed to have finally made a certain decision in her heart. Why, upon hearing of the destruction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and considering the recent coup in Heaven Do, Emperor Shuiyi became increasingly restless. If one were to link these two events together, Emperor Shuiyi did not believe his son Xueqinghe was capable of such feats. It appeared that only one force on the entire continent could accomplish this, and if others could guess it, how could Emperor Shuiyi not? Traitor, have you secretly sided with the Spirit Hall? At this moment Qian Renshua, disguised as Xueqinghe, also turned to look at Emperor Shuiyi on the bed. The latter's face was twitching and his eyes were faintly blazing with anger. He could accept his sons fighting brutally over the throne. He could even accept them staging a coup for the throne against him as long as they succeeded, proving their capability, and thus he could rest assured handing over the throne to them. However, what Emperor Shuiyi could not accept the most was his son being controlled by others, even becoming someone else's puppet. Siding? That's not quite the right word. I've always been a member of the Spirit Hall, so what siding is there to speak of? Hearing this, Emperor Shuiyi was both stunned and furious. Qian Renshua then added more piercingly, now that it has come to this, I am not afraid to reveal another secret to you. Emperor Shuiyi, his eyes trembling, looked at the delicate face just inches away from him. When had this person, once regarded by everyone in Heaven Do City as the humble and friendly crown prince, started giving him such a terrifying feeling? Under Emperor Shuiyi's devouring gaze, Qian Renshua slowly said with a smile, actually, I am not Xueqinghe. The real Xueqinghe died more than a decade ago. The person standing before you has always been the young lord of the Spirit Hall. My father is the previous pope. After Qian Renshua laid everything bare, Emperor Shuiyi's entire face turned red. At this moment, contrary to his previous thoughts, if it was his own sons fighting and killing each other, even to the extent of seizing power, Emperor Shuiyi could still accept it. But now that Qian Renshua had told him the whole truth, things were different. It was as if he was being told that his four sons weren't killing each other but were all killed by others, and with this he also lost any legitimate heirs. Even the Heaven Do Empire, created over generations by its emperors, was about to be dominated by the Spirit Hall. Thinking of this, Emperor Shuiyi was overwhelmed with frustration. In his rage, he could only choke Qian Renshua with both hands amidst the chaos, his face turning redder, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid, even gasping for air. Young lord, seeing Emperor Shuiyi grasping Qian Renshua's neck, although the porcupine Douluo, poisoned by the porcupine toxin, knew Emperor Shuiyi was too weak to harm Qian Renshua at this point, he still anxiously stepped forward. Qian Renshua raised her hand to stop the advancing porcupine Douluo, allowing herself to be grasped by the hands of Emperor Shuiyi. Though he was gripping her, the current state of Emperor Shuiyi left him with little strength, hardly enough to overpower a soul master nearing the level of a soul saint. Even as Emperor Shuiyi exerted pressure, Qian Renshua's face still bore a confident, successful smile, continuing to reveal her plans without hindrance. My dear father, there's something else you should know. The reason your body is so weak is because I've had someone tamper with your food, and the deaths of your princes were caused by the same means. Hearing this, Emperor Shuiyi's face turned an extreme shade of red, his eyes bloodshot, yet he couldn't strangle Qian Renshua no matter how hard he tried. After struggling for 2 minutes, he finally couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Weakened and unable to control himself, he let go of Qian Renshua's neck and staggered backward, falling onto the bed. His breath faded instantly, his vitality severely diminished. The porcupine Douluo then stepped forward, checking Emperor Shuiyi's breath and pulse before finally reporting back to Qian Renshua, young master, the emperor has suffered a severe shock to his vital energies. He could last 3 months at most, perhaps only 1. He will surely die. As an expert in poisons and also well versed in medicine, porcupine Douluo knew well that study of medicine often precedes the use of poison. Initially based on the amount of porcupine poison in Emperor Shuya's body, he was expected to live another 2 to 3 years, however. Provoked by Qian Rinxue today, the shock had triggered a full outbreak of the poison, drastically shortening his life. Qian Rinxue glanced one last time at Emperor Shuya lying on the bed, then scoffed and stood up to leave. As she left, she also informed those at the border to prepare in advance. After Gong Long dies, make sure to take control of the army without any chaos. The porcupine Douluo agreed, acknowledging that a few months was enough time for Qian Rinxue to control the Tiandou Empire. As for outside Tiandou City, Qian Rinxue had spent the past few years inspired by Guan Yu's ideas. Undermining Marshal Gong Long's deputies, through bribes, promises or threats, she had secured the allegiance of 5 out of 6 deputies under Gong Long. With these men, Qian Rinxue could assassinate Gong Long and take over the empire's army in the smoothest and least damaging way possible. The next day, in Tiandou City at the Crown Prince's palace, Guan Yu arrived alone at the Grand Hall. Although a coup had occurred in Tiandou City, as previously stated, Emperor Shuya could not die immediately. He had to live a bit longer, even if just for a few more months. Thus, Qian Rinxue still resided in the current Crown Prince's palace. Tiandou City was not far from the 7 treasure glazed tile sects, so Guan Yu soon made his way to Tiandou City, destroying one of the top 3 sects. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect was an achievement not just anyone could claim. As Qian Rinxue spoke, Guan Yu's gaze also shifted to her. Now that Qian Rinxue controlled Tiandou City, she no longer needed to constantly maintain the facade of Shueqinga. She could finally be herself, at least within the confines of her own palace where she could act freely. However, as Guan Yu looked up, he saw not only Qian Rinxue's stunning beauty but also something different that he hadn't noticed before. He truly is the man I have my eyes on. Guan Yu, having accidentally used his psychic powers, was able to read Qian Rinxue's thoughts immediately after she finished speaking. At that moment, Guan Yu began to consider the implications of his ability. He had not anticipated the effectiveness of mind reading, wondering if it could double the efficiency in romantic pursuits, eliminating the need for guessing a girl's thoughts or even their little secrets without having to snoop around. In that instant, Guan Yu found the mind reading ability as useful as X-ray vision. Seeing Guan Yu lost in thought, Qian Rinxue expressed her displeasure and quickly said, "I've called you back this time because there's something I want you to take charge of." Thanks to his ability to read minds, Guan Yu didn't even need Qian Rinxue to finish her sentence before he saw her intentions. She actually intended to make him the new emperor of Tiandou, not directly, but by having one of his physical clones temporarily take control of the Tiandou Empire. As for the execution, it would be similar to how Qian Rinxue had once disguised Guan Yu, planning to disguise Guan Yu's physical clone as Shueqinga. Why choose him? Firstly, Guan Yu had numerous physical clones, so it wouldn't consume too much of his energy. Secondly, Qian Rinxue trusted Guan Yu completely, not worrying that he would do anything inappropriate in that position. Qian Rinxue explained her reasons even before Guan Yu could use his mind reading, and the reasons were compelling. "My grandfather has been urging me to return to the spirit hall to inherit the angel god's legacy, so..." Qian Rinxue's urgency was wholly because of her strong desire to excel. Seeing the rapid improvement in Guan Yu's abilities, which she believed was connected to the divine inheritance, Qian Rinxue was stimulated to accept the angel god's legacy sooner, hoping to close the gap between her and Guan Yu. If she were to wait until she fully controlled the Tiandou Empire, it might take at least half a year or even a year. With Guan Yu's rate of improvement, who knew what level he would reach in a year? For ordinary people, there might always be issues of limited time and energy, but for Guan Yu these were non-issues. Using his 5th soul skill, Physical Split, a soul Douluo like Guan Yu could split into 8 physical clones. If he used a soul bone fusion skill, increasing the effect of his 5th soul skill by 100%, he could create 16 clones. Thus, sending one to replace Qian Rinxue seemed hardly problematic and might even be a good thing, as controlling the Tiandou Empire and experiencing life as an emperor could be quite appealing. Moreover, the most crucial point is that Qian Rinxue is finally about to undergo the angelic god assessment, which signifies that Qian Daolia's life is entering its final countdown. Currently, Guan Yu has obtained the right arm bone of the Azure Bull Python and the left arm bone of the Titan Giant Ape. These 200,000-year soul bones should hold a very high status, but among Guan Yu's 7 soul bones, these 2 have not yet reached the divine level. With the Snow Knight Emperor's life not lasting much longer, it is possible to elevate one of these soul bones to the divine level, whereas the other, compared to the currently missing Tang San, seems to be the Easiest and most appropriate choice for Qian Douluo, Guan Yu did not refuse, which seemed to be within Qian Rinxue's expectations, by creating a physical clone disguised with the angelic headpiece soul bone used by Qian Rinxue. This clone also transformed into Xue Qinghe. Driven by curiosity, Guan Yu even had this physical clone summon its spirit, and sure enough, under the guise of the angelic suit, the spirit of this clone turned into the white swan of the Heaven Dou Empire's royal family. Furthermore, Guan Yu discovered that the clone's murderous aura, the soul bone's essence, and the power of the Azura god were all concealed. It was as if a special radiance enveloped the clone, shielding it from others' detection, much like how one cannot see in blinding light, and this blinding light was the light of the angel. After properly handling the matters of the Heaven Dou Empire, Guan Yu and Qian Rinxue returned to the Spirit Hall the next day. At the same time, the news of the destruction of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect spread far and wide. As one of the top 3 sects, the destruction of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was akin to an earthquake-level piece of major news in the world of soul masters, and this earthquake was doubled. Not only was the 7 treasure glazed tile sect destroyed, but also the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family from among the top 3 sects. It is said that the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Yuanjin, died fighting fiercely as 3 soul bones brutally torn off and taken away. For a time, the entire Soul Master world was filled with awe, and many speculated about the perpetrator behind this. Numerous possibilities ultimately pointed to the Spirit Hall, seemingly the only force capable of annihilating both the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. As the destruction continued to ferment in the outside world, Guan Yu and Qian Rinxue were already standing side by side in the Hall of Offerings. Facing away from them was the Grand Offering Qian Douluo, with the other 6 offerings lined up on either side, destroying the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and single-handedly defeating the sect master Ningfengji and Sword Bone Douluo. Xiaoyu, your growth has truly exceeded my expectations, said the Grand Offering as he spoke. Among the other 6 offerings, the happiest and proudest was naturally Guangling Douluo. Xiaoyu, this time you have really made me proud. Although Sword Douluo Chen Xian's soul power level is not as high as ours, his swordsmanship is fierce and his combat power extremely strong. Even the old Azure Bird could not kill him completely, but now you have done it, and you even took down both Bone Douluo and Ningfengji, which is far stronger than the old Azure Bird. Chenghuan Douluo snorted coldly, showing a disinterested demeanor towards Guangling Douluo. Meanwhile, Qian Jung Douluo also spoke up. Although Sword Douluo had his right arm severed and his strength was impaired, Xiaoyu's achievement in battle is truly remarkable, surpassing even us old folks. The demon Slayer too could not endure the loneliness. In this operation, the 7 treasure glazed tile clan was nearly annihilated, a stark contrast to Bibi Dong's efforts, which were truly commendable. Watching as several elders lavished praise upon Guan Yu, Qian Rinxue felt a complex surge of emotions. It was the first time she had seen the elders praise a young man so highly. However, considering Guan Yu's achievements, he indeed deserved such accolades. Although Guan Yu felt somewhat elated, he humbly said this is all thanks to the cultivation and guidance from the elders. Everyone loves to hear praises, and sure enough, smiles deepened on the elders' faces upon hearing these words. After flattering the elders, Guan Yu immediately turned to the Grand Elder, Qian Douluo, and said, Grand Elder, I have completed the task you assigned to me. Now about our prior agreement. Speaking this, Guan Yu's face bore a sly smile hinting at his cunning nature. Qian Douluo, not one to renege on his promises, glanced at Qian Rinxue beside Guan Yu before speaking. Aside from the matters concerning the 7 treasure glazed tile clan, the affairs of the Star Luo Empire have also concluded. Rinxue, do you plan on accepting the angel god's inheritance this time? At this point, the expressions of all the elders became serious, as some of the most loyal followers of the angel lineage, the prospect of their young master Qian Rinxue accepting the angel god's divine inheritance was monumental. Qian Rinxue nodded firmly. Grandfather, I have made up my mind. I want to undergo the angel god's divine trial. Qian Douluo, lacking Guan Yu's ability to read minds but seemingly able to discern Qian Rinxue's thoughts, asked Rinxue, are you truly ready? The angel god's 9 trials are neither too difficult nor too easy. Compared to other divine trials, the 9 trials might seem as simple as answering a few questions, but they deeply test one's state of mind and character. It seemed Qian Rinxue's initial intentions were. However, Qian Douluo ultimately agreed. He then turned to Guan Yu. Guan Yu, the divine artifact I promised you is named the Angel Battle Platform, which is the very place you stabilized your murderous aura. it is indeed a separate space, but now Renshua's 9 trials need to be conducted within the Angel Battle platform. Once Renshua completes her inheritance, the Angel Battle platform will be handed over to you. As Qin Douluo finished speaking, the eyes of the 6 elders widened in shock. The Angel God possessed 2 divine artifacts, the Angel Holy Sword and the Angel Battle platform. Although the Angel Battle platform might not be as iconic as the Angel Holy Sword, it was equally significant. Most importantly, the possessor of the Angel Battle platform would command the Angel Legion, which, although originally annihilated by the Tang sect's furious Fire Lotus, was a powerful Spirit Master Legion capable of deterring the Sea God Island, if ranked among the continent's Spirit Master legions. The Angel Legion would undoubtedly be at the top.